Yo. What's going on? Hello, everyone. Where do they post the names? Social media. Yeah. Still pretty tired today. I ended up staying up, unfortunately. I had to do a bit of tech support. But we're back. Normal stream times will exist. Do not worry. Not today, but they will at some point. Hi. First Garth. So upcoming week we'll get a drop. Well, no, drops are over. But the upcoming week, so next week, they're going to do a stream. There's probably going to be a blog post talking about the first 3 specs and then a stream on Friday. So probably a blog post on Tuesday or Wednesday, or maybe even Monday, I don't know. It's hard to say. But then there will be a stream on Friday. And they will do that for 3 weeks. They might do a couple of other information drops in between, but because there's actually a good amount of time between now and the expansion, they probably won't rush it. Haircut? I actually haven't had a haircut. That's just the way it's arranged today. I woke up like this, guys. Drop. Listen, drops will come back. I kind of hope they do drops for the Elite Spec Beta. That would be pretty cool. Indeed. But we will do some, it'll be another fairly short stream today, guys. I might do like 1 or 2 hours. We're going to play the game a little bit. Then we will deliver SLOP into the trough that is Twitch and YouTube. And then hopefully some normal streams next week. I don't drop in super often. What are your thoughts on the current MMO landscape? Is it a coincidence only old MMOs remain popular, none of the newly released MMOs are able to get into the top 10? Guild Wars 3 dead on arrival? Not necessarily, no. In my opinion, so MMOs are, okay. Every new MMO that's failed has just been a bad game. And this is important to actually recognize. All of the current MMOs are good. All of them. Guild Wars 2 is good. Final Fantasy is good. Retail WoW is good. Classic WoW is good. Old School RuneScape is good. ESO is good. Right? Destiny is good, if you can call that an MMO. All these games are good. All the new ones suck. They're just bad. Like, it really is that simple. But that's also not a coincidence either. The reason why, it's because it's really hard. Like, it's really hard to, you know, to make MMOs. They're very, very expensive. It's very, very risky to do so. And they're pretty much like the most complicated, largest type of game you could make. And therefore, it's pretty much like the game that you're making that has like the largest probability of failure. It's worth kind of keeping in mind the historical context here. The historical context is very important. Like, almost every MMO has died. Like, you know, even being a good game, isn't really enough. Because, you know, something like WildStar, right? Like, it's not good enough to make a good game. You also have to manage it well and not make any kind of major mistakes with the management, which is also, again, non-trivial to do. It's very easy to point out mistakes in retrospect, but it can be honestly a lot harder to do that, like, in real time. Amazing beta beginning. I agree. New World is, in my opinion, New World is still the closest out of the new MMOs to a legitimately good game. If it had released in its current state now, I honestly think the conversation would look very, very different. Because, like, New World now is honestly pretty good. It's moved away from what I was really excited about, which was kind of like a very heavy open world PvP, territory control type of experience, and it's gone a lot more towards PvE, so raids and dungeons, and that, you know, that's fine. But if it had released like this, honestly, I think it would be in a very different spot. The problem is that they just really weren't sure what they wanted to do with it, and it just lacked a lot of content on launch because of basically like development 180s. But if it released like this, it would honestly be fine. Yeah. Asset creation, PBMO dreams. I consider it unlikely. I think that game is being made with the best of intentions, in good faith by Intrepid, but I think it's so insanely overscoped that I think they're really going to have an incredibly difficult time actually delivering what they're trying to make. It's incredibly overscoped. So, yeah. GALESHOT and LUMINARY on social media, Twitter and Blue Sky. True action combat PVMO. There already are some. New World is basically a action combat MMO. BDO, I think, really leans into that direction. I think Terra did as well. I think you'll find a lot of the Eastern MMOs are very action-oriented. I would even say something like Lost Ark is very heavily action-oriented, right? So there already are kind of action-style games. Paid $100 to alpha test their game. I mean, I wouldn't really describe it like that. The way I saw it was, it's part of their Kickstarter, their funding campaign. That also happens, as one of the perks, you get alpha. I don't actually have a problem with that. There are definitely some big gripes about their development process. I think they made some very major mistakes, but I think crowdfunding is honestly the least bad thing about Ashes of Creation. The head developer being such a personality in the game is a bad thing. If he has one controversy, it's done for Ashes of Creation. I mean, I think history kind of bears that's not being the case, right? Because I think there is a little bit of controversy about Steven's career. He's obviously a very wealthy guy, and I think a lot of his money came from, I think, basically an MLM operation, right? Which is relatively controversial. So I actually don't think that's necessarily a problem. And to be honest, I think he is a good figurehead. I think he's very charismatic. He's a very entertaining and passionate guy. I don't actually have a problem with that. But I mean, yeah, it does come with risks for sure. Yeah, you're not wrong. If you design an MMO today, would you make it action combat locked or strictly tab target? I think I'd go action purely because if you're gonna do tab target, you are putting yourself in very direct competition against World of Warcraft. I think that's unwise. The WoW expansions have a kind of schedule for going on sale. Want to try the game? No, they don't do sale. Well, I think they do sales actually, but you only have to buy the latest one, right? So that it's a little bit redundant. You don't have to buy all of them at once. You just buy the latest WoW expansion. Best tab target game was this action combat MMO. Guild Wars 2. Well, Guild Wars 2 isn't an action MMO. It is a hybrid game. It's a hybrid tab target action. So I guess it would be something like BDO, although I haven't really played BDO. But I think BDO often is thought of very well in terms of action-oriented MMO combat. Guild Wars 2 does 10v10 people and goes in with MMO instantly. I mean, it's called World versus World. So, good news. That's already in the game. I know what you mean, but in my opinion, World vs. World is just better than that. World vs. World is pure sandbox PvP. If you want to play with 10 people and go in 10v10 people, you can do that. You want to do 5s, you can do that. You want to do 8 players, you can do that. I straight up believe that World vs. World is just superior to any kind of direct 10v10 mode. It is infinitely more interesting because you can fight anywhere in this open world. They could add more maps if they wanted to over time if World vs. would have been a bigger part of the game, which regrettably it hasn't been historically. No, it's just better. World vs. is superior. 10v10 gets interrupted, correct, which is why it's even more based, because it means that you have that dynamic element of combat to it as well. That actually makes it better. And people do organized fights, by the way. You can absolutely do organized 10v10, either in the Guild Hall or in Edge of the Mists. And that's like something that people do as well. I will defend World vs. World's design every single day. All the people who say Guild Wars 2 has no GVG, I'm not gonna lie, you're heathens with no taste. Oh, in the UK? How come it's only 23-3? Well, listen, you know, it's got to be done. Having to fight over gatherers is bad. People who gather and craft in the PvP market. Wait, what are you talking about? I actually think that kind of thing is amazing. It's one of the things that I was really excited with for New World, is the idea of like actually fighting over resources that you'd use for warfare and trying to control stuff and lock stuff down. It's something I actually quite like in EVE Online, for example, is that there's like actual meaningful territory combat. Ultimately, this is I think the one thing about World versus World that I'm not the biggest fan of, although again this could potentially be fixed, is that ultimately every battle in World versus World is inconsequential within the context of the game world, right? It doesn't actually do anything. There's nothing meaningful that you're actually fighting over here, to be honest. Like, there's no resource scarcity, right? Like, you don't like, if we have Stone Mist Castle, that doesn't mean that we get loot in a way that nobody on the blue or green team can get, right? That's just not really how the game works. I actually really like basically scarcity competition that exists. So, you know, fighting over, you know, look, one thing that I quite liked actually in Classic WoW was that, dude, I would lock down the rich thorium vein in Winterspring. Because we would farm the furbolgs there for raid consumables and for rich thorium for arcane crystals. Dude, I recall one guy said, there was an alliance player there. There were many alliance players there. And someone in my group said, we will farm them until they learn that this place belongs to us. That is based. I'm not gonna lie, guys. That's what I'm talking about. That is content. So I actually do like that type of competition within the game. I think it makes it really exciting and very meaningful, right? It's like, you know, it gives you a little storyline. So I'm kind of a fan. Which they often fail at. Yeah, you need, if you want to release a new MMO, you have to have a content plan for the next year on launch. Like, you have to. You must have that. But I do, look, I'm not gonna lie, guys. The really big problem with new MMOs is that they're competing against good products. And if you're competing against a good product, you're gonna have to either innovate and come up with something new, or you're gonna have to do it better than the big dogs. And doing it better than the big dogs, in my opinion, is not an option. I do not believe you can out WoW. And honestly, for what it's worth, I actually don't think you can out Guild Wars currently. And I don't think you can out old school RuneScape. There's a reason why, you know, like the ex-Jagex guy, what was it called? Brighter Shores or something? There's a reason why that game didn't go anywhere. It's because you're not going to out OSRS. It's not going to happen. In my opinion, the only way you can survive as a new MMO is to actually bring something new to the table. It's why I think I wouldn't go tab target, to be honest. Because I'm not gonna lie, guys, I'm gonna come off as like a massive simp here, but dude, I'm looking at patch 11.2, Maniforge Omega for WoW, and I'm thinking like, bro, this is gonna be better than like most MMO expansions. Like, this is insane. It's actually really weird. I'm like genuinely excited for this patch. I haven't felt this way about a patch for quite a long time, actually, in an MMO. Seriously. Like, it's gonna be fucking insane when they drop this. Action combat is bad for healers. It definitely presents a challenge for healers. I actually think New World handled it pretty okay. I don't know how BDO handles it. But I actually think New World's healing was fine. I do think a hybrid approach like Guild Wars 2 is really strong, though. And yeah, like I think a really key downside is indeed like how healing works and how that, you know, how you kind of tie those systems together. Territory healing mezzanine, interesting. Yeah, I'll have to look at some videos on how they actually approach that. It'll be hard to switch from Guild Wars 2 to Guild Wars 3 for a lot of players. They have so much progression from the previous. I give them go from WoW to go to Guild Wars 3 or other new game in the first place. Again, I think that's not the approach. I think your approach is to attract an entire new audience who maybe don't play MMOs. That will be my approach. And honestly, I think that's what ArenaNet will do. I don't think ArenaNet's going to care about converting Guild Wars 2 players over to Guild Wars 3, or even players from other MMOs over to Guild Wars 3. I think I think what ArenaNet will do, they're going to say, check out our game, right? This is a really cool game that you guys are going to love. And then coincidentally, it will be an MMO, right? So I think that's the approach they're going to take. They're going to look for people who maybe haven't played MMOs before, or who are just like in the gaming space, and they're going to try and attract like basically a new audience. They're going to innovate and they're going to try and do new things. I think Guild Wars 3 will be strange in a good way, to be clear. I think it will be different, very different. So yeah, no, that's what I would do if I was ArenaNet. I wouldn't want to compete with the existing products because they're good. That's the thing. They're good. They're actually good products. That's the thing. Guild Wars 3 is not happening. How much you want to bet? A survival game? I'm not sure about that. No more Hardstuck? Well, I mean, it will hopefully exist in Guild Wars 3. Why is this what's happening? Just there's a lot of evidence to suggest it, to be honest. The job listings, the shareholder leak, right? I think the development approach to Guild Wars 2 is suggesting it as well. Very heavy focus on automation, for example. Yeah. Another really big thing that ArenaNet are doing, a big thing that is really tipping me off, that will making me think that it's going to be Guild Wars 3, is because ArenaNet isn't trying to really grow Guild Wars anymore. We're looking to basically make the most efficient and stable version of the game that isn't going to like fold over. Because we're not going bigger, we're going more efficient and smarter, right? Like that's like a really key thing in the development strategy that we're doing now. And yeah, Janthir didn't do super hot, which to be fair, I'm actually sad about. I think that's unwarranted. It's a decent expansion, it really is. But yeah, it didn't do super hot. The announced project is Guild Wars 3, that's separate. Card thing. To be honest, I got no idea what's going on with that mode games. You and me both. But yeah, unannounced project, I think is Guild Wars 3, yeah. Can't say for sure, obviously, but I do think so, yeah. When do you think Guild Wars 3 will be happening? I'd expect to hear something about it within the next 24 months. 5 creators who you could have as creative consults leads. Who would you choose? I mean, I won't give 5, but I would... I'd want Helseth for competitive. That's for sure. Who else do we want? We have Nike for community manager, obviously. Yeah. Oh no, it's a tough one. To be honest, I'm trying to think like who would I want? Who would I want as someone's opinion on for encounter design? I actually think Emmy would be really good for this. Emmy has a very large brain. I think I'd obviously want, man, yeah, I'd want Bloom on board. Yeah, I'd want Bloom, Emmy, Helseth, definitely Lara for, I'd want Lara consulting on systems. So specifically, like the like the bread and butter of the game, like the skeleton of the game, is what I'd want Lara's opinion on. Is that how it all fits together, and like how it connects with the world. But yeah, Bloom has really good takes as well. Huge. Shout out to YouTube, by the way. If Guild Wars 3 is an MMO, makes no sense to keep updating Guild Wars 2. Oh, well, not necessarily. I mean, like, WoW updates classic WoW in retail, right? I think it makes a lot of sense. Like, they've actually found a huge amount of success doing that. It makes a lot of sense to maintain both, I think. But yeah, Guild Wars 2, assuming Guild Wars 3 does okay, Guild Wars 2 would slow down. A whole new MMO? I mean, if it fails, it's really bad, yeah. Classic WoW in retail, it's kind of different. Yeah, that's my point, though. Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 3 are going to be different. Guild Wars 2 had to cross that decade mark before Guild Wars 3 is dropped? I mean, we've already done that, yeah. Guild Wars 2 is over 10 years old. Two decades? I mean, why? I don't think that's necessarily the case. This guy died. All the Guild Wars 3 funding into Guild Wars 2 make Guild Wars 2 an insane MMO. That just might not be real. I mean, there's a number of reasons why that might not be realistic. I think Guild Wars 2 is unwieldy to work with, it looks like. And to be honest, I do think Guild Wars 2 is going to struggle to... I think it's easier to make a new game than do that. I think it's actually harder to kind of get Guild Wars 2 back to like old Guild Wars 2 than it is just to make a new game. Guild Wars 2 has a lot of baggage. There's a lot of baggage with Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 has reached its limit. Well, the thing is that I don't think Guild Wars 2 has reached its limit. Like, its limit it was in the past, right? I think that's like a consideration.
You have something
make as much money as a sub mode. I think Guild Wars 3 is not going to be a sub game. I personally prefer sub games because it tends to make the microtransactions less aggressive. So I like that. To be honest, I prefer the model. I also think it's very reliable, right? Like it's like very reliable and less volatile, which I think is also pretty important. But yeah, MTX works too. Sub games pressure to constantly log in? Nah, not really. I'm sure some do, but like WoW doesn't, to be honest. I think both WoW and Final Fantasy have very much embraced the whole log in for the season, send it, log out, and then play again next season or whatever. Or like when there's the next patch. And Final Fantasy, they even say this explicitly, right? Like, you know, I think the game director has made a comment that's basically saying, yeah, like when you're done, unsubscribe and come back when there is stuff to do, right? Every patch, your progression is gone. Yeah, but that's every 6 months. You can definitely say that, yeah, like WoW wants you to log in when there's a patch. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. When you log out, you're wasting your money? Well, I mean, I don't think that's how it works, to be honest. Am I wasting my money by not watching Netflix right now? Because I've got Netflix. I've got Amazon Prime as well. Should I be buying something from Amazon every day to avoid wasting the money on my like free delivery? It's like, no, of course. That's not how, that doesn't make any sense. Consume more slop. Limited time event at this time on WoW ArenaNet. Yeah, that's the way the game works. You know, like the game has like, it changes, it adds new stuff, it, you know, rotates like events on and stuff. Surfshock, might as well use your link. Sorry, there is. I do not know. But you can indeed use a VPN. If you buy a sub, then every second, if you not benefit from that sub, means you're wasting money. Maybe that's because, no, I disagree with that. I think that's actually a very poor analysis. You do not, no, that's just wrong. That's just incorrect. Like, when you pay for a sub, you're not paying for, you're paying for access to the game for a certain amount of time. Like whether you play every single second is completely irrelevant for that. That's just wrong. That's a terrible way of analyzing that. Technically he's right. I don't agree with that. No, I don't think he's technically right. No. All it means is that you're paying a higher hourly rate, not that you're wasting the money. Wasting the money would suggest that you're paying for something but getting nothing, but that's not the case. All it means is, look, okay, so if you pay $10 for a month of a MMO, and you play for 10 hours, that means you've paid every hour you paid $1, right? But if you play 5 hours, that means you've paid $2. But none of your money has been wasted. It means that the price of the hour you played has increased, but the money is not wasted. It will be wasted if you got nothing for your revenue. So you could argue the only time the money will be wasted is if you play 0 hours, because then you paid money and didn't get anything in return. Wouldn't most people not want to not pay a high hourly rate? It depends how much it's worth to you. Like for example, if you can only play like 10 hours a month, you might go, that's actually too expensive for me. I'm not going to pay for that. Right? Yeah, and that's fair, by the way. That's completely fair. Completely fair. It's, you know, it's for every individual to, to decide. Inefficient spending also means you're wasting money. If I buy a piece of bread for $100, I technically get something for the price, but is it really efficient? It's not, but I don't really view it as, I don't know, if the bread was worth $100, then maybe it was worth it. Like, again, it's like entirely subjective, right? Maybe that's like maybe you've spent $100 on like a really fantastic artisanal loaf and you enjoyed it with some friends. Maybe it was worth it. I don't know. Like it's entirely contingent. Whether it was a waste of money or not is entirely contingent on if you enjoyed it enough for the value. Like if you bought like a, bog standard, like, very basic loaf for $100, yeah, that probably was wasted money. But again, if you spent $100 on like a really lovely, again, like artisanal bakery thing and it was like really lovely and you shared it with some friends, maybe it was worth it. Sub fees for games feel very predatory. I completely disagree. I think it's entirely the opposite. Yeah. But obviously, it's subjective. If you don't like them, then I'm not going to really fight with you about it. Play a sub MMO or don't. It's up to you. Sub feels predatory? I don't agree at all. I don't think it feels predatory at all. Like, I don't. Why do people not apply? Do we think that stuff like Netflix is predatory? I'd actually argue that Netflix, in a lot of ways, is extremely consumer friendly. Because I think Netflix does some really shitty things, like throttling video quality, but that's unrelated to the sub. Like, for example, the amount of money I've saved through Netflix and Amazon Prime Video is insane. Because I don't need to individually buy every fucking movie at this stage. I don't think it's predatory at all. It's honestly, like, usually very efficient. Isn't Netflix the pinnacle of consumers not owning anything? Listen, if you got a screen recorder, it definitely isn't. If that file is making its way onto your computer, then I don't know. I don't want to tell you. That's yours now. But yeah, for the record, yeah, I think that services like that should allow you to download the video. Yeah. Why is it different? I don't think it is different. You also pay for new DLC. You just bought something that you can only use if you keep paying for it monthly. Yeah, you could say that can be a little bit of a weird meme. I actually think that's less of an issue in some games than others. But yeah, in retail, it's weird because, you know, the game does just move on. And, like, yeah, you could technically still keep playing, but then you're going to have to basically pay more on top of that. In general, yeah, I'd prefer if you didn't have to do that. But I also think, like, selling expansion packs is fair as well. And again, you are allowed to cancel at any time, so you can simply cancel your subscription and then stop playing. That's fair, in my opinion. It's definitely predatory. I think you have no way of backing up that opinion. I don't think so. I think way too much in terms of sunk cost. Yeah, but that's not inherent to the model, though, right? I hate to say it, that's kind of a you problem. Majority of games are buy to play. Yeah, but I think making a sub game for like a live service game honestly makes a lot of sense. I think it depends on the type of game. Like if you made like a single player game a sub game, that would be really dumb. But yeah, for like a game that's like a live service experience, then yeah, I think it kind of makes sense. Sub V games give an incentive for devs to slow down content and waste your time. I agree. It does. That is a potential problem with that. But yeah, they shouldn't do that. I think the pitfalls in MTX games are much worse. Pay for it in-game currency. I tend to actually not like being able to do that because if you can do that, it means that you can basically exchange gold for real money in some way. That only works if you can buy gold from the company directly, and that means that the game has the ability to buy stuff in the game with money, which I don't really like. Oh, the predatory in their own way. Well, I don't actually think necessarily. I think it's possible to make for example, classic WoW, I think is one of the least predatory MMOs out there. Maybe even the least predatory, because it has 0 MTX, and also it doesn't really have like any kind of like, it's not seasonal like retail. There's no like FOMO really. You just play the game entirely at your own pace basically, and just, you know, chill. And it's a sub game, and I think it's probably the least predatory MMO that exists. So I think I don't think you can determine like how predatory a game is just by the business model. I think you have to look like a little bit deeper than that. Does MTX? Oh, yeah. That's, to be fair, I should be more precise with my language. I mean, vanilla. Vanilla WoW, not classic. Well, yeah. I gotta log in and grind. It fucks their heads up. Yeah, but people feel that way. Everyone feels that way about every game, though. People feel that way about PoE. Hell, people feel that way about Guild Wars 2, right? With like daily fractals, weekly raids, right? All this kind of stuff. I don't think that's actually relevant to the sub, to be honest. Like, people already feel this way about literally every game that exists. Like, I would argue that that's much more tied into not subs, but actually daily systems and like time-gated rewards. Because people feel like if they don't get it, they're missing out. So I would say that's actually not really a property of sub-fee games. It's very much a property of time-gated reward structure games, especially games that have like vertical progression, but actually horizontal too. Like, I think people feel a lot of pressure to like log in to grind in horizontal games like Guild Wars 2, for example. Like with Wizards Vault and stuff, right? Like, it's, yeah. I don't think MTX as a whole is inherently predatory. I agree, yeah, I don't think it's inherently predatory. There's like, for example, like, if you can like just buy like a little hat, like, I don't know what to tell you. It's like not a big deal, right? Wait, Dark Lara? We have a Dark Lara clip here?
You're welcome for the carry.
Whoa, you're welcome for the carry? Whoa, dude, that actually is like a Dark Lara moment. That's crazy. Super worth it is 14 till you're done with the story. You're basically getting 500 hours of content for super cheap. Yeah, and I think there are good ways to do it too. Like, you know, I think again the value of the sub is how much it's worth to you. I don't know what to tell you. Nothing unethical or risking a $500 skin. Yeah, I mean, that's probably a little bit ridiculous. Horizontal and vertical progression. Would a new MMO have to decide to use horizontal or vertical, or could it be a combination? Interesting opinion. I would expect Guild Wars 3 to be a bit more vertical than Guild Wars 2, but still ultimately horizontal. So I'd expect progression to be a little bit longer. But I think they won't go vertical. I think I would never make a new MMO vertical, to be honest. Not in a million years. Because if you're going to make a vertical MMO, that means you have to release an insane amount of content. I don't think that's realistic, to be honest. I think it's suicide. Absolute suicide. $100 auction house Mountain WoW on $100 before Christmas. It's funny actually, but well, one, they'll definitely bring that back. That's just like basic Stales 101. But it's worth noting, Addy Villamy, the Guild Wars 2 version of this is way worse. So this is the equivalent, right? In Guild Wars 2. This is more expensive than the WoW version. And the only source of this item is from loot boxes. Like, people always bring this one up, but it's actually significantly worse in Guild Wars 2. And don't get me wrong, I don't like that mount. I don't own it in Guild Wars 2. It should never have existed. Like, obviously, I'm never going to endorse that. But it's actually much more aggressive in Guild Wars 2. Like, much more aggressive in Guild Wars 2. So yeah, not the biggest fan of anything like that, really. Best model in gaming? Not necessarily. I disagree, actually. Personally, I massively, for me as a consumer mode games, I massively prefer sub games. To be honest, the only non-sub game that I'll even consider playing is realistically Guild Wars 3. For me, if I'm looking for a new MMO, it must be a sub game. I'm I would be a game not a new MMO not being a sub would be like is like a huge red flag for me. Yeah, it's like a big turn off. I did the most consumer friendly mod. No, I don't agree with that. No, not when you've got loot boxes in the system and you can swipe for legendaries as well, and the game has like all the pay convenience. No, I wouldn't agree with that. No, it's definitely really good. It's like not bad. But no, I wouldn't say that. For example, I'd say RuneScape's model is more consumer-friendly, specifically OSRS, not RuneScape 3, but OSRS is better, I think. You can basically just buy gold in that game, and you can even pay your sub with gold, and there's like no pay for convenience, right, in OSRS. You just pay the sub and play. Job done. Another thing would be classic WoW. I'd say honestly the most vanilla WoW. Vanilla WoW is probably the most consumer friendly MMO that exists right now because it doesn't have a cash shop at all, and you can't buy gold and it's just a sub. Retail is okay. I think there's a lot of slop with retail that I'm really not a big fan of, to be honest. I don't like the WoW token whatsoever, but specifically vanilla WoW, is like probably the most consumer friendly out there. Yeah. If the game lets you convert gold, I disagree, because if you can convert gold, it means you can buy gold. I hate being able to buy gold in MMOs. Like, I really hate it. It's something I've come to loathe. Would you not be okay with Guild being free to play? I would not like it, but I trust ArenaNet. They are the studio that I'll make an exception for. Like, I know that the Riot MMO will probably be free to play, and I think that will be a weakness of the game for me. Because free to play has a lot of baggage with it, especially when it comes to moderation, by the way. It isn't consumer unfriendly, it's still consumer friendly. I disagree, actually. No, I don't agree. I don't want to argue about this. You're not ever going to change your mind on this, and you're never going to change my mind on this, ever. Not in a million years. Yeah. Being able to buy gold. Yeah, I really dislike that. But doesn't exist in vanilla. Doesn't exist in vanilla. There's no cash shop in vanilla WoW. There is the WoW token in some versions of Classic, and yeah, I really don't like that. Like, they added it in Wrath, I think. Yeah, I don't like it. I really don't like it. It should not be there. It does not belong in that game. I don't think it belongs in any game, though. So, yeah. I'm sick of pay for convenience. Yeah, I really dislike pay for convenience. The thing is that I'm just like a massive purist. Like, anything that makes the game worse, I'm against. And basically, it is possible to design an MMO with a sub fee, and that business model does not make the game worse in any way. A microtransaction, it is impossible to do that. A microtransaction is explicitly a net negative on the game. Because otherwise nobody would buy it. A microtransaction, by definition, makes the game worse. It has to. It can't not. Because think about what a microtransaction is. It's you spending money to fix a problem within the game. That's literally what a microtransaction is. It can't not be that. If it wasn't that, nobody would ever pay it. It would just be like a donation button. And I am ideologically against anything that makes the game worse in any capacity. Cosmetics like Last Epoch. Again, objectively, the game would be infinitesimally better if all of those cosmetics were just in the game and you could get them just by organically playing the game. Encourage padding the time in. Yeah, but notice encourage, not mandate. Right? This is the difference. I agree. Sub fee can encourage bad game design, but it does not mandate bad game design. That's the difference. Microtransactions ultimately mandate the devs making the game worse in some way in order to sell you a fix to the problem. And it's community cosmetic? Correct, yes. Those cosmetics could just simply be in the game. They could just be in the game, available through organic play. You guys don't get it. No, then it is an MTX substitution. It is. You're absolutely right, Morgans. That's exactly what they are. They're a way to play a game without those things. Yes, that's exactly what they are, and that's actually why I like them. Just being pedantic about your definitions. Yeah, but the thing is, you're not being pedantic. You're agreeing with me. Nothing you've said, I would disagree with, right? You'll find I'm extremely consistent. Like, I'm extremely... You will... don't bother trying to find an inconsistency. You will never find an inconsistency in my worldview. Ever. On this. I will bite any bullet on this. Because at the end of the day, guys, you know, I'm a massive fan of these games. I'm a really big fan of MMOs and games. I want them to be as good as they possibly can be. Subfeed plus BS microtransactions on top. I mean, some do, yeah, and that's really bad. But I'm not gonna lie, classic, you know, vanilla WoW doesn't. I'm not super happy with how retail WoW is, but it's much better than pure microtransactions MMOs, yeah. The inventory overwhelming. Listen, okay, I'm a particularly bad case. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine. Well, the thing is with, in my opinion, with sub fees, they're probably, sub fees are worse for casual players, but they're better for hardcore players. Like, that's at the end of the day, the like really key thing in my opinion. I'm a hardcore player, so I prefer sub fees. Casual players are going to prefer MTX, right? I don't like MTX because it makes the game worse for me. Like, that's my thing. Listen, guys. You got to show the guild tag if you want to do that. I feel like it's illegal to do this kind of thing if you don't show the guild tag. So if it's literally forcing you, no choice to pay, well, you can just not play the game. Pretty simple. Yeah. So it's really bad for that. Yeah, that's fair. I think that's definitely like a downside of it for sure. But again, like that I would recognize that downside, but I would also state that I believe, for me personally at least, that downside is worth it for the benefits, right? Like, like every business model is going to have a trade-off. I consider that trade-off to be worth it. As you play, not questing rating, are you better suited to dedicate PvP game rather than most, or the feature than most secondary to you? No, not necessarily. I really like the thing I like about MMOs is persistence. And also the meta storylines, right? And you do get that a little bit in esports actually, but you don't in like the regular gameplay. The reason why I like this stuff is actually because of the MMO features. It's why I don't play these like pure PvP games. It's like, yeah, I do like pure PvP games, but I really like the versatility that MMOs have and also the persistence and typically like the player-driven storylines that exist within these games as well. I like quite a lot. You can get to carry groups. Oh yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, you could do that without the WoW token. Though, like people have been buying boosts with gold since the dawn of time. But yeah, like the WoW token definitely like explodes it. But yeah, I don't like the WoW token. Yeah. Ah, Lara with the raid. You guys enjoyed? Listen, look, I'm gonna say it. Okay. One, I've seen. Look, Lara viewers. I have seen the first clip of Dark Lara beginning to activate. Lillas has linked me Dark Lara 1.avi. And to be honest, I think we're making great progress there, guys. We're making very good progress. Like, Dark Lara will eventually unleash. Very exciting. Very exciting stuff. Anyway, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you guys are having fun speculating about, of course, the joy that is the Luminary. Get me out of here. This is a bad situation, team. This is, it's not looking good. I'm going to be honest with you. We're trying to defend, but like defense may not be an option at this stage. Like, there's some risk of that. We're in trouble. I need to say that clip. It's a good clip. It's a fun one. Action combat or tab target? I actually like both, to be honest, and I think both have disadvantages and advantages too. Like one thing that I do find a little bit frustrating about, I love action combat. For example, I actually really liked New World. Like the ability to block at any time without using a skill, I think was so cool. That was hype to me. And being able to dodge anytime with an endurance system as opposed to Guild Wars 2 system felt amazing, actually. And all of that being linked together felt really, really good. And the way the combat works there. But the only downside with the action style is that you have a reticule, right? So you can't move, and this is something that I love in tab target games, is you have the ability to move your camera independent of your character, yeah? So for example, you know, you can have your character facing this way and aim this way. And I think that's like a really big the mouse. Yeah, you have a mouse basically in a tab target game. And I think that's a really big downside of the action approach is that you are going to have a reticule instead. And that's why I think it really is tough to beat Guild Wars 2's hybrid approach because it tries to take the good from both systems and you have both approaches in there, which I think is actually really good. But yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. I like both. I like both a lot. I really do. I really like both. I can't, I wouldn't decide between the two. They're both really good. There's a reason why, you know, Classic, 14, and WoW do so well. It's because tab target combat is very good in the MMO context, in the genre. But Guild Wars 2 also has really good combat too. ESO as well leans more into the action, obviously, and then BDO goes all the way into it. In this day and age, if a sub-fee MMO comes out, we'll have all of the stupid shit that's plaguing MMOs from across buying gold, loot boxes, convenient stuff. Sub-fee won't stop all of that; it just adds to it. No, it does. It does typically reduce. I think this is Doom saying, like, I don't disagree that like some MMOs have like horrible monetization, but no, I don't agree with that. Like, for look, meme it all you want, but Ashes of Creation has explicitly said there's no pay for convenience in the game, right? And look, don't get me wrong, I'm not feeling super confident about the future of that game. That's an example of a game that's going to be sub-fee, theoretically sub-fee only, with no pay for convenience. And that to me, I think it does tend to actually keep you away from this stuff. I mean, look, I can't really look, Bloom, I can't give any better examples because no MMOs fucking exist, bro. Okay, like, yeah, we'll have cosmetics, but not pay for convenience, right? Go to pay to play test. Look, I'll actually defend that. This is crowdfunding 101, right? I don't have a problem with it. I think the way they did the marketing for it was honestly terrible, to be honest. But I mean, at the end of the day, I don't have a problem with like paying for early access. I'm fine with paying for early access. Like the way they presented it, but notably with like the recent beta key thing was, I have no idea what they were thinking with that. It really did not look good. But I mean, look, you know, it is what it is. You know, it's a fiesta. $100 for alpha is nuts. Well, I mean, it really depends on the framing. If it's like part of an ongoing crowdfunding campaign, I don't view it as a big deal. If you're saying we're paying you to do QA for us, you have to pay us to do QA for us, then it's a different thing entirely, right? I haven't touched it. Oh, I haven't. I have been added to like the PTR, so I could log in and play actually and like do some of the new content, but you can't stream it, which kind of sucks. It's like NDA stuff, which would feel pretty bad. But I mean, look, my copium on that game is running a little bit dry, to be honest. It's Guild Wars 3. Guild Wars 3 is the login. Inventory's worse than Lara's. Listen, it is a competition. My inventory is the worst inventory. Lara will never defeat me in this. It never. You'll never get me. I'm doing the jumping puzzle. It's time. Actual rumors of Guild Wars 3. Oh, wait, I'm not gonna lie. It's basically as confirmed as it's possible to be without it being explicitly confirmed. Shareholder leak. They're hiring people for a MMO project in an existing fantasy space. They've been doing this for years now. Blah, 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 blah. Like, it's as confirmed as it can be without it being explicit. It's definitely, it's something. Yeah. Another 7 to 10 years? No, I think we'll hear something about it within the next 24 months. Buckle up. Okay, so I think people are actually slightly misunderstanding my issue with microtransactions. Let me explain to you why, for me personally, it's not good enough to be able to buy stuff with gold. Because being able to buy stuff with gold doesn't remove the underlying issue, right? So, for example, no matter how many bag slots I buy, my inventory is always going to be scuffed because this game like bombards me with items, right? Like that's like a fundamental part of Guild Wars 2. Like the only way you could fix this is if there was a setting that I could, if I could buy something with gems that would basically delete the flow of items from the game for me so I don't have to deal with it, right? Like that is... Hopefully that makes the distinction important here. Like, it's not good enough to just add more bags. I want the problem itself to be removed, right? I want that issue to not exist.
Hungry soldiers are closer to death than they are to life.
System follow to a 10-year plus MMO. There's so much content we now see as essential missing. Well, look, seriously. Do you think the problem in inventory is essential? Oh, of course, yeah. That's not dirty. That's not like a bad thing to say. Yeah, of course, yeah. Yes. Yeah. Otherwise, they would have fixed it. Have to remove loot from the game, though? No, you just have to change the way that you get loot. Like, for example, if they wanted to, they could make it so that all of these stacks here in your material storage are infinite. But they don't, right? I'm not saying the same will happen with Guild Wars 3. I mean, I definitely hope not. Look, I know that we've been having a slightly rough time of it in Guild Wars 2, like with the Bav and Essos patch. But real talk, guys, okay, if I had to do a tier list of video game companies that are the most likely to make a new good MMO, to be honest, the only two studios I'd have in S tier is ArenaNet for Guild Wars 2 and Blizzard with Classic Plus. And there is no other company that I consider even currently capable of delivering an actually good MMO. No, Riot would be like A tier. There's some potential there. It's possible. No cope for Riot. Limited copium, but some. And yeah, and to be honest, look, I'll say it, okay? I actually think if I had to bet which MMO will be good, Classic Plus or Guild Wars 3, I honestly might lean towards Guild Wars 3 as having a higher chance of actually being good. Like, look, I know that I have a reputation for being critical of Guild Wars 2, and, you know, I think there's a good reason I have that reputation. But I do actually think ArenaNet is a good studio. I think they're a very good studio, actually. They are currently my top pick for studio that could make an actually good MMO. Bar none, I think. Who's saying it's Guild Wars 3, though? Oh, and that's just, like, my best guess. Nobody. Well, and also the fact that it got leaked in an NCSoft shareholder meeting, but, yeah. I have no expectations. Well, look, I'm not gonna lie, I get it. Like, Blizzard is definitely fucked up. I think they've released some proper dog shit, but I don't know how you can look at patch 11.2 and go like, ah, yeah, I have like no expectations. Like, the next patch for retail WoW is looking like it might honestly be one of the best things I've ever played, right? Like, it's possible. It might be like one of the best MMO patches ever that I've seen. And don't get me wrong, like I'm not going to defend BFA and Shadowlands. We're not doing that. But we're not playing those expansions anymore. Like we deserve to give ArenaNet a go for me. I actually really agree with that, Mogains. I think that a lot of ArenaNet's problems came down to not selling the game. That's why we're getting yearly X packs now. I think it was insane to not sell the game. That was really not the way. Put you in voice. I'm bringing him in. I'm literally calling him. Enjoy the Discord sounds. Yo. Hello?
Hello. Holy shit, that was fast.
Yeah, look at that.
Nice.
Instant.
Nice. Right on it. Yeah, sick.
All right, so what's going on?
It's been a hot minute.
Yeah, it has been actually.
Not much.
Yeah,
Just,
dude. Yeah,
we had discussion about it.
Yeah, we honestly, I kind of want to hear the story on this, because we haven't spoken about anything for a while, and then out of the blue, yeah. I'm just gonna read your message, right? I'm gonna read what you said to me here, because bro, I just want to be clear, guys. This guy dropped this on me out of the blue and just dropped the bomb. Okay, so this is on the 28th of June, 2025. Getting back into WoW. I know ArenaNet have limited resources, but it's unreal how much more content Blizzard puts out with their content patches. I think Undermine alone has the same amount of content as the entirety of Janthir Wilds expansion cycle, maps aside. Like, so kind of take me through the story of you like playing Janthir and then like trying WoW. Like, what's the story here?
Sure. I was pretty bullish on Janthir. I thought it was actually quite good at launch. I liked it a lot. I was a bit concerned about not having any instance content on the launch. But I was kind of keen for all that stuff to come later, and I had a lot of faith that like the new raid and follow-up patches were going to be pretty good. I thought Wing 8 was like fun, but I really was disappointed by how many times the same bosses were reused throughout the entire Janthir Wilds cycle, like in a way that we've never had with Guild Wars before. Like, it was on another level. I actually liked the Mistburns Baron patch a lot. Like a lot.
Okay.
I thought all the Mersat stuff was super interesting to the point that I then spent like 70, 80 hours playing Guild Wars 1 for the first time just to get like more lore. On
Did you do a full playthrough?
The Mersat and stuff. I did a full playthrough with the return to Guild Wars 1 event that everyone was doing. Yeah. So that was sick. That was awesome. I'm really glad that that patch kind of like, encouraged me to go check out Guild Wars 1 because that was awesome. I really loved Guild Wars 1 a lot, especially because I've been playing a little bit of like WoW Classic in between, and it was just fun to go back to something that was almost like a Guild Wars Classic. There's a lot of cool stuff that game does in terms of like MMO, not MMO, but like RPG game design. There really is like nothing like it. So had a lot of fun with Guild Wars 1, and then came back to Guild Wars 2 with every patch, basically. The last patch really bums me out a lot. Yeah, did not like Baba Nisos as a map at all. Like, visually, it was not at all interesting in terms of its, like, events. Like, its content was just... There was maybe, like, 3 events in that map that are just sort of repeated throughout. No event chains, which was really disappointing, because I feel like Guild Wars 2 has been typically quite good with that sort of thing. Here it's just sort of the scatterbrained event approach that feels similar to something like WoW or 14, you know, like it wasn't that interesting. And story-wise, also a bit of a letdown with that finale. Disappointed there wasn't like a interesting final boss or like a tease for the next expansion. It felt really lean, very thrifty in a way that Secrets of the Obscure kind of was with Nyos, but even then I feel like it had slightly better payoff. And I also was disappointed in the Fractal, actually. I know a lot of people are quite hot on it.
Oh, that's interesting, actually. Yeah, okay.
I think the like 3 boss approach that the last, not the last couple Fractals had, but like Sunghua Peak, I think is my favorite Fractal. I think that's really clever design, and that like each boss teaches you like basically one of the phases of the final boss, and then the final boss is like just all those combined. So I really love that kind of Fractal design. I'm not actually a fan of the old school Fractals. I think they're just a bit weird and gimmicky, but that's also coming from a place of like me starting out in WoW, and I really enjoy that classic dungeon experience.
Yeah.
And I think that the old Fractal design doesn't quite capture that. But also just the fact that, you know, we have to wait like a whole year for a Fractal.
Yeah, it feels bad for sure.
Yeah, and just
it being in the last patch is maybe not the best place for it, right? It's like, yeah, it being in the last patch for
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, you made this Reddit post, right? And we can probably talk about that a little bit later. About I think people slightly missed the point on what you were getting at, but yeah, content ordering is important, right? It's like I think it's really important, like the orders of releases. But yeah, sorry, continue.
No, yeah. So like, I think just waiting a whole year for a Fractal that is not, you know, it didn't feel new, if you know what I mean. Like it was very, you know, we talk about recycled assets and stuff. I don't have a problem with that, but I don't know. I feel like if you wait a whole year for a Fractal, you kind of expect something that feels quite fresh and new. And I just felt like I was doing something from Ice Brood. It had the similar last boss. It's got the Coden, and it's like I don't know. It didn't feel new enough. And then the final boss just kind of, I did it on tier 4 blind and just completely obliterated it. I wasn't even sure what the mechanics were, to be honest. I feel like we just rolled it. Like,
have you tried the CM?
Brute forced it. I haven't tried the CM yet, so I am gonna do that probably at some point today, even. But does that dramatically change it? Does it kind of change up the mechanics, or like what's the deal with the CM?
So it basically adds an additional layer to one of the mechanics. Like, how much do you want me to tell you what it does?
Okay.
Directly?
Yeah, you can tell me what it does, because there's no way I'm gonna have a whole group that's
and I actually was quite impressed by this. I think it's like a pretty good Fractal CM boss. So the key gimmick is that, you know, the boss does like the crystal, you got knocked up into the air, right?
Yes.
So the boss has 2 shockwave attacks. One of them is at ground level and one of them's in the air. So the key gimmick is that when the boss does like the high shockwave, you have to not get knocked into the air, right? But when the boss does the low shockwave, you must get knocked into the air. Otherwise, you get one shot. Okay. One shot, no downside, actually. It's rather punishing. But I think it's just like, it's a simple mechanic that I think is honestly pretty good. It's like it's a Fractal boss, right? Like, it doesn't feel like a strike boss anymore, right? Like Epoch does, or Kanaksai.
Yeah.
It's very much like, this is a Fractal boss. And, you know, I think it's kind of cool that the game tries to trick you. Like, for example, there's a green circle mechanic on the CM that after you do the green, because think about this, right? This is kind of cool. So it does a green circle, then it does the shockwave in the air, right? But when you do the green circle, it spawns an icicle directly under the green circle that will knock you up unless you move out of it, right? So you have to, you have to do the green, then spread it. You have to group together and spread out again. And they also, weirdly enough, I actually think there's a couple of things about the Fractal that are relatively undertuned. So another thing it really tries to lean into is, the mechanic with the fire where you have to basically stay near someone who has the fire.
Yeah.
Basically,
yes.
They try to make that mechanic like more of a thing because the game is it tries to force you to spread out a little bit. However, the numbers on it are actually really undertuned. So it theoretically does that, but it doesn't really punish you for doing it wrong, basically, if that makes any sense.
Yep.
But like overall conceptually, I think it's pretty good. I would say. Like,
that's what I noticed when doing it. The light mechanic just was like a non-mechanic in non-CM.
It's very undertuned. I think in both versions actually. But yeah, I mean, I don't mind a tier 4 normal being, not too bad though. To be honest, I think that's kind of fine. Sure. But yeah, like the CM, I think the CM is actually pretty good.
Yeah, I understand that people want fractals to be kind of like not too long or deeply involved, given it's sort of like a daily sort of thing. But I've always felt like Guild Wars 2 at the moment still misses that dungeon experience, and I'm really like craving that sort of thing, which leads me to
multiple bosses.
It needs
multiple bosses. It needs multiple bosses.
It needs multiple bosses. It does.
Yeah.
That's what it's missing. And
that's
what sort of led me
if
back
you
to
ask,
WoW.
If you ask Fractal players, what are the best Fractals? The answer you're going to get every time is Nightmare Shadow Observatory. Some people who really like the boss kind of stuff are going to say Sun Qua Peak, even though that is basically a single boss experience. But almost everyone is going to say best Fractals in the game were Nightmare and Shadow Observatory. Triple boss with little jumping puzzles, bits of trash in between, movement elements, and then you have like cool bosses, right? Like that is the that's the way it is. Like that's like the benchmark, right, for Guild Wars 2 Fractals.
What I expected after like a full year of waiting. But I think this patch kind of like opened my eyes to the fact that definitely a substantial part of ArenaNet is not working on Guild Wars 2 at this point. And it's clear as day now. I think that the writing is on the wall, and that's okay. I mean, if the moment that I am sitting watching the Game Awards or something and I see the ArenaNet logo pop up, I'm gonna lose my shit because I am pumped as fuck for a Guild Wars 3. Like, that is the most exciting thing to me, probably in my entire like gaming lifetime. When that comes out, when it drops, it's gonna be insane. Lose my marbles.
Yeah, it is gonna be
I was
wild.
not around for Guild Wars 2's launch. I was not a Guild Wars 1 player, so I didn't get that same hype. But this is gonna be like unreal. Yeah. So that leads me to WoW. That's when I ended up dipping back into WoW after that patch, because I was like, well, I'm gonna have to wait now 3-4 months for the next expansion. So I'll check out WoW again. Dipped into Undermine. Actually, one of the big reasons I jumped in was this happens every single patch. When I see the tier sets get data mined or whatever, and I see how fucking sick they look, that's literally all I need to get me back into WoW. I'm like, yep, which one's the coolest tier set? I'm playing that class. I'm back in. That is exactly what I did again here. 11.2 looks insane. So I was like, well, I've got to catch up for that. And yeah, something dawned on me while playing, which is that while I'm not a fan of like WoW's content model in the sense that like it only feels as big as its latest expansion, basically. Like, I'm never dipping into old content unless I need, like, transmog or whatever. And even then, like, most of the good-looking transmog is sort of in the most recent stuff now. Just the quality of, like, armor sets and weapons and stuff they're putting out now is insane. The new stuff looks incredible. But even though I'm not a fan of that content model, I think it's kind of balanced out by the fact that Blizzard just puts out insane amounts of content with each patch, you know?
Yeah.
Like, 11.2 absolutely, I think, has about the same amount of content as the entire year of Janthir Wilds. Like, it's got a raid, it's got a dungeon, it's got a new massive open world zone. You've got, like, 3 outdoor armor sets that all look incredible. You've got all the weapons. You've got a tier set for every class. What else? There's that. Yeah, I mean that's that's basically what Janthir Wilds has. I feel like over the last year, that's what we got. We got a raid, we got a fractal, we got a few new armor sets. Outside of the open world maps, I feel like 11.2 delivers similar, and even then, you know, like the open world maps for Janthir Wilds, the Lowland Shore, incredible, 10 out of 10, one of my favorite maps in the game. But the other three, you know, I could have done without, to be honest. If we just didn't have those maps and instead had like just more instanced content, I'd be down with that. I know everyone wouldn't be, but like I didn't even mention the like meta. I was really excited to do a proper meta in Janthir Wilds, and holy moly, the Barbanesos one was an enormous letdown. I was just like gobsmacked. My jaw was on the floor as I was doing it. I couldn't believe my eyes when it got to the organ phase, and I'm literally just sitting there like doing a rotation on a static blob for like 10 straight minutes or something. And then just no final boss.
Phase 2 didn't exist.
There was no payoff.
There was no phase 2, unfortunately.
Yeah. So that kind of shook my faith a little, because I was like, well, ArenaNet are typically really good at doing these big open world events, you know, delivering on the spectacle, the coordination, that sort of thing. And they just didn't with Barbanesos. And so, yeah, that upset me a little, because I feel like we got 3 open world maps that don't offer a lot, to be honest. I really like Lowland Shore for its event variety, and then that's basically it. The other 3 is just meh, you know, kind of nothing maps, which is a shame. It's a shame. But, you know, I understand at this point most of ArenaNet's resources are probably focused on Guild Wars 3. And regardless, I'm still super hyped by the next expansion. When that announcement came out, I was like losing my mind.
Yes.
Elite Specs is incredible. I actually never would have guessed they would have gone back to Elite Specs. I thought like a new weapon like Spear is about the maximum they'd be able to deliver with this content model. So I was so surprised to see them go and do Elite Specs again. I'm so pumped. And I think the balance team right now are really on the top of their game. Like, spears are, I think, the best weapon type in Guild Wars 2. They have really interesting mechanics, like internal mechanics. I think they're really well designed. The balance of the game is doing pretty well right now, I think. Power creep aside. So I have a lot of faith that these Elite Specs are going to be really good. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. I think that I'm really glad to see Elite Specs, honestly. Like, for all the fact that it's probably going to bloat the game even further, which is a problem, I do think it's going to make the game feel fresh. And I feel like that's really what the game needs right now. Spears were good, but I feel like they didn't really quite do that. And I think that's where Elite Specs can really deliver on that, to be honest, which feels really good. So yeah, it's definitely good to see that. I also like how, you know, there's been a little bit of drama about how they're kind of teasing them. I think it's kind of good, to be honest. Like, they're doing some proper marketing right now, I feel like, which is definitely kind of what we need to see. Like, they better practice that for Guild Wars 3, obviously. But yeah, it's also good. Yeah, the Elite Spec stuff, I think, is really big.
Yeah, the speculation stuff has been so much fun. You know, like, these are my favorite moments before the expansion, where people are just basically every week we've got all the content creators speculating. I'm watching every single video. I'm just eating up all the content. Yeah, I think it's good stuff. I understand people are. I was kind of surprised to see so much backlash, because, like, I think worst case scenario, the thing that I was hoping they were not going to do was that they were going to count down, and the thing that they were releasing at the countdown was just going to be like the names of them matched with the classes or something. I'm so relieved that it was the full expansion reveal. And for so many people to be upset and be like, oh no, we didn't get the Elite Specs revealed or whatever. I was like, what? You got the whole expansion revealed. Like, that's better. We will learn about the Elite Specs over time, like we did the other expansions, and that was just like such a fun part of the, you know, the marketing cycle for them. So just be patient, you know, week to week you're gonna get some weekly speculation, weekly slop content.
Weekly
Why
slop
not?
content, yeah. That's what we like to see here. We love to see weekly slop. Yeah, it's going to be good.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good time, I think. 100%. But yeah, Guild Wars, Guild Wars 2, Visions of Eternity, incoming. Yeah, it's really cool stuff. And yeah, do you actually want to talk about the Reddit post you made about the post, because it was interesting to read through the comments there, because I feel like people didn't really.
Sure.
I think people didn't really get what you were talking about actually. So do you want to explain
Right.
what you posted about, what you said?
Yeah. So, because I read through the blog post again, and I was trying to get a feel for what content we were getting at launch and what we were getting in follow-up patches. Yeah, so I think a big problem Guild Wars 2 has had since launch, I guess, is that I think with the other MMOs I play, I'm really used to having the final boss of each major story arc be a really epic final encounter that you can repeat, you can farm or whatever. It's a strike or a raid or something. It gives the boss some gravitas, it gives some stakes. I'm not saying you have to do it that way. Often now in basically every MMO there's an option to do that final boss solo, but I think every final boss deserves a proper instanced fight they just deserve a proper instance fight that has the mechanical challenge, it has the spectacle, it has all of that. And I think we've just never really had that in Guild Wars 2 outside of End of Dragons, basically, where I think they got that model really, really, they hit the nail on the head with it. They had every major villain in that expansion had a proper strike. I thought that was really cool. And yeah, I think the Janthir Wilds final patch cemented that's what we need. The fact that the final patch comes around and the only piece of instance content we get is a dungeon that has really nothing to do with the story that we're currently playing just seems really strange to me. It's just a bit bizarre. So
And
yeah,
I feel like in Guild Wars 2 it also doesn't just have to be in an instance either. For example, when you're talking about End of Dragons, I think you're absolutely right here. But I think a huge part of why I feel like EOD was so hype with the story and kind of the antagonist is because of Dragon's End as well, right? And going back to HOT, you have the Mouth of Mordramoth, right? As well, you have the Mordramoth fight, and you have the Mouth of Mordramoth fight in the open world too, which I think really Guild Wars 2 can do extremely well. And yeah, for me, you were talking about Bavanisos, the meta event there. That I have to say that was mentally crushing for me. That was tough.
I can't even imagine.
Because I was really hoping for something epic, right? We're gonna fight this giant titan in some way, or we're gonna fight some other kind of final antagonist in a really epic meta event confrontation. When that didn't happen, it did not feel good. It really did not feel good. And the same thing with Epoch, right? Because of course we do fight Epoch in the open world, but the event did not live up to the character. Short amount of story development aside, right? The actual combat with Epoch really didn't live up to his model, right? Because visually it's actually really cool. He's a giga scorpion thing, pretty sick. But then he just sits there with no animations, basically. That's beyond insane.
Did the meta recently because it was part of the return to Secrets of the Obscure thing. Yeah. And yeah, I really hated that meta at the time, but now after having played Bavanisos, I'm a little bit more forgiving of the whole Nios meta. I'm well, at least it's something, the Bavanisos one was such a non-event. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be instance content, I suppose. I just think, I play a lot of MMOs, and I guess I'm really used to that instance content model. I do like metas a lot if they're mechanically engaging. I really loved Dragon's End when it came out. I thought it was just incredible, the amount of coordination that you needed to pull it off. And now, because of nerfs and power creep, I'm just kind of it's okay. I do it for the rewards mostly. So yeah, but they can do a lot more, I think, mechanically with a 10-man instance fight. And so that's kind of what I've always hoped that Guild Wars 2 would eventually do with its kind of like major villains. You know, I just think back and imagine, like, what if we had a Balthazar fight? What if we had a proper Mordramoth fight, a Zaitan fight? I just think these are really cool, you know, capstones to each of those story arcs. And, yeah, I think it's a bummer that we don't get them more regularly. So that's why I'm kind of confused by the new model with VOE. From what I understand from reading it, we're getting one raid fight in the first patch or launch, I'm not exactly sure, and then we get one in the following patch, and then in the final patch we get the Fractal and the Convergence at the same time. That is really strange to me, especially the Convergence coming in the final patch seems super strange, because I thought the point of the Convergences is that I guess people get a version of the raids that's a little more friendly, a little easier, because of the fact that you've just got more players involved. So that means people that aren't raiders or aren't into instance content just have like nothing until the final patch, I assume, unless they really go hard on like the metas for those new additional maps.
I think that would be
I don't know. I just feel like
that to
a
me is
reshuffling would work better.
That's where they're going to go, in my opinion. I think that it's definitely going to be rough to have basically 6 months with no map or story content after launch.
Absolutely.
However,
Yeah.
you know, I think they're doing some really smart things to kind of alleviate this, right? They're dropping 2 legendaries on launch, and there'll be more. They might even drop another one in the second patch. They'll obviously talk about
that's
that
huge. That's incredible.
in the in the roadmap when we actually eventually end up getting that. I do think, yeah, the order of like the instance content is kind of weird. To be honest, like I think it would be really cool to have that Fractal early or even on launch. To be honest, there's definitely like there is no instance content on launch, and yeah, the convergence could be interesting though, because like maybe the convergence is going to be in a way what you're looking for, because it's coming with the last patch. That means it's potentially dropping with the final villain of the story, right? Or the final antagonist. So it's possible that maybe the convergence will actually be featuring that particular character, whatever that character is going to be. So you will have that instance version of it, whereas the raid encounters are coming in update 1 and 2. So in other words, before the ending of the story. So they will definitely not feature the final antagonist, right, of the story at the end of the day. Like we know that for sure. So yeah, and I do think they are going to go hard on the metas actually. In the kind of the retrospective or like post-mortem, whatever you want to call it, that they put out, they said, we got some feedback that we really want to hit some highly replayable open world metas that are like, that are good.
Did they call it out? I don't recall. Did they mention like
wait, I think they did.
Metas?
I think they did. But I'm going to look up the retrospective.
I would really like to see them just sort of like recognize that maybe they fell short in the latest patch, and that's not going to be the standard going forward.
Okay. Let me actually. I'm on the thing. Let's go ahead and find it. Okay. Yeah. Well, they kind of talk about it. So.
Sure.
This is what they say. We had consistent feedback from the community. The additional story content felt too short, and the lack of a new open world map made the update feel noticeably light. Similar reactions to Storyscope followed the second and third releases, signaling that the pacing and structure of these releases could better align with your expectations. And they talk a little bit about trying to give the update more depth and more impact, and how they're focusing on like the map content and the story content for the second and third update going through there. And yeah, I do think it's really key that they focus on open world, because don't get me wrong, I think Wing 8 is pretty based, but I think trying to do 3 raid bosses, I like we don't know this for certain whatsoever, obviously, but I'm not gonna lie, I think Wing 8 kind of dominated the expansion in terms of like encounter design, and I think that ultimately that kind of crippled the open world from the perspective of kind of casual story players too, which as much as I love Wing 8 and Greer CM, I can't that's probably not the way to go, to be honest.
What's crazy to me is that they spent so much resources putting out a Wing 8, but did nothing to sort of fix the problems with, raid accessibility.
But
or
yeah,
like that.
look, that's next
why
patch.
would you do that? It's just gonna suffer the same problems as the.
I have to wait for the first update, bro.
I have to wait for the first update. I am praying, fingers crossed, that they do some real significant work in that first update to really bring forward the raid experience.
Yeah. In their defense, actually, Wing 8 did have a pretty decent play rate for a Guild Wars 2 raid. Had a pretty decent play rate for a Guild Wars 2 raid.
Yeah, did they really? What was the stats on that? Because I'm genuinely quite curious.
So basically, I don't quote me on this. The nerds can look this up and correct me if I get this wrong. But I believe about 20% of the people who finished the story also cleared Wing 8.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is really surprising.
Which is that's very high for Guild Wars 2. Like very high for Guild Wars 2.
Yeah. No, that's quite impressive. Especially given that there's no special, we had the Envoy armor sets with the previous raids. This one doesn't really have anything, right? Like, what's the chase? I don't think there is one.
So I don't think that Wing 8 was I don't think that Wing 8 was actually a failure in terms of how many people engage with it. Like, it obviously could have been higher. There's no question about that. But I think the problem with the Wing 8 is mostly that I think it, that in order to fully cook all of those bosses, they had to say, well, we've got an open world boss. It's going to be Greer and Decima. Convergence, Greer and Decima, right? Story, Greer and Decima, right? So I think the compromise was mostly that it, or rather the downside of Wing 8 was not that that Wing 8 didn't really get people playing. I actually think it did a pretty decent job of that. I think it's very much that it compromised the rest of the game. I think that Wing 8 warped the game around it pretty much. Rather than it being bad, in a vacuum, right?
I can see that. Do you not think that the new raid encounters that we get in VOE is just going to have a similar problem where they've really got to put a lot of resources into those raid encounters and the open world suffers?
And there's only 2 of them, rather than 3. I think that is relevant.
I mean, that's that's one less, I suppose. Yeah. I feel like that. Yeah, Bubba really broke me and did. If you want to drop the bomb, I'll drop the bomb.
Realistically, the scope of Visions of Eternity is probably not going to be that different to Janthir Wilds, right? And it's because of the elephant in the room that we've also been talking about, right? The elephant in the room is that we're moving towards another project, right? At this point, Arena is hiring. They've probably moved devs internally as well to this new project. That's the elephant in the room. The goal of the studio, and look, in a weird way, they basically flat out say this, right? They say building smarter, not bigger, right? Yes, that's honestly the perfect encapsulation of where we're at with Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is being made into the best version of itself, with the resources and the development power available to the game. It's not going to get bigger than it is, really. This is what a Guild Wars 2 expansion looks like at this stage. And we're going to see stuff shuffled around, but ultimately, the amount of stuff is probably going to remain pretty consistent, right? That's going into it. So I think that's important to, I guess, slightly temper people's expectations on this. We're not going back to Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire. That is a fantasy, right? That's not going to happen.
I've absolutely come to terms with that. And I think anyone that's still comparing these expansions to those is just being, in bad faith. That doesn't make any sense.
And
I've come to terms with that.
I'm not expecting them to drop something on the level. I'm not expecting them to drop anything like the HOT maps, right? I just don't think that's realistic. Regrettably, and I don't, that feels bad, right? But that's just, I think that's reality. It's just not likely.
Do you? My question to you is, do you think they can deliver anything like Dragon's End now? I feel like, because I feel like the quality of open world maps and metas and stuff has really just dropped off a cliff after End of Dragons.
Yeah.
And Baba Nisos really set in for me that the idea that, do they even have the capacity do they have the talent on the team to pull that off now, or are those people on Guild Wars 3? Because
I do not.
They haven't had a great track record
End
of Dragons.
I would not put it down to talent, right? I would definitely not. I would say that the developers, like the skill level, the passion level of the devs, is not the problem. To me, it's always going to be, you know, how long have they got to make this, and how many people do they have available to actually develop all these areas of the game simultaneously. I have absolute confidence in like the passion and like the skill of the developers making the game. I'm less confident if they have enough time to actually make that happen. If that makes any sense, right? Because I think that, you know, we talk about raids being really dev intensive, and they obviously are. You know, you have to do the tuning, you got to test all the stuff, they've got different phases, all that kind of stuff. But so are open world. If you think about Dragon's End is very complicated, like with the way that Suwon fight was. It's extremely complicated. With like how many abilities, all the ads that pop up, the intermission phases, the mini bosses, right? Like all of that working together is very complex. And I think the thing that you pointed out that I think hasn't been brought up by people, I think is really important to talk about. Yeah, why are there no event chains on Bavanissos, really? Why is it mostly like standalone stuff? It's because I feel like a huge dev complication is basically like timing out all these chains so they all link together and they all operate in the same ecosystem. Yeah, that stuff I feel like is very intensive on development hours, on testing, on QA, right? And design, all that kind of stuff. So those are the things that I think they're going to struggle with. Can they deliver a really sick boss fight in open world? Yes, I think they can. I would say that, you know, some of the open world fights are pretty cool. In the, you know, for example, I would say that the Titan meta, those bosses are pretty cool. They've got like good attacks and stuff.
I agree.
With Greer and Decima.
Wicked boss fights.
Yeah, I think there's some criticism to be had on like it's weird that they don't interact in any way or swap or do anything. You just, you know, do one boss and not the other. There's like no real interplay between the two mechanically, which again I think is a consequence of Wing 8, right? They didn't have the design time to do that, right, in the open world version. But, you know, the bosses have cool attacks, they've got animations, they have good voice lines, right? They do their thing. But here's the thing. Janthir Sintry is basically a dead map with nothing else going on except for that. Right? And then you look at the opposite. You go to Lowland Shore, whereas is a beautiful exploration map, loads of cool secrets, bee jumping puzzle, like loads of little event chains about the place, right? All this kind of cool stuff going on. But it really kind of lacks that trademark Guild Wars 2 encounter, right? Like I think if they'd gone, it's really close. If they'd had a little bit more time to cook with the Bog Queen, then hold on. Yeah. We've got the full Guild Wars 2 experience. But I think the Bog Queen is kind of underdeveloped, to be honest, right? Like, it needed a bit more time.
It wasn't intended to be a meta. It was just like a little... I think it was just supposed to be on the same level as all the other events going on.
Exactly, and it's very clearly...
kind of held it up, propped it up.
It's a huge... a huge cut above the rest, in my opinion, because I think the Kumas are gonna like the visual design, but I think the entire design of that character is like really, really cool. You know, like the Bog Queen, like, you know, feasting on the Codons, and they're like raising these like undead bog bodies. You have like multiple phases, all that kind of stuff. If they'd gone hard on that and made that into like a proper meta event, that would have been really, really cool. But yeah, I think the big question is ArenaNet capable of doing both? Because I think, you know, what's really key to note about HOT and EOD in particular is that these maps aren't just a meta event. They aren't just an exploration feature. They have both. That to me is like the trademark Guild Wars 2 open world experience, is that it's not just there to have like a big dragon that you fight on it. It's more of like it's a very cohesive, immersive experience combining both of those two things together. Like Auric Basin isn't just the Octovine. It's got loads of like little hero points to go, loads of stuff to explore, right? And like places to visit and like little landmarks that you can find. Same with Tangled Depth, same with Verdant Brink, right? And ultimately, I would very much defend the EOD maps. Like Saitung Province is beautiful. It's lovely. It's got a little jumping puzzle on it. You've got the training arena, but then you've got a meta event, which is a pretty damn good meta event. The only map in EOD that isn't fantastic, in my opinion, is Kai Neng, bit of a letdown. unfortunately. Which I think is a really interesting comparison, actually, to Undermine. I feel like Kaineng City compares very poorly to Undermine, actually, in terms of kind of like this
actually
bustling...
what I said.
Yeah.
As soon as I dropped into Undermine, I like sent a screenshot into my Discord with friends, and I was like, now that's how you do a city map. Like that looks incredible. It looks awesome.
Yeah, but you know that's what I felt like we haven't had. We haven't had the full Guild Wars 2 experience for a while. And honestly, look, I really hope they are able to deliver on that for at least one of the maps, but I think it's going to be a challenge. Yeah, because the thing is, I don't think they're going to have a lot more just like raw resource to do stuff. I think it's more, you know, their strategy right now is very much more about trying to be as efficient as possible and put those resources in like the best place they can be to make the best version of the game that they possibly can, right? Which you know, look, I really want this expansion to succeed. I really do. You know, I like ArenaNet as a company. I want them to do well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's going to be a challenge. I think it's a very major challenge because the Guild Wars 2 basically is it going to attempt to recreate what it once had, but with like less resources, right? At the end of the day, and that's, I mean, no shit, that's not easy, right? I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's just not going to be. That's going to be tough.
Yeah, I think the existence of elite specs alone is going to put this like a rung above Janthir Wilds and Secrets of the Obscure. To be honest, like that's such a huge get. So yeah, I'm like not really worried at all about the expansion delivering in that sense. I think my initial reaction to it is gonna be that it's just better than Janthir Wilds and Secrets of the Obscure, just by virtue of the elite specs. So like when they started teasing them, I was already excited for the expansion, and I totally forgot that the expansion is supposed to have other stuff in it. I was like, that's good enough for me. But yeah, I really hope they deliver on the open world aspects. I don't expect much more than the previous two expansions, but I hope they're able to shift their resources in a way that makes more sense, you know, just spread it a bit more evenly, because I feel like Janthir Wilds was a little touch and go with all these maps. They all kind of like are really great in one aspect and then suffer in others, and I think they just need to be able to like smooth it out a little bit. Yeah,
absolutely. I think that you know, the biggest issue that Guild Wars 2 has right now is content. People are really hyped about elite specs, and I think that they should be. But I think it is also really worth remembering Guild Wars 2 has never had a problems with like shitty combat or bad systems, right? Guild Wars 2's issue has always been content quality and quantity inconsistency, right? 100%. Like both of those things have been 100%. An issue for this game, honestly, since the dawn of time, right? If we're being honest here, this is not new. And I think that's something worth keeping in mind, and it's something I really hope that they're able to nail. I am anxious about that 6-month gap, right? That raid rework had better hit fucking hard when they drop that, and the two maps they drop on release need to be fat, right? They need to be replayable. They need to have a lot of replay value, because 6 months is a long ass time, guys, right? Like that's a really long time to have basically no content drop. And again, even the first update, again, and this is something that, you brought up in your post, this is a concern to me as well, because I care about the health of the game, obviously. That raid release or raid update is probably not going to be interesting to the entire player base, right? Like they're essentially not really going to get much, because not everyone's into raiding, of course, in the game. I think their goal is going to be getting as many people in as possible, right? And essentially opening that up as an option for players who'd like to try it, but it's not going to get everyone. Yeah, right.
I think their goal with it would be that the hope would be that basically all of the raids that have ever released is basically the content for that update 1. Like all the people that have never done them can now jump in and do wing 1 to 8. And really cool. That is a lot of content for people that have not done that stuff.
100%. Yeah.
So that's my hope.
I actually have to shut down the doubters, by the way. Are you ready for me to nuke the doubters real quick? Because people were saying that 20% was cope. Okay, so 17.3% of players have finished the Janthir Wilds story, right? I'm measuring that based on the where do we go from here, Janthir Wilds achievement, which is basically the final chapter, right, in the story. I guess technically Friendly Reflection is actually last, but it's basically the end, right? With no, actually no, wrong achievement. No, I'm trolling. Hold on. Let me actually fix it. Which is the last one?
Is this based on Guild Wars 2 efficiency? Does it only grab people that have accounts on there?
Oh wait.
Is it,
no, wait.
like
Okay, no, wait. No, Orson has found it. Wait, is it Salvation's Cost? Is that the right one?
Yeah, that sounds about.
Wait, there's no shot. No, that's literally the last achievement. Hold on. That's like the last one. Give me only Janthir Wilds, like the base story. Which one is it? Oh, it's Sorrow in These Halls is the what's the achievement for completing that though, actually? I don't know, I haven't done it. Bro, he makes the game, he hasn't even played it, huh? This guy. What is this, bro? Hold on. Read all the literature, speak with them, check in, survive the Bloodstone explosions. Is it just against the wall? Maybe it's just against the wall, actually.
Yeah, let me have a look.
Yeah. He only just did Lonely Tower yesterday? This guy doesn't even play the game. That's just crazy. Wait, what is it? Because the thing is, I haven't played the story on my main. I only played it on my alt, so I actually don't know. Like, I can't look up like the name of the story.
The name of the. I can tell
what's
you.
The yeah. What's
this? There you go. It is Sorrow in These Halls.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Sorrow in These Halls. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So 20% of the player base has finished that. Okay. On efficiency, that is. And for the raid bosses, so for clearing Ura, right, which is the last boss of the raid, so assuming they've cleared everything, is 4%, 3.8%. So again, yeah, that is about 20%, give or take, of the efficiency player base. Now, I will immediately caveat, people are going to say, well, it's going to be lower than that in the real game. And that's true. It is. It won't actually be that high because, again...
But it's proportional, right? Like,
it's proportional,
like,
but
you compare that against the other raids. And that kind of, you know...
It generated proportionally more engagement compared to other raids than has been done previously. Of course, it doesn't mean that 20% of all Guild Wars 2 players who are actively playing the game have cleared it. It will be less than that because, again, the people who use efficiency are going to skew more engaged and therefore more likely to clear the raid. But it's pretty good. You know what I mean? Like that I don't consider that a bad number. Like that. I don't. Yeah.
I'm curious to know what ArenaNet took from it and whether that paid off enough for them. I mean, clearly it's done something, given that they're continuing to do it in VOE. They're going to be still doing, instance content, so that's good news.
Yeah, I think that they actually... Do you know what's really interesting? I'm so interested in your opinion on this. We need to talk more. I love your opinion on stuff like this.
Let's do it.
Okay, so in an interview, they said that the way we get a lot of new players in is actually through the core game and like the existing content. And they said that the expansions are actually kind of how we keep our veterans happy. Right, like that, they've kind of said this, and that to me was really interesting because I actually would not have expected that. I would have almost thought that like they use the expansions to like boom, Guild Wars 2 log the fuck in, right? Like new, all that kind of stuff, and a new player sees that and goes in. But yeah, they were talking about how it's actually the free-to-play experience is where they get a lot of those new players coming in, and the expansions and kind of what's in them is how they. I think they were actually kind of explicit about this. It's like the expansions are for vets, right? That's what they even said, is that they are for vets of the game, which I think was really interesting. And I think that kind of explains why they're adding instance content, is because that's kind of what the sweat. More veteran players are typically going to skew that direction, right? And want that type of thing.
Yeah, I was a bit confused at first when I read that, because I feel like every expansion is an opportunity for the team to basically re-promote their game, get new people in. I was under the impression that with like Secrets of the Obscure, that because we were diving into a brand new story arc, that was supposed to be a new jumping in point for players so that they didn't have to play through the whole Dragon saga before getting caught up. But the more I think about it, the more it makes sense, because I feel like at this point in the game's life cycle, they've hit a critical mass where they've had enough people try the game that, like, if, you know, most of the people that have tried it at this point, what am I trying to say? Like, it's probably difficult to get new players in at this point, because
You think you can get away from us?
loads of people have tried it and bounced off it, and they can't really add much more to appeal to people. You know, they've been adding new stuff with every expansion, and I think they've kind of just like run out, and I think they see that there's really no point in like trying hard to drive new player engagement with it, because it's just like they can see the stats. They know it's just like not paying off in that way. So I don't know, it makes sense to me. It makes sense to me, especially if they're kind of they're not trying to wind it down, but they've got more resources on whatever the next project is. So yeah, that makes sense to me. The game's like getting old at this point, so yeah, I can see why they wouldn't focus too much on, you know, because then that takes away from adding features that the veteran players would want, and that's not good for anyone. You know, they can't lose that like dedicated player base for Guild Wars 2, because that is the game's lifeblood at this point.
Okay, so I have kind of a question that kind of talks about this, because this is something that does come up as well, actually. Why do you think, or what do you think like the key difference is between, let's say, Guild Wars 2 and Retail WoW? Why is Retail able to kind of roll with the punches and reinvent itself, whereas I feel like Guild Wars 2, well, abundantly Guild Wars 2 can't do that, because they're not doing that, and then it's clearly not the plan to do that. Like, what's going on there? Like, why do you think they made that decision? Do you think there's anything in particular that like stands out to you, like why they've decided to go this direction, or like, and like, yeah, why can Blizzard do it? Like, why can't ArenaNet do it?
Well, I think number one, Blizzard does have the resources. They've got like more money than God at this point. Like, they just have so much money, a huge team. They have like probably a huge portion of the team that are like, how can we get new players into the game? But I think also Blizzard recognized that World of Warcraft Retail is here to stick around for a long, long time. They have no plans. Like, that is clear to me that they have zero plans of doing like a WoW 2 or something. Yeah. They're fully committed to
the
WoW
thing is,
Retail,
though,
and, you know,
to kind of like, this is kind of what I mean, though. I feel like WoW 2 is obsolete. They've recently had interviews talking about how the devs, we can do anything with the engine. We can do anything with this game. There's nothing we can't do. That's how they talk about their kind of confidence in being able to re-engineer the game. They're doing a massive add-on nuke, for better or for worse, in Midnight, right?
So
like, this is kind of what I mean, is that they do reinvent the game. Of course, they massively reworked the talent system in Dragonfly. They added delves, right? They've completely changed how crafting works, right? Like, they kind of do this. I mean, don't get me wrong. At the end of the day, it's still WoW, right? But like, it is. They fundamentally changed the game quite a lot. There's no point in WoW 2 because they can just do it in WoW 1. Whereas Guild Wars 2 and ArenaNet, it seems that the conclusion they've come to is that they kind of do need another game, right? Like, you know, Guild Wars 2.5 is not the play they've made. Pretty clearly at this point. Like you said, the writing's on the wall, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be a different product instead.
Yeah. And I think Guild Wars 2 in the past has massively reinvented itself with every expansion. But they've done, like, humongous steps, I think, with every expansion, to the point where now they've kind of, like, run out. Yeah, I feel like there is just so much difficulty in coming up with new stuff for Guild Wars 2, because they've done it already. They went really hard on the first 3 expansions, and yeah, now there's not much else to do. They can do reworks to like the LFG and matchmaking and stuff, but I think they've got a pretty rusted on player base at this point that they know what they like. ArenaNet are just trying to deliver on that and try new stuff with the new game, you know. Because I always felt that the Guild Wars 2 expansions were actually far more transformative than the World of Warcraft expansions. When I came back for Dragonflight, I was like, oh, Dragonflighting's kind of cool, but it's still just the World of Warcraft that I've played for many, many years now. It doesn't feel distinctly different. Whereas, like, when I played something like Path of Fire and we got the mounts, this game is just like a whole new game. That was just revolutionary.
Yeah.
In a way that I don't think any other MMO even comes close to with their expansions. Like, Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire were something like on another caliber, like really ahead of their time, I think. And now they're kind of at the point where, you know, they've got less resources and they've got to think about how to be a bit more economical. So, yeah. Same with Living World as well. Living World was like, where Living World Season 4 was ridiculous, very, very good. And I just couldn't believe the quality and quantity of content they were putting out at that time. I thought those Living World patches were way more impressive than anything I did in like Final Fantasy XIV's patches. But yeah, now they've kind of got to settle down because obviously, yeah, they're not. The team isn't as big. They don't have as much resources. So yeah, I think it all comes down to resources, really. They've just got less people in the game, and it's just kind of a reality that people have to wake up to. It's not a bad thing. In fact, to me, it's a very exciting thing, knowing that all this amazing talent is working on their next Guild Wars potentially, or next game, whatever it is. I think that's going to be incredible. Yeah, that's exciting to me. That is more exciting to me than... Well, I'd be curious to know your take. Would you be more excited about the entire team pivoting to work on Guild Wars 2 and continue Guild Wars 2 for the long term, or work on a new thing? Because to me, new thing,
yeah, every
far more
time.
exciting.
Every time,
yeah. Another opportunity, a new opportunity to get people into the game, fresh eyes, fresh design. You know, Guild Wars 2 suffers from a lot of issues now that are just like really baked in that you can't go back from. Things like the boon system and how that's all going. Just the general attitude toward instance content, like it was not integrated from the get-go, and now it's kind of a challenge to get people into it. So yeah, new game, 100%. I feel like that's super exciting. And
no, 100%.
We shouldn't be too upset about the fact that we've got like a smaller team on Guild Wars.
Even now that I'm super into WoW, I'm like absolutely loving WoW right now. Incredibly excited for point 2. I think it's going to be wild. The moment that blog post drops that says it's time, right? Like it's time for the bomb, the nuke, right? That is Guild Wars 3. Like like Guild Wars 3 is currently my most anticipated game. There's just
likewise.
It is what it is. That's the way it is. Yeah, it's not even close. Yeah, completely. Like if I can think of one game studio that I think is capable of making an actual good new MMO, it is ArenaNet, right? That is the studio that is the least likely to release some dog shit slop that's going to die in 2 months, right? Okay, like every other new MMO project.
You know what? I think it's a fucking genius play for them to have started on Guild Wars 3 many years ago. And hopefully it's sort of around the corner.
It better be cooked.
They will be the only like modern new MMO release within that like time frame. World of Warcraft is still going to be on, normal retail. Final Fantasy, they're not coming up with like a sequel anytime soon. So they're going to be the only like fresh one. They're going to be the only like good fresh MMO that comes out. They've got the spotlight. That is a real recipe for success. So I'm really optimistic and bullish about that. So yeah.
No, very much so. I completely agree. So I think it's content, and I think it does suck. I think that I do view Guild Wars 2 as kind of like it was the chosen one, and it like tragically didn't work out in a lot of ways. But look, they're making a new chosen one now, so it's it's kind of fine, right? Like they're having another go at making the chosen one. I very much hope it lives up to the legacy of Guild Wars 2. right? I really do. And you know, just to clarify, I think there's a 0% chance they entirely drop Guild Wars 2, guys. I
so
think...
that's what my next question was gonna be, like,
okay,
how you feel about that, because I've got a really, my personal hot take, and this is not going to be everyone's point of view, but I would rather that they had the entire ArenaNet, like, they keep Guild Wars 2 going until Guild Wars 3 drops.
And then
to me, it does not make sense, actually, to, like, have resources going towards Guild Wars 2 at that point, depending on what kind of game Guild Wars 3 is. But the Guild Wars 2 was such a massive shift from Guild Wars 1 that it makes sense that they kind of exist in parallel. I don't know. I can't envision what a Guild Wars 3 would look like, in the sense that, like, would it be different enough from Guild Wars 2 that you would need to have them coexist? Would it not just be an upgrade to Guild Wars 2 in every way? You know, like... Well,
do you think I think they're going to go... I think they're going to go in a very different direction. That's my...
Yeah?
Yeah, I think they're going to go in a very different direction.
Because there are things that I love about Guild Wars 2 that I would want in Guild Wars 3. You know, like the big focus on dynamic events and meta events.
Yep.
The classes, the races. So I can't envision it. And, like, we've got this hybrid action tab target MMO. The only way I can see them doing a significant change with Guild Wars 3 is just full action at that point. Like, this is just like a, you know...
How do you feel about that, by the way? Because we're on the same page so far, by the way. We're actually on the same page. If I had to guess, I think we're going full action with 3. That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I think it's a good move.
You played some New World, right? You played New World?
I played a lot of New World at launch. Yeah. I thought it was good. It's definitely a different flavor, and I think it definitely limits your design space.
Yep.
So, but I think if there are any company that can make it work, it is ArenaNet.
Yes.
I think they can figure out a way to make action combat work, but still have, like, the complexity and breadth of, like, MMO skill design. In my head, I'm picturing, like, instead of 10 skills, it's like 5 skills. So it's more than New World. It's less than Guild Wars 2. I think it's, you know, difficult to have this full action bar combat combined with, you know, action. Well, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I think it's going to be full action, and I think that's a smart move given how hot action games are right now. People are loving Souls-likes. They're, like, you know, real popular. So I think that's a smart move. I hope that's what they do, because I think if they do anything less than that, they do an action/tab target hybrid. I think it's just kind of stepping on the toes of Guild Wars 2, and then, you know, why have them exist in parallel?
I mean, sure. The thing is, if they do that, like, they're saying, okay, so the thing that's basically keeping the studio afloat right now, we're pulling the plug. Surely they cut. There's no shot. There's no shot.
But like,
because the thing is, once it's off, okay, look, let's imagine this scenario. They drop Guild Wars 3, and they basically say, yep, all of our like, we have, like, 3 guys, like, keeping the hamsters fed, like, in the servers, and, like, that's your lot.
Right,
like, good luck, have fun. If Guild Wars 3 doesn't work out, though, you won't be able to go back to Guild Wars 2 if you do that. Like, if you fully pull the plug, you basically cut support and say, yeah, this game is now maintenance mode. Visions of Eternity is Visions of maintenance mode, right? Like, there's no recovery from that. Like, that is a very final decision.
It's a really... It's hard to know without knowing, like, the exact resources and the amount of money that ArenaNet are playing with right now. But, like, would not the entire Guild Wars 2 player base jump onto Guild Wars 3?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I don't, actually. Okay. Look, okay, do you know why I think this? Do you know the number one... Whenever we chat about Guild Wars 3, do you know what the number one question I get is? Will we be able to keep our legendaries and all of our progress? I'm not starting again, right? No, I think that people don't want to start fresh, to be honest. I think most people would not want to move on. Because I think this happened with Guild...
I won't go into it, but this is the personal take. Like, I just disagree with that. Like, I feel like I I am ready to start fresh. Like,
Oh
you know,
yeah,
I've
oh my
had,
god, I love
my
fresh.
time with Guild
Dude,
Wars
I
2,
love
you know what
starting
I mean?
fresh.
Like,
Starting
there
fresh
was
is the
something
fucking
so,
best. I love it.
So pure about the
Yeah.
fresh experience in an MMO, and I'm so ready for that. So the idea of people being like, you don't have to let go of it. I don't think they're going to shut down Guild Wars 2. I just think that the content that it's getting is not going to be like expansion quality. They'll come down to something like a permanent living world situation or something like that.
Yeah. Because I cannot imagine them ever just stopping all development on Guild Wars 2. I think it will probably be a lot more focused around like polishing what's already there. So stuff like the raid LFG rework, right? That they're kind of teasing, right? In the the upcoming in quarter update 1, it's gonna be. I think it's gonna go that direction and be a little bit less content focused. Would be my guesstimate, but I just can't imagine a universe where they actually drop Guild Wars 2 development. I can't imagine it. But this didn't happen with old school RuneScape and RuneScape 3. This didn't really happen with Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 even, right? Like a lot of people it's funny, and this is actually a concern I actually have, like how ArenaNet's going to handle this. There's a huge amount of resentment even in the Guild Wars 1 community towards Guild Wars 2 and to a lesser extent ArenaNet, because they view it as like a giga betrayal. That they're saying like, yep, new game, good luck guys, see ya. And yeah, that is actually a concern to me that I think there is going to be that type of response as well. Like people are going to view it as a betrayal of the player base. I think ArenaNet's messaging can be criticized there, to be honest, because the way that they talk about the new model, it sounds like they're like, oh yeah, we're going big on Guild Wars 2, and to be honest, that's kind of not what's happened. To be honest, that's
what bugs me the most. Is they say that, and then they put out a patch like Bavanitos.
Exactly.
And I'm like, well, I feel like you're just. Why? To an extent, I feel like they're making a rod for their own back, right? Like, I feel like if they'd been transparent and said, we are working on this other project, and we hope you understand that. And therefore, the patches are not, are not going to be perhaps what you'd expect. You PR speak that up a little bit, obviously, but that's the gist, right? And then honestly, I think people will be a bit more chill about it. And by the way, that's actually that by the way, guys, is not without precedent. For example, there was basically like an entire year content drought with essentially SLOP content with the Season of the Dragons, and people actually loved it, and they were completely fine with that because they understood that EOD was coming, right? And EOD was being developed, right? And I feel like I don't think gamers are actually super unreasonable, but the problem is that ArenaNet, on the one hand, they're presenting this new model as like a revitalization of the game, right? But on the other hand, we're hiring devs for this other project, right? Like, and this I feel like this has created like a really big disconnect between the player base and where the studio is at, right? And that creates all this friction. Like, they got a huge amount of criticism and a massive amount of blowback. And I think you can even see this in the sales figures, to be honest. Like, Soto was rough. And to be honest, like, if you look at Janthir Wilds sales, even though Janthir Wilds, I think, is a superior product, it didn't really sell super hot. It was very comparable to Soto, a little bit lower even. And some of that is because of economic climate, obviously. But I think some of that is also because, like, Soto burned people hard. With what it was kind of presented as and what it actually ended up being, right? Yeah. I think it is just, we're in this really awkward limbo where we're not super satisfied with the content that's coming out, but they're trying to get us excited for the content that's coming out. But we also can't get excited for Guild Wars 3 because they haven't confirmed it, and we don't know how far out it is.
Yeah.
So we're in this awkward phase where we're kind of like, should we be excited about Guild Wars 2 or should we not? Should we be excited for this other thing that we don't really know about? It's really awkward. And I agree. I feel like their biggest problem right now is messaging. They just need to be 100% honest and transparent. We're like, this is why the content is this way. And I think they've fostered a community that would understand that. As you said, Seasons of the Dragons went down fine. The re-return of Living World Season 1 for a whole, like a whole content cycle, that was fine as well. People loved that. That was okay. Yeah, I agree. I think that's their biggest problem.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's what's driving a lot of the anxiety. And the thing is, I don't know if you've been keeping track of this, but I think the negative effects of the last 2 expansions are really showing now. Because
Yes, I would agree.
but in the community sentiment, right? Like, people are so unbelievably, like, even I'm surprised at how uncharitable people are being to ArenaNet right now. You know, I think that's the way of putting it. Like, dude, they're getting like roasted for like naming the elite specs or like not revealing all of them, right? I feel like, you know, I feel like ArenaNet has regrettably, and this, I don't like saying this by the way, guys, because I actually do really like this tier. I have a huge soft spot for ArenaNet. It just feels like a lot of the goodwill that ArenaNet has built up over the years, it's been spent, right? Like they've spent their goodwill points, and now any little thing that people don't like or people have a problem with, they will fucking unload about it currently. And I think that's honestly tough. But that's not a fun position to be in, like from a game dev perspective whatsoever. And yeah, I think that's very much like where you know, I think that's very much what's going on right now in the communities, that people just they don't have any. There's not a lot of goodwill left over, unfortunately, which I think sucks. It's made the environment like pretty negative, right? It does not feel good.
For sure. Yeah, it's a shame. I think they'll earn some of it back with as soon as the expansion comes out, it's gonna be like full poggers hype moment. Everyone's gonna fucking love it and eat it up. The elite specs are gonna be primo. They're gonna be sick. But yeah, I think, like I said, I think the last patch has really broken people's faith, and now everyone's waking up to the fact that like, oh, this is like not what we were expecting when you said that Guild Wars 2 is like a massive focus and it's doing better than ever in terms of players. And the team is apparently, you know, the size of the Living World Season 4 team or something. They said something along those lines, and it's just not showing, and it is kind of like a harsh realization. But like we just talked about, the fact that they haven't confirmed a Guild Wars 3 means people can't like point to something and be like, oh, that's why. People are just kind of like, well, why is this happening?
I think ArenaNet is in genuinely a horrible position, to be honest, because this is not the part where the analogy breaks down with Season of the Dragons is that ultimately EOD was an expansion for Guild Wars 2. If they go ahead and like drop it and say, oh yeah, guys, like the reason why Guild Wars 2 is a bit scuffed right now is because we're making the new game where you have to start fresh and all of your legendaries, they're gone. Boom. Enjoy that. Right? Like, and you know that game you really like right now? Well, we're making this other game that you might like, but it's not certain, right? So like, and that means that like development resources are going to be like lower on the game that you do like for certain, right? So I think it is a really, really tough sell. It's really tough to navigate for ArenaNet, to be honest, but yeah, I don't know. It is what it is.
Yeah. I will say, if they announced like a Halls of Monument style thing for Guild Wars 2 today, they were like, you can start working on this stuff for Guild Wars 3. I would be doubling down on Guild Wars 2. I would be playing it more than ever. I'd be like, hell yeah. I want to get super invested in this world. I want to get the extra stuff. I'd be doubling down. My excitement would be like renewed, I think.
No, I actually completely agree. Like, it's no secret I've been playing the game quite a bit less over the last couple of years. Basically, starting with Soto was when I started to fall off the game a little bit, for real. Dude, if they drop in the next studio update, the juice, if they give us the source and they say, yep, HOM is coming, yep, Guild Wars 3 is coming. Dude, that would actually make me grind Guild Wars 2 so fucking hard. Like, no joke, dude. I will be, I'm back.
100%.
Okay? That's actually the thing that would get me back to the, like, properly, like, playing the game. Like, right now, look, I don't play the game. I engage in slop content. I run around, like, randomly pressing buttons, okay? Like, shouting at the chat, okay? That's what I do in Guild Wars 2, okay? If they actually confirm Guild Wars 3 and HOM, I'm actually back. I'm logged in. I'm actually logged in. Can
you imagine like you get HOM points for each legendary? I would be like, I'd be grinding legendaries so hard. I would, that'd just have me absolutely neck deep in this game.
Oh, yes. PP chat, indeed. But yeah, dude, 0 to hero, 0 to complete HOM. That's my YouTube content. Infinite YouTube slop.
Yes, there you go.
Get ready for it.
for the next
I
2
love
years.
SLOP. But you know, I mean, I am serious though. Like, it would definitely get me engaged with the game again, like unironically. And I think, you know, honestly, I think a lot of people would feel the same. Actually, I think, you know, that being part of, you know, being part of that journey from one game to another, I think would get a lot of people engaged. Okay,
get new
honestly,
people in too.
let's get. Oh, I do agree. I do agree with that actually, because it's exciting, right? Like new people go, oh shit, Guild Wars 3 is coming, dude. I want to go check out Guild Wars 2. Like, what's going on with this? Like, what's up with this?
Yeah, like, oh, you get extra stuff for playing. I mean, that's actually a massive reason I jumped into Guild Wars 1 recently. It was just to get the HOM stuff for Guild Wars 2. I'm like, I've never gotten it before. I saw some sick gloves, and I'm like, well, I need those, so I'm gonna play through the entire game.
Yeah. How would you feel if how many more expansions do you think we're getting in Guild Wars 2 before we actually start to look that way and they start talking about it? Because I've actually made bets. I've actually made a bet with someone.
Yep.
Someone took my bet.
Okay.
$50 that we hear something within the next 2 years. That's the bet that I have made that with someone. I'm actually very confident that I'm going to win that. In my opinion, I'm
on board with that. I think that like we're gonna get VOE.
Yep.
And then I actually think we would get one final expansion that is like a big send off, a big sort of like victory lap of Guild Wars 2 that sets up Guild Wars 3, just like Eye of the North or something like that. I think that's what we get. So
this one and then one more
this year,
is what you're
that expansion
that's what you're
next
thinking.
year would be it, and then we'd get like an announcement or something, and there'd be maybe like a year or two maybe of downtime. I don't think 2. I actually think that's kind of like hard to sustain.
Yeah, it would have to be
a 1 year gap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 would be too much.
Yeah. So I think BOE and then one more. That's my prediction. But you know what's funny? I think I don't know how it came up, but I was scrolling YouTube and a recommended video of yours came up, and it was like a tea time from many years ago with like wooden potatoes with everyone. And back then, this was like, I think it was before EOD, maybe. Back then, you were predicting a Guild Wars 3, like 1 or 2 years out.
Well, I mean, I think this is actually weird. This is gonna be so fucking funny if this is true. Brazil predicted that Guild Wars 3 drops in 2027.
Oh shit!
Yeah, he actually did.
Yeah, that would be.
He predicted
gnarly.
it.
He is a prophet.
And that's actually looking like not impossible, which is funny. Well, you know, here's the thing though. To be clear though, there's a reason for that speculation, guys. And we know this because of like Jessica Price kind of crashing out a little bit on Twitter. Like it was on the table to basically end Guild Wars 2 with Season 4. Like, we know this.
Yeah.
Like, this is actually one of the things that we do have, again, from a little grain of salt, because it's from a unhappy dev. But yeah, Jessica Price said that they were told to make Season 4 work as an ending, right, to the game.
Yeah.
Right, leave it open-ended, but make it work as an ending to the Guild Wars 2 story. And you can really see that in that cutscene at the end. I actually remember sweating a bit. I don't know how you experienced this, but when I played through that cutscene on stream for the first time, I was like, oh my god, is this the end? Like, I was like, what? This is a roll credits moment. Holy fuck. I was really sweating, actually. Of course, you know, we got Icebrood Saga after that, that was something. But you know, that's the way it was. Yeah. Like, there's a reason why people have been talking about this stuff, because it's not like we haven't been here before. Like, ArenaNet was absolutely thinking about this. You know, even back then, they were thinking about some kind of next thing, right?
Do you reckon that's when they started, or do you think it was like after End of Dragons that they were like? Ooh. Well, I reckon there were people starting pre-production back then. And then after End of Dragons was when they really hit it off, and they were like, all right, let's go.
Yeah. If I had to guess, I reckon they probably were. I think they were cooking a bunch of random stuff, to be honest, during Season 4, because all of the artwork got dug up, right? Like, for different projects. Looks like there was like something to do with Dune. That's right. There was like a Dune game that they were maybe working on or something like that. You know, and there looked like loads of different concept arts, loads of varied stuff. So I think they probably had a couple of things they were cooking at that point. Maybe one of them was 3, like, or at least a very basic concept. Yeah, again, as you say, pre-production of like what would a Guild Wars 3 look like. But yeah, if I had to guess, I would say they probably properly started on it. In the EOD cycle for sure. Yeah, that would be my guesstimate. Yeah.
Yeah. So cool. I think they're in a really good position for a Guild Wars 3. I just think about every other MMO or MMO Lite. Destiny confirmed that they're not working on a Destiny 2, so, you know, Destiny's kind of floundering at the moment, and you know, they're struggling with all their resources being shifted onto Marathon and that stuff. So they don't have a sequel coming out. Warframe, they're working on Soulframe, but that is like a very, very different game to Warframe. And then yeah, like WoW, Final Fantasy, ESO's not working on another thing. They're going to be the only like currently established MMO that has a sequel coming out, which is like, that's a humongous deal. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's big content. Yeah, Austin was telling me about this actually. The new Destiny expansion looks pretty cool actually. You know.
Yeah, so I've heard mixed things. I heard the story was really, really good, but the gameplay was a little mid. I've heard people sort of rate it overall, kind of like in the middle pack of Destiny 2 expansions. But I was big on Destiny. I always kept up with the expansions, but Final Shape was like, that was it for me. That was a great expansion, but it kind of like capped it off nicely, and I'm ready to sort of put the game down after that, especially after all the layoffs and the drama with, you know, Marathon and all that. I was like, well, yeah, I'm done with the game. Happy to put it down. Happy to end on a good note. And actually, I feel the same way about Final Fantasy 14. I really kept up with that game. Really loved Endwalker. It was a good expansion, but like also a great expansion to just sort of end things. I'm not really down for like another whole, you know, decade-long story arc. So I've kind of put down that game as well, and just kind of realized that there are parts of it, like the Guild Wars 2 and WoW, kind of service my wants and needs for an MMO more than 14 does. Like if I want the vertical grind, I play WoW. If I don't want that, I play Guild Wars 2, and that's all it. That's all I need, you know. I don't need to keep up with every MMO and every expansion.
Yeah, and you know, funny enough, this is kind of why I feel like I feel like we're going to be witnessing, okay, look, the MMO equivalent of the invention of the iPhone. I'm not joking, bro. Because look, here's the thing, like, I think Guild Wars 3 has to be a little bit interesting, a little bit different to what's currently on the market. Because you know what the problem is with the current MMO market and why all these new MMOs are just dead? Like, there's DOA. Right? Or like not really massive, but they're not blowing up, right? Like some of them are, you know, ticking along fine. Like stuff like Lost Ark, it's still there. Like Throne Liberty's doing all right, like ish, right? The reason why they're not big is because the current MMOs are actually really good. You know, like Guild Wars 2 is a really good game. Like, you know, again, it's, you know, it's maybe seen better days, but it's a really good game to log into. Like World of Warcraft, it's a really good game. Like if you like that kind of vertical stuff, you love your raids, right? You love your big silly story that's, you know, epic and cheesy with fucking Dimensius, the, you know, the all-devouring or whatever, like really over-the-top stuff, yeah, that game's there for you. If you like the story, Final Fantasy's there for you, right? Like, there's the current... Oh, and if you kind of like the chill grind, you got RuneScape, right? Like, the current games are very good, and they all kind of do their... They do what they do really well. I think it's super hard to out WoW, or out Guild Wars, or out Final Fantasy, or out RuneScape. And this is why I think that, yeah, we're going to... I think it's almost necessary for Guild Wars 2 to actually innovate. Which, to be honest, is what I've been, you know, really missing from ArenaNet as a studio. You know, you talk about how impactful HOT is and Path of Fire, and I completely agree. Like, in my opinion, you know, you've played a lot more MMOs than me, to be honest, so you can maybe even give a better rating, but I consider Heart of Thorns to be the best MMO expansion I have ever played. And that's even competing with some of the... I consider Dragonflight to be excellent, and The War Within to be excellent as well. I think HOT is pretty much the best expansion for an MMO ever. And precisely because ArenaNet brings so many ideas. Yeah.
Yes, I would agree with that, actually.
And that's what I've been missing. I've been missing that innovation from ArenaNet. Like, I haven't been seeing it in the last couple of expansions, right? I just have not been seeing that from the studio. I know they can do it. They're more than capable of it. I want to see it manifest in 3, right? Or again, whatever they're going to call it. Maybe it's like maybe they do like a meme and it's, you know, it's Guild Wars X or Guild Wars 0. You know, like we're going to mix it up a little bit. Okay, but yeah, whatever they do.
It's the Guild Wars 1 remake.
Yeah, Guild Wars 1 remake login.
There you go.
Right, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I do believe ArenaNet has the capacity to do this. Like they've done it before, and hopefully they do it again. I don't know.
Here's what I hope people don't bitch about. I feel like a big thing people complain about now when MMOs come out is that there isn't enough content relative to all the other MMOs that are out now, and I mean that is an impossible expectation, to be honest.
I'm not sure if that's the problem. I'm not sure if that's the problem.
I think it's just part of it. I hear those complaints all the time when they came up. People blitz through it and they're like, "Well, back to WoW, back to Guild Wars."
Well, I feel like the problem is slightly more nuanced than that, though. Isn't it that all these games launch with no fucking content plan whatsoever? Because think about this, right? Like the way retail WoW operates is that you like you said, right? Like the current patch is the game, right? That's just like that's the nature of like retail World of Warcraft. If you do that, like that's good enough, right? But you just have to have the patch coming up in 6 months that's going to drop that all over again, right? Or like something comparable to that.
Yeah,
I just think that these games have no plan.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely part of it. Yeah. But I felt like, for example, New World. I played that, and as soon as you hit endgame, there's just jack shit to do, and people just went back to their
because they had
even if they were like, oh yeah, there's an expansion on the horizon, I think people would be like, no, see ya.
Yeah, because that game just had zero fucking content on release, right? It didn't have anything.
Yeah.
Right. There was no end game.
Yeah.
I feel like you can't launch your MMO and then wait 3 months to add end game. You have to you have to release it with an end game loop intact, and it can be multiple things.
Yeah.
You can do PvE, you can do raids, you can do dungeons, you could do open world PvE, you could do PvP, right? Some kind of world versus world style analog thing.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know about that. Please don't do that as your end game.
Why not?
I don't think that'll go down well. I don't think it'll go down well.
Oh my god, do it.
If that was, I mean, that would just be launch Guild Wars 2 all over again, wouldn't it? It'd just be like, well, the end game is world versus world. People are really not hot on PvP, I think, right now, in terms of like in the MMO space. People are really upset that the Dune end game is like PvP, which yeah.
Yes.
I don't know about that one.
No, I mean, in all seriousness, I agree. If you want to make an actual big MMO, it's got to be PvE. There's just no other way around it, right? It's just In all memes aside, I'm really hoping for like a proper, well-supported PvP in Guild Wars 3. But yeah, let's be real. They need to drop the game with PvE endgame on launch, or it's DOA. Like this was ultimately the problem with New World, because I don't know if you've played it recently. I played it a little bit recently. Man. If they'd released the game as it is now on launch, holy, I feel like that looks different, right? It is like so much more fleshed out. I think it's still not perfect. I think they made an incredibly poor decision to go with a vertical style approach because they don't release enough content to maintain that in my opinion. I know they try and do some stuff with like scaling and stuff, but I think it's pretty fucking cooked, to be honest. But yeah, you know, that's a huge error. But, you know, the game is pretty formed, right? You know, like New World has an endgame system, right? Like now, it didn't really on launch, right? Like, and that's a problem. And it took them a long time to actually fix it. You know, and I think that's ultimately why it fucking died. It almost feels like to me, when you release a new game, you almost have to deliberately. Well, this is how it would be functionally, right? But you need to have your next year of content done. So you can say, this is greenlit, this is dropping in 3 months, 100% this is happening in 3 months, right? This is what the endgames look like. This is the new raid we're adding in 3 months. Oh yeah, there's another dungeon in 6 months coming up into the game. There's a new map, 9 months. And then next expansion's dropping 1 year from now, 1.5 years from now. It's like, if you don't have that, it's over. Like, your game just is going to flail, right? Which is what I feel like what we're seeing from a lot of these newer projects.
Yeah, I see it even with like just normal live service games like hero shooters or whatever. All the hero shooters that launch and have no plan, they just flop immediately. But then something like Marvel Rivals comes out, which by most accounts is basically just like another Overwatch. But they had a really, really quick content turnaround time. They had a plan. As soon as the game launched, there was going to be new stuff in like a month or two. And so people stuck around and they just keep going on with that. Same with like... even like the gacha games, like MiHoYo's games, they put out an unbelievable amount of content, and so when they put out a new game like Zenless Zone Zero, people stick around because the new content is literally on the horizon, and they can see it in game. It's already planned out. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I agree with that.
No, I think I completely agree. Yeah, and yeah, I think that's a good thing. That's a good call out on Marvel Rivals, right? Yeah, for sure. Like that's an example of a game that's basically like muscled into a pretty saturated genre, to be honest, right? And done well because they have a good development plan. That's how powerful this really can be. And I will say, I will give MMO studios credit. I think it's probably harder to do that with an MMO because I think something that's really spooky about MMO development, and I feel like Guild Wars 2 really struggled with this on its launch as well, is that I feel like it's almost difficult to predict how people are going to play your game, if that makes any sense, right? Because like ArenaNet with Guild Wars 2, they did have a plan. They were like, okay, so we've got these dungeons and people can farm them, and then they're gonna go play World versus World. This is hype. Okay, this is our like cool and kind of PvE, PvP mode that everyone can get involved in, right? Like that's the plan. That's how we're gonna do it, right? And that's obviously not how people really interacted with that, right? That's not how people played that. How people played the game, and of course we ended up going a lot more PvE focused in the end, right? But I think to actually give these studios a bit of a break, I think it's really hard to make that call. And that's what we're basically saying here, is that you have to develop this end game loop, and you have to get it right first try, right? It's not good enough to release a game and then go, okay, the end game is a bit whacked right now and people don't really like it, we'll patch it in 3 months. No, your game has to drop with end game that people like, that people are going to enjoy, and they'll engage with it in vaguely the way that you were expecting, right? That's really hard, I feel like, to actually do that and get it first try.
I think part of it is that you can't be 100% innovative and come up with these like clever creative ideas. I think there's a level of like familiarity that people have built over the years with MMOs, and if you stray too far from that, people are just going to log in, be confused, and just go back to their games that they used to. So I actually hope, I hope they innovate in many ways, but in terms of like content model, I actually hope they go for a bit more of a familiar thing with like dungeons, raids, that sort of thing. If they try something a little wacky, I'm like a little worried. Yeah. Do you think they'll, I mean, I think 100% they'll do, you think they'll do horizontal progression again?
My guess would be it will be horizontal, but slower.
Yeah.
And maybe more traditional. So I think that it will be exactly like Guild Wars 2 in that they're never going to add better items. I'd be genuinely amazed if they did this, if they actually made it vertical. I think there's like no way that they go that way. But I think the progression, I feel like their choice to go with kind of like generic stats over kind of like, unique items, I guess, if that makes any sense, is maybe not ideal, because it means that like most of the stats are terrible, right? And also I think it's really confusing to people. So I would say that they will probably not do it that way. To be honest, I could definitely imagine them going in a direction a bit like New World, actually. I could imagine them look, if you said, what do I think Guild Wars 3 is going to look like? Do you know what I would say to you? I'd say New World, but good. Like, that's kind of what I'm expecting, actually. And one of the things that I did think was kind of cool about New World was actually, like, the gearing system in that game. It's a bit ARPG-esque, right, almost, right? You have, like, all these little perks on your items and stuff like that. Like, that's the direction I could see them going. So, less focused around stats being kind of manipulable and more about, like, bonuses, right? Because I actually think that's a lot more communicable to the player, right? I feel like, if a player sees, oh, equipping this gives me like a percentage of extra damage on this ability, like that's kind of easy to understand. Whereas I feel like one of Guild Wars 2's issues is that the information is extremely opaque. Like, what does 200 power mean? Like, what does that actually mean, right? What does that do for me? Like within the game, it's like very, very complex for a player to kind of evaluate that.
boring, I think.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
like-
Yeah.
Yeah, just numbers like that. It's
Yeah.
boring. It doesn't even do anything for me in like games like WoW. If I see the stat number go up, I'm just like,
Yeah,
eh,
yeah, for
meh.
sure. I feel
I'm
very
way more interested when I get like a trinket that does something cool. I'm like, whoa,
yeah.
now that's interesting. You know?
Yeah, I think that's definitely like a really big criticism of WoW is that it's like what is, like how good is like 5K mastery? Like what does that mean, right? Like it's like very difficult to understand it.
Legion
Yeah.
at like a semi-casual level, and I still really don't give a shit about stats. I look at like the guides or whatever, but I'm like, am I feeling the impact of this? Not really.
Yeah. But it's really weird, right? I think that a lot of modern MMOs, they're extremely incremental. Like that. This is kind of like how retail gearing to me feels so fucking weird because every item doesn't do that much. But when you add them together, it's insane, right? Like, it's fucking crazy. Like, you know, when you start a season, right, and you're getting into Mythic Plus or whatever, you're just doing some keys, you're doing the raid, you're like, I'm literally dead in one hit, it's over, I do no damage, GG, right? Like, Heroic feels impossible week 1. But then, like, 3 weeks, you're like, I am God, these bosses cannot resist me, I will feast upon them, right? Like, that's kind of how it feels, because you get all these, like, little upgrades, and you're absolutely right about trinkets, like, trinkets and cantrips feel really good, you know? When you get, like, a weapon that's got an on-use effect, like the cape and Undermine that gives you a little speed boost, like,
You know what sucks? This is what I thought Relics were gonna be. This is
look,
what I thought Relics were gonna be.
Bro,
I was so excited.
I'm gonna say
they're gonna be like trinkets.
I'm gonna
They're
say
not.
it. Biggest mistake they ever made was making Relics do damage. I'm gonna say it. That's just the reality.
Yeah.
Relics should not have done damage. That's it. Because one, it actually power cut the fuck out of the game really hard. But like they should have. They should have not.
I'm okay with them doing damage. They just need to be like interactive. Like you have to think about it. You have to do a specific thing to make it happen. Like I really hate that they I don't know. The ones that just don't change up rotation at all, they're just kind of like there. That sucks. It sucks. It does.
Yeah. I do think they actually to actually give ArenaNet credit, I think they recognize this. They're trying to add stuff like the Bloodstone relic, basically. So they have interactive stuff. But yeah, like I think relics were definitely held back by the existence of stuff like Fireworks Relic, right? That was just like super boring. And it's like, yeah, you always run this. But I think they are, to their credit, I think they are actually fixing this. There's a lot of relics that are kind of non-generic that you do end up running now, which I think feels really good, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think with each patch release, they are starting to introduce new ones, which is cool.
Yeah,
like,
and
every time they release new relics, like,
they're trying to cook relics that are like, oh, okay, this build would love this, right? So they're trying to make like a relic that's going to synergize with a particular type of build. So that like it's like, oh, this interacts with that build in a particularly positive way. So I actually think that is pretty damn good, to be honest. I do like that. Yeah.
I have a question for you. How do you think the elite specs? How do you think they're going to fit in? So like Troubadour, for example, it's going to be like a supporty thing. Do you think it just exists in parallel with Chronomancer as like an additional option, or do you think they do something a little wacky? They do like some unique buff. I know that that's like a scary word, but like, do you think they'd do anything different with them, or they just exist as like another DPS support option sort of thing?
I honestly think there's room for that, but I think that they're probably going to make these specs pretty versatile, right? I'm pretty sure that they really want to make sure that whatever game mode you play, whatever class you play, and whatever role you enjoy to play, you're going to have an option there. I don't think it's going to be like Druid, or well, how Druid used to be, right? Where it's like
old Druid, yeah.
If you play Druid, you are a healer. There is no way around that. No, I don't think they're going to take that approach.
That is so. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever mentioned it, but that's actually a bummer to me. I actually really liked when spec design was quite specific. Druid was one of my favorite classes because it was like, yes, it's just a healer, and your traits are all around like how you do that, and it changes how you do that. I'm not a fan of all the elite specs that are like, just pick your trait line and it'll be like power, condi, support. I think that's really boring, and yeah, my hope actually would be like they introduce a 4th elite spec, and now they can make every elite spec a very specific fantasy and role. And I understand that like that kind of bums out new players or people that only have one expansion or whatever, but I just think that leads to way more interesting design.
I am actually inclined to agree with you. Yeah, I think that this was very notable in the EOD specs. It's one of my one of the things that I like the least about stuff like Harbinger is that there is one trait choice depending on what type of build you're playing, right? Like, there in a lot of ways, there kind of isn't buildcraft, really, in a lot of Guild Wars 2 Elite specs, because there is the correct option, and then there's the stuff that literally does nothing for you, depending on what role you're trying to play. And I think that is actually a little bit of a criticism.
Sworn is another example of this. Oh my goodness, the like slapping alacrity on one of the traits. I really hated that. I was like, make it. It should just pure DPS spec. That's the fantasy.
Yeah.
And now I actually loved the Grandmaster traits of Blaine Sworn. I was like, this is exactly what the game needs. It needs more of this. You know, different flavors of a similar thing instead of like, ooh, just change your role with a Grandmaster thing.
I do ultimately think that you are right, is that and it's very obvious that the Elite spec system was designed originally to be that way. It's like you pick your role based on what Elite spec you play, and then you pick your playstyle and how you do your role within the Elite spec. Because, you know, it's funny, like, I think Guild Wars 2 is a game that has really, really cool buildcraft in it, which is really nice, right? There's loads of builds that you can play. But it is definitely an interesting meme that there isn't real... In a lot of ways, it's very much the illusion of choice, right? Because there is one correct option for what you want to do, and everything else sucks. If you want to play DPS Scourge, you do not have an option. Like, you are going to be playing Demonic Law, and Sadistic Searing, and Fell Beacon. Everything else is trolling. And yeah, that's a bit unfortunate, right? Because, you know, yeah, technically speaking, you've got a lot of different combos that you can pick, but not really. You know, at the end of the day, like, you kind of don't have that decision in a lot of ways. And that is definitely a bit of a running theme of like modern Guild Wars 2 skill design, because they did want to kind of make it so that all of the classes kind of make sense within like the paradigm of how people play the game, right, with all the boons and stuff, which, yeah, I think, well, I mean, look, we can get into like perma boons, but honestly, that's not, like, that is just a fiesta, right? And yeah, it's a goddamn clown fiesta. But yeah, no, I do agree with you. I think that it obviously has the downside, right? Because it means, oh, I want to play druid, but you know, I kind of, you know, I don't want to play healer, right? And that sucks. But yeah, you know, it's funny actually.
Yeah,
I feel
sucks, but you got 2 other specs, you know? It's like, just pick the other one, you know?
Yeah.
Just pick the DPS spec.
I think this is kind of a weird
I don't play
meme.
WoW and then like, you know, expect to play like a blood DK DPS when there are 2 other specs that do specifically that.
I think that's the real strength of WoW's class design, is that there's actually a huge amount of playstyles within each specs which typically rotate in efficacy, right? Like, you know, you know, one patch on your Frost Death Knight, you're going to play this side of the talent tree that gives you these abilities. And then, next patch, they buffed it. And, you know, you're going to play the other side of the talent tree that gives you a different set of abilities to use, right? Like, that type of top-down approach is effective. And in a lot of ways, right, like, Elite specs in Guild Wars 2 are just specs in WoW, right? Like, you're a Death Knight and you specialize, your Elite spec is Frost, Blood, Unholy, right? If you're a druid, you can be a feral druid, a balanced druid, a resto druid, right? A guardian druid. So that's kind of like where the Elite specs kind of come in there. In that kind of, and I think there are definitely there's definitely some advantages to that type of design approach for sure, because that does kind of give you almost like the best of both. Like Guild Wars 2 has really good flexibility because you can have 3 specializations, right? That you can kind of mix them and match them a little bit. But yeah, I don't know. It's definitely tough. But I do expect them to kind of have at least 2 roles. They might have like a primary role and the secondary role, because I think they're going to want all of the specs to at least be able to do damage in some way, and then some of them will have support capabilities attached to them. I'd be very surprised if all of them don't have at least 1 boon they can do. Like, I think all of them will be able to do either quickness or alacrity. Bard maybe will be able to do both even, right? Because that would kind of make a little bit of sense, I guess. But yeah, I think a lot of the specs will probably have like some element of multi-role stuff, so that people can kind of play them how they want them to.
Yeah, right. Interesting. I certainly think Paragon is just going to be pure support.
I think it's got to do
Warrior
damage.
Has like,
it's got to do damage as well.
Like, Warrior's already got like 3 damage Elite specs. You think it needs another one?
I think it will absolutely... Look, they are going to make Heal Warrior a thing with Paragon. I'm completely with you on that.
Yes. Yeah.
But there will be traits that have damage support as well.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah, but there is, yes. Heal Warrior, I think they've wanted Heal Warrior to be a thing for a while, and it exists in competitive more than it does in PvE. Like, Heal Berserk is honestly okay. Heal Blade Sword,
I actually
less
have a
than
lot
okay.
of fun with it. It's just it doesn't quite, fantasy-wise, it doesn't really work, you know? Like, it's just, it definitely works.
I've got a bit of a soft spot for it, to be honest. That is kind of funny, actually. I like it. You're just like going berserk, like smashing people with the staff and healing. I think that's actually kind of funny. To be honest. But yeah, I do know what you mean. Yeah, for sure. Like Paragon is definitely much more like thematic, right, for that warrior leadership support kind of thing going on there. So I know exactly what you mean for sure. And yeah, they're gonna go hard with that and make sure it's a thing without a shadow of a doubt. So that should be pretty cool, I think. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, they've actually done a lot of prep work for Paragon, right? Because they've actually made tactics and discipline like way better. Like discipline has like heal modifying in it with like the stacking heal thing on bursts trait. Tactics has got a huge amount of support now packaged into it. Like all you need is like a proper elite spec mechanic that will work properly because like Spellbreaker, Bladesworn, and Berserker don't really have like a support-oriented profession mechanic and it's job done, right? I think you'll be good to go there. You'll be in business 100% with that one. Yep. Yeah. But I think they will do damage
kind of
wild
as well. It's wild to think that the Guild Wars 2 is going to be comparable in numbers to World of Warcraft's elite specs. There's going to be a similar amount of elite specs to specializations in WoW.
Yeah.
When this expansion.
It's going to be crowded. It's going to be pretty insane. There's going to be a lot of stuff there in the game. That's for sure. Yeah, we have to wait until we get like the Void Demon Hunter, right, in like midnight when they add that to the game as well. It's going to be content. It's going to be augmentation of Oka 2.0, bro. It's coming. It's happening.
Yeah.
But yeah, for sure. I think it's that's the downside of adding the elite specs. I think it's going to make a bloated game even more bloated, right? Which is, it's tough, but I mean, fuck it. It's going to be fun. Who cares?
Yeah, exactly. Fuck it. Rule of cool.
Yeah, pretty much. It's going to be based. It's going to be based.
Yeah, so good luck to the balance team. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think, to be honest, like, especially given like where we're at with the game, I think just make it fun. Make it fun. If it's balanced, good. If it's a little bit whack, who cares? Balance, in my opinion, is really not a concern with, power creep and stuff. Like, you don't need a meta comp to clear Veil Guardian at this stage or like do open world. It's like really not a big deal. It's all good. Yeah. Make it fun. Make it cool. Log in. And if they do that, I got no problem with it, to be honest.
Yep.
Yeah, oof. It's a big one. I mean, it's a really exciting time, honestly, for Guild Wars, just in general, guys. It's a really, really exciting time. I'm just waiting to crawl out of bed, go on the internet, and the studio update's there. And it's the studio update. Okay, it can happen at any moment. Like, any studio update could be the studio update.
I've been watching all these, like Gamescom, Game Awards, and I'm just sitting there praying.
Waiting for
see that ArenaNet icon pop up.
God, yes.
You know what's weird?
It can't be this year, though. Like, the very earliest Gamescom it could be is next year. So we're not getting it this time, that's for sure.
Yeah. What do we have recently? The Summer Games Fest. I was surprised they didn't just put the expansion announcement trailer in that. It was only a month earlier, so like, I think that would have been a good opportunity.
Yeah, I was hyped for it. I was coping. I was watching the whole thing live. I was coping hard. I was like, holy shit! Now this is it. They're gonna drop it. They're about to drop it hard. This is like the last day. It's the PC gaming show, and it's about to activate. But it didn't happen. Unlucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting content.
It is cool. There's actually a lot of Final Fantasy 14 creators and stuff that are playing Guild Wars 2 at the moment. A lot of people have moved over for a bit because 14's in a bit of a slump at the moment.
Yeah, I heard about that. It's not it's not having the best of times right now. kind of interesting, right? Like it's always interesting to see like how each MMO has its own like rise and fall, right? Like depending on, on like the weather, right? Like all these games are very cyclical with
That's
how
the
it
thing,
goes.
is I feel like MMO players, they are just hungry for something new.
Oh yeah,
and that's why every MMO launch just absolutely
pops
off, even
Yep.
if it's complete garbage.
Yeah.
And people only realize later. So, yeah, I'm excited for Guild
Oh,
Wars 2.
there's room for it. I really do believe there's room for it. Like, you know, the fact that you have, 1.4 million people on Lost Ark launch, 1 million nearly on New World launch, there is a market for this. People are looking for something new. Like, there's no question about that. Like,
imagine a game gets those numbers and it's actually good on launch.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, like that. Nuts.
Oh, yes. It's gonna be good. Like Guild Wars 2 was the chosen one, but Guild Wars 3 is also the chosen one, guys. Just you wait and see. Just you wait and see.
I think Guild Wars 3 has actually a better chance than Guild Wars 2.
Oh, yeah?
The environment right now, with the lack of MMOs coming out and with Guild Wars 2 being so established at this point with such a huge player base relative to like Guild Wars 1 when Guild Wars 2 came out, I think it's got a real good chance at like, I mean, maybe top spot for a period, like that's exciting.
Yes. Bless Online. Listen, Bless Online is actually another, in my opinion, really good sign for the MMO industry, guys. Or making a new MMO. If people are willing to actually cope on that game being even remotely good or non-trash, dude, look, MMO players will play anything, okay? Like, they will play literally anything, okay? Not a problem. Yeah. Incredible. Oh yeah, Guild Wars 2 is by no means not a successful game as well. Like Guild Wars, look, Guild Wars 2 rather. Look, there's a reason I was talking about this. Like the current MMOs are just good. Like that's another reason why new MMOs fail is because they're just, the current ones are actually just very, very good. There is some negativity about Guild Wars 2, but I think it's really worth noting that that's not about the absolute quality of the game. People are complaining about the relative quality of the game, right? Like that's why people are upset. People are upset with Guild Wars 2 right now because the game is not as good as it was in Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire and EOD. Like that's where the negativity comes from.
Yeah, and this happens with every MMO.
Of course,
literally every MMO has gone through this same cycle.
Yeah, I mean, look, WoW and BFA and Shadowlands, right? Like this is not
correct. Yeah, Destiny 2 is going through it right now. 14 went through it with Dawn Trail. It's just like around and around we go.
Exactly. Like this is not abnormal for games. Like the only slight elephant in the room with Guild Wars 2 is that like how do I put this, right? Like Blizzard didn't wanted to leave Shadowlands, okay? Like Guild Wars 2, we might be in the Shadowlands forever, guys, okay? Like there's no other way of putting it. Like
that's great. Good to
Shadowlands.
I actually liked.
He loved it. He actually loved it.
I did not mind Shadowlands, honestly, as like a semi-casual player who actually also doesn't really give a shit about like WoW lore. I thought Shadowlands was actually fine. Like I loved the zones.
Yep.
The raid was cool. That's all I needed, to be honest with you. I liked the Covenant stuff. I was logging in like every day to do my little Covenant quests. That was cute. Yeah, I didn't mind it.
Yeah. I also think the state of the MMO industry is also really good for new games because I feel like every game right now, it's so easy to pick them up and put them down. Right? At any given time. Like, even WoW. Like, WoW has undergone, like, a big shift on this, right? Starting with Dragonflight, really. Like, the very seasonal approach. It's very much log in, pump the raid. When you're bored, just piss off and come back next season, right? It's, like, very much like that. And, like, every MMO is like this. Like, Guild Wars 2 is like this, right? With the quarterly updates and the way that they handle things. They're all like this, right? Like, Final Fantasy has long had this policy of, like, log in when you're done, log out and come back next time, right? And that's just, like, the nature of, like, where the industry is. So that means that I think there's very much room. I think the days of people kind of exclusively playing one MMO is kind of behind us, right? In a lot of ways. I feel like, pretty much every MMO gamer like is playing a couple of different games, right? Like, you know, here and there, like, you know, when they're done with that one and they finish the content, they put it down, they go try another one, right? So it's a good environment, right? I don't think there's a lot of like mono gaming going on, to be honest. Like, I feel like you might get that maybe in some of like the old school MMOs, kind of like the grindier ones, like Classic or OSRS, because those like, you know,
you just don't have time.
Exactly, like you really want to grind that out, but certainly with like the modern style MMOs, kind of like your retails, your you know, Retail WoW, Guild Wars 2, right, Final Fantasy, right? They're very much focused on like, yeah, you can play multiple games like very easily, right? And it's like not a big deal or anything like that. Yeah.
What do you think MMOs are missing right now that Guild Wars 3 could hit on? Because I don't think they'll go this direction, but I think like the really classic style MMOs people are loving right now, and we haven't had like a new one that channels those classic MMOs. I don't think that's the direction Guild Wars 3 would go, but that's something that I think is missing in terms of like the new MMO space at the moment. But like I'm trying to, I really struggle to think of things that aren't already covered by current MMOs.
Yeah, I think it's actually really, really tough to actually figure out what direction you'd go in terms of what type of content you could release. I do think that something that ArenaNet are quite likely to lean into, I feel like they're going to go kind of, they'll definitely do the open world thing, because that's like, I think, a very notable weakness of a lot of the really big MMOs, like WoW and 14. It's kind of like the open world experience, like that kind of group open world content. I'd be amazed if they don't have something like that. But it's really tough, actually, in terms of the end game is where I'm struggling. Like kind of like instance content, PvP. That's tough for me because damn, WoW and 14 do a good job of that, huh? It's like
they do.
Very hard to compete, I think, with those games in that arena. So the question is like, how do you go about doing that? I think PvP is weirdly open, but the thing is, look, I'm a PvP lover, but at the end of the day, like, we might as well not talk about it. Like, PvP is definitely like second fiddle in all of these MMOs at the end of the day, and that's very unlikely to change. So when we talk about like what are they going to add to the game that's different, we basically mean what PvE are they going to add to the game that's different, because that's what they actually have to come up with. Like, what does the PvE endgame experience look like in a way that's like really engaging with people? It's tough, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gosh, yeah. What would they do?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I think this is one of those things. It's like the iPhone, right? Like they have to come up with it. Like, and then we'll go, of course. How could we have lived without this before, right? You know, in a weird way.
Events. Like no one really thought about like, ooh, how can we make the open world stuff more interesting? World of Warcraft's like they've nailed it with quests or whatever, and then ArenaNet were like, here's dynamic events.
Exactly.
Like,
yeah. They're gonna have to cook something there. Like it might simply just be a little bit of a doubling down, right? They want to make the world even more alive, even more dynamic, right? With how it is, and now, you know, with a new engine, new technology, maybe they can like really push that even further than they already have. But yeah, I genuinely have no idea. I don't really know what I'm looking for, to be honest. Because the thing is, like, a lot of what I really like is basically in Guild Wars 2. Like, what I would do is I would basically just like mash Guild Wars 2 and WoW together. I think the
I'm the exact same.
Because
I want WoW's content model with Guild Wars 2's combat. And
pretty much, yeah. Because I you know, look, I'm gonna be a simp, guys. Like you know, Mythic Plus, you know, it's pretty good. You can't improve on perfection. Just add that into the game. Add that to Guild Wars 3, guys. Just put it in. I want to see the encounter design that is as good as WoW's encounter design. It is amazing. They are so good at making fights in that game. It's kind of disgusting, actually, how good they are at doing it and coming up with new ideas. But, you know, hopefully there's some innovation there as well. I don't know, it's like super, super tough to try and like figure out like what they could possibly do. But yeah, I would just mash them together, to be honest. Like, I want to see WoW endgame PvE with World versus World and Conquest in particular. I don't want to see fucking push in Guild Wars 3, bro. Literally just copy paste Conquest into the game, log in. It's time.
Yeah. I actually hope they do something similar to Destiny. Destiny's raids are really good. I think their encounter design is actually better than WoW. In terms of like, in terms of mechanical design, they're so much more puzzle solving focused and like real communication. It's hard to describe to someone that hasn't played. They're almost like escape rooms.
Okay.
Like you're like as if you're doing an escape room while fighting a boss. You've got lots of encounters have like separate teams on separate sides of a map, and they're trying to communicate like symbols and shit to each other to tell each other what to shoot. It's just really cool encounter design. And I hope Guild Wars 3 can do something like that, given... I mean, I'm hoping they go for sort of an action-y approach, and it's less about maintaining, I don't know, healing and buffs and that sort of thing, and it's more about, like, how do you solve these puzzles?
Well, that naturally comes with an action style thing, right? Almost like that's like because of course like Destiny is it's a shooter, right? So it's essentially an action game at the end of the day, right? So I think that kind of naturally comes with that. It's also something that New World lent into, right? Like New World has like the little dungeon puzzles and stuff like that, like within the dungeon. I guess not in the raid encounters, but yeah. So I think that if they do go action, that would naturally be like a consequence of that design decision. I feel like.
Yeah. Why do you think people would stick around with Guild Wars 2 if Guild Wars 3 just basically has better content model, better open world dynamic events? If it's an evolution of what Guild Wars 2 does best, why do you think people stick around for Guild Wars 2?
I mean, if it really is that, and it is an evolution, then the only reason will be sunk cost fallacy. But I think it probably won't be like, it will probably be just different, right? And it will be like, well, why do some people prefer classic to retail, right? Like the game is like fundamentally different. But yeah, it will be sunk cost fallacy, and people will just prefer the old version of the game, I think. But if it is like, if Guild Wars 3 is just like Guild Wars 2 but 2.0 basically, then yeah, you'll probably see more conversion, right? I guess in that situation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just did the Convergence CM for the first time.
Oh
the
my
Mount
god.
Burial one.
That
was
so
like
disappointing.
half. Yeah.
I was actually hyped for that as well. So it was so brutal for me because I was like, oh man, they've delayed it to the last patch. This is fucking hype. They're gonna go big. They're gonna do Umbriel. It's like, well, okay, maybe not then. Okay.
Yeah, did we need the 3 Titans scattered throughout patches? Like, did we need that?
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
I think that was just strange.
Yeah. It was strange, and I don't know, it didn't feel like there was much of a reason for it.
Yeah, I think it just adds to people feeling underwhelmed, They wait 3 months, they anticipate something, and then it comes out, and it's not quite... doesn't quite hit. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe they fixed that with the Convergence coming out the last final patch. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. For sure. People hate the long puzzly fractals. Yeah, that's because, listen, okay, do you know why that's the case, Unique Control? This game has been infested with fucking casuals, okay? Like, those fractals are actually the best, to be honest. Like, the ones that have... Look, when I read posts on the Reddit that say, I love fractals where we just go to the end boss, bro. We don't have to do anything on the way, bro. We just fight the boss, bro. Dude, I'm cringing.
That is called a strike.
Yeah, that is a strike mission, okay? That is not a fractal. That's not a dungeon, okay? I want dungeons. This is some Zuma shit. Yeah, it is some Zuma shit. This is, look, I'm mostly joking about the whole casual thing, but yeah, look, I think, look, to actually get serious on this, I do think that a lot of people who play Guild Wars 2 unironically don't appreciate it, and they just view it as like a reward simulator, basically. And therefore, when there's like an obstacle for them getting the reward, they actually view it as like exactly that, an obstacle, rather than the game itself. So yes, there is an element of that, but it's fine. It'll be a new audience. Okay, like all of the sweats will come back. All of the big pumpers will log the fuck in to Guild Wars 3, dude. That's how it is. No, like, dude, 100%. Do you guys want to know peak Guild Wars 2? Doing all the portals on Cliffside Fractal, okay? That's based. Peak Guild Wars 2 is doing a raid speedrun with like all the portal tech and all the weird shit that you can do in raids. Peak Guild Wars 2 is doing Nightmare Fractal speedrun, like doing all the events between the bosses, right? And like actually pumping and doing high DPS. Like that's where the game really shines, in my opinion, in terms of its combat. And it is really interesting. Oh, okay. This was remarkable. So I love PvP in this game, and I love Conquest. And do you know what's really interesting? Are you familiar with the concept of kiting? So like climbing on the terrain and stuff like that? This is an opinion that I see in new Guild Wars 2 players. They don't like it. They don't like the fact that you can jump on stuff to evade it. They actually view it as like a borderline exploit. And that to me is remarkable. Because to me, that is the game, right? Like that is why Guild Wars 2 PvP is so good. It's like the movement component, the positioning component. But people, like, no joke, kind of want run it down mid and slam, like 5v5 deathmatch brawl, right? Like
right, so this is why you hate push.
So interesting. It's so interesting to me that this is kind of like a thing that pops up in kind of like newer. It's a relatively new opinion that I've seen pop up a little bit. And that's just because, like, you know, people don't appreciate Guild Wars 2 for all its wonder. Okay, all like, the good parts about the game. Okay, that's the reality. Boom.
Yeah, I think if you go and play any other MMO, you'll come to really appreciate Guild Wars 2's movement and verticality and combat system a lot.
But no, dude, I just hope that. Look, I just hope they have to do PvP. They have to do PvP in Guild Wars 3. They have to. If they don't, I'm gonna cry.
Yes.
But actually, no, I'm not worried about that, because actually, I'm curious in your take on this as like a multi MMO enjoyer. Yeah. Basically journalist man at this stage. Yeah. I feel like you can't release an MMO and expect people to take it seriously if it doesn't have PvP. Even though PvP is like not usually the main end game, I feel like you have to have it. I don't think you can. In the same way that you can't seriously release an MMO without like some kind of like raid content. Like you just can't do that. Like people aren't going to take you seriously. Yeah, am I wrong?
It's hard because if you look at the numbers and you look at the stats, 10 times out of 10, like every single MMO that has PvP, the PvP scene is just like floundering compared to the PvE.
Yeah.
So economically, it does not make sense to do PvP in your MMO if you release one today. Will people take it seriously?
Yeah, I just think that it's a bad look. I think it's a bad look if you don't have it.
Really?
Yeah, I kind of do actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm
not sure, to be honest.
I think. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm definitely not married to the idea, but that's.
Yeah.
That's kind of like the read I have is that, you know, I feel like it's almost a requirement for a new MMO to kind of have a little bit of everything attached to it. You got to have some kind of PvE in game. You got to have some PvP in there somehow. I mean, look, I will admit this. I'm coping a little bit here, bro. Like, if there's no PvP in World versus World in Guild Wars 3, it's over. I'm mental boomed. I'm like full mental boom. Because, dude, I love World versus World. It's so good.
I think they'll do World versus World. Structured PvP, I'm a little unsure of. But I mean, I feel like if you've already gone halfway with World versus World, you might as well just go and do structured PvP with it. Like, you've already got a PvP combat system there if you're doing World versus World. So, like, why would you not just spin off a smaller version of that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gosh, it really does, like, put into perspective just how much of a Herculean task it is to pull off an MMO these days. The amount of shit you've got to have in it. You know, you can't just make one game that's like just about raids. You have to do the whole thing. You've got to do the open world. You've got to do the raids. You've got to do dungeons, PvP. And if you don't do any one of those things, people are just gonna be like, well, the other MMO has more. I'm going to go to that one.
All camps should brace for the assault.
Yeah. It's just because, like, when I think about the game, the time where I enjoyed this game the most, and it was Heart of Thorns, towards the middle of the end of Heart of Thorns, basically. And one of the reasons why this is the fucking sickest shit ever, PvP was popping. World versus World was popping. PvE, all like raids were popping, fractals were popping. And, you know, I love variety. I love, PVX, right? I love to play PVX, and that was the most PVX time the game has ever had. It's one of the things that kind of rustled me a bit, and why POF kind of rubbed me the wrong way, honestly, overall as an expansion, is because it like really moved away from the PVX thing, and it became very PvE oriented. I think like they did not really care that much about PvP and world versus world at that stage. It was very evident from the elite spec designs. But yeah, HOT was so amazing because the game was mega alive in all game modes at the time, and that was just like so hype. I do really like World of Warcraft now, but I honestly can't really see myself PvPing in that game, to be honest. I just don't really see me getting into that with the way that it plays out. Like, I'm too Conquest pilled now, to be honest, from Guild Wars 2. And, obviously, like, there is, like, open world PvP, but it's not world versus world. It's not like territory control kind of thing, right? Like, WoW doesn't really have that, to be honest. And that's what I want. I want that. It's why I was mega hyped for New World, right? Like, New World was like, oh, shit. It's time. Open world PvP, log in. Okay, Gang King. Okay, 50v50. Let's go. And obviously that didn't really work out that well, but it is what it is. So yeah, it's got to have it. It's got to have PVX.
Yeah, fair. I think it's unlikely they will release without PvP. I think it's unlikely.
Yes. They should do esports again. I think they should do esports, bro. I think they should just drop esports. Just do it.
It is a popular scene right now, more popular than it was when Guild Wars 2 was coming out, I think. So, that'd be interesting.
Don't force esports. I completely agree. I think this is one of the biggest mistakes that you can make if you want to do esports, is actually, like, esports has to be grassroots. It has to be bottom up, not top down, in my opinion. Many a game has tried to force esports, and it always fails. It has to be something that grows. Like, this is the reality of, like, I'll tell you guys, any game dev watching, I have the secret, okay? Do you guys want to know the secret? If you want to have a good esports scene, it's quite simple. Make a competitive game that isn't dog shit, and then the players will make one for you. And then after they've made it, then you can step in and say, look, you can, I don't know, like, we'll make a little trophy for you or something. Or like maybe you can get a sponsor, and then there you go. Yeah, just make a game that doesn't fucking suck, and people will compete in it. Like, it really is that simple, to be honest. It really is that simple, guys. Yeah. Boom. No ranked ladders, AT or spectator on launch. Yeah, I mean, listen, yeah, Guild Wars 2 definitely did not have the bottom-up design. Okay, there was no ranked leaderboard that existed in a proper way. No tournaments automated. It was like this weird gem system ticket buying thing, and you couldn't spectate. Yeah, that's it's not the way. It didn't really was not a good plan. Stronghold. Wait, do you have any? What are your thoughts on push?
Ooh, It's a little. I like it in concept. I like the idea of a game mode that like is just built around team fights, essentially.
Yep.
But I actually think the problem right now is just like partly to do with the level design. Like, it's a very small map with narrow corridors, and that just does not interact very nicely with the Guild Wars 2 combat model, because it's just spamming shit down hallways for like 50% of the match.
I feel like, to make it properly work, they'd have to balance the game around it, right? That's the weird thing.
Yeah. I think it needs to be a bigger map. I think it needs more interesting level design. Like you said about people not liking kiting, I really don't like that the map is essentially just flat and doesn't have any interesting like buildings or anything to enter and anything like that. I'm a bit mixed on it. I'm not sure if it's gonna do what ArenaNet hope it's gonna do.
Yeah, that's because this is my concern, because I assume you caught this in the update. The final version of Push is dropping in August.
Yeah.
Look, this is me kind of maybe being uncharitable here, but it sounds like they're like, bro, I'm not sure about this one anymore. And they're like, fuck it, put it in the game and hope for the best. Like, I'm not convinced I'm not seeing where this fits into the game, basically. Like, that's where I'm at. Like, I don't see where it goes in Guild Wars 2, like what they want to do with it. I don't see the vision, basically, or I haven't understood the vision with what they want to do with this. Because yeah, they've said that they want it to be like a thing that people learn before going to ranked, but then it's nothing like ranked.
I think that's just not.
Right?
That is not the way. That makes no sense. I don't know. That's like to me. That's like what they did when they tried to introduce strikes in IBS, and we're like, oh, this is going to be a stepping stone to raids. It's like, that's just not really how it works. Like, I'm a bit worried about it, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm just not sure how it's going to go, right? Because if it's not in ranked, ultimately it's irrelevant. And that means, is it in unranked as a rotation thing? Like, you can roll into it? Is it entirely replacing unranked? That makes it super weird. What about ATs, right? Like, players going from, like, unranked into ranked into ATs is going to be super weird because it's a completely different game mode now. I don't know. Like, it's... I think... I don't know. It's weird to me.
In concept, I like it. I like the idea of a payload mode that, like, pushes team fights or whatever. I just think it needs more time to cook. It needs more time to cook.
Yeah.
I think the map needs to be bigger, more spread out, better map design. I don't like that the point that you're trying to push it to is literally outside the enemy spawn, because those like final moments of matches are just like miserable.
There is a change in the patch notes. I think they've actually kind of shown ahead of time what they're going to do with that. So they basically fixed they changed something about the wave respawn timer and the way the wave respawn timer works. And this is actually something that I imagine many people in Guild Wars 2 don't know, but there's actually a setting in PvP that allows respawns to be on waves. So like every 30 seconds, everyone who's dead respawns, basically. I am almost certain they're going to be applying that to push. So that will actually help quite a bit, in my opinion, because what that means is that, one, that will prevent that kind of like that weird ending of the game where everyone's feeding in just to hold off for as long as possible. But two, it will mean that people won't like run in and feed on their own, right? Because you're going to be potentially respawning with other people, right, who have also been killed at the same time. So it will kind of like force people to clump up a little bit and hopefully reduce people kind of getting lost simultaneously. But yeah, I think that's the approach they're going to have with that. But the thing that really concerns me is I just don't understand what like the long-term plan is for push, basically, and like what the long-term plan is for PvP. Are we, do they want to replace PvP with push, or is it just going to be like this kind of like weird mini game that's just going to exist? I don't know. It's like, weird.
I'm not like super big on Guild Wars 2 PvP, and I did have fun with it, but like you said, I have no idea how they allocate resources to spend any more time with it when it comes out, and like, wouldn't those resources be better placed in just making a new Conquest map? Like, are they going to add new push maps? And if so, then, like, PvP hasn't had new maps in ages. So, like, what? It just doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I definitely had fun with it. I just think it needs time to cook. And also, I think, I don't know, they need some juicy new rewards or something to get people doing it. Because, I think people that vehemently hate PvP right now, I don't think they're going to be that convinced by push. I think the only thing it has going for it is that it's quite quick. Like, the matches are really short, and I like that a lot, because 15 minutes ish for a Guild Wars 2 PvP match is a little too long for me. I really like the quickfire thing, or at least when the mood strikes me, I'd like to just do like a quick little 5-minute thing while I'm waiting for something rather than commit myself to a full match. So I don't know. There are elements of it that I like. I think it just needs more time.
Yeah. It's complicated. I think it's definitely complicated because look, if I had to guess, if ArenaNet came up to me and said, "Yo, Teapot, would more people play PvP if push replaced Conquest?" I think the answer to that is yes. Actually. In the current state of the game, like where we're at with the Guild Wars 2, I think more people would play PvP if push was the main game mode. Just because I think Conquest is extremely frustrating when the population's low, so the skill disparity is really, really high, and the matches are really quick, it's very easy for a game just to end. Like, whereas in Conquest, you often you just like bleed out basically at the end of the match. Yeah. And I think people really don't like that. To be honest, I think Push would do well. But you know, the thing is, if I had to say that, I'd be crying because if Push becomes main ranked PvP, I genuinely don't think I'm ever touching it ever again. It's just. I'm not interested. If I wanted to play a mode like that, I'd play World versus World, right? Like that's what I would play.
Yeah.
It's like it takes all of the strategic nuance that's so amazing about Conquest right now and just like deletes it from existence. And it would break my heart. I'm not gonna lie, it would break my heart. I love Conquest. Like I think I'm probably the biggest Conquest simp ever. And this is definitely maybe a slightly unpopular take, but I actually straight up think that Conquest is the best PvP mode I have ever seen in any game, actually. I think it's better than MOBAs. I think it's better than anything I've ever seen. It is so unbelievably tactical, skill-oriented, and team-oriented. It's the best. It's actually the best game mode, to be honest. It's so good. When it's played well, it is poetry in motion, my friends. It is so good.
It's so interesting to me, because I don't know, as like a semi-casual person, I'm like, it's Capture the Hill. Lots of games have Capture the Hill. That's, you know, it's all right.
Yeah, because you know, ultimately the game mode is relatively simple, but it's more like the intersection of the Guild Wars 2 combat system with the mode, I guess.
Right.
The way mobility works in this game and the way positioning operates in this game, I think it's like nothing else out there. To be honest, like the way kiting works, the way the different builds can intersect, the way rotation works, and oh god, it's so good. It is amazing. Yeah.
What do you think they would have to do to get more people into Conquest?
At this point, extremely difficult. Do you want an unrealistic suggestion?
Yeah,
they would
like pie in the sky.
Pie in the sky.
If they had infinite resources.
Unironically, permaban every single player who's ever played Conquest and start fresh. I'm not joking, by the way. I think that's probably one of the biggest issues of the game right now. Yeah. I think the problem is, and nobody's doing anything wrong here, to be clear. I'm not saying people are toxic. I'm saying that the game mode just doesn't function when you have such a big skill disparity, right? If you're a new player, okay. So here's a fun thing. Sneb was playing, and he's not a big PvPer. He queued into in a random game in low gold, 1300 rating. He just finished his placements. He queued into some of the best players in the world, and the game doesn't work when you do that. It doesn't work when you have a player who's 1300 rating, and they're queuing into a world-class player. Like that. Conquest does not function at all in a scenario like that, right? So obviously I said it in a silly way, obviously, but in my opinion, you need to delete that skill disparity, and the way that you do that is by starting fresh, pretty much, or having like a massive influx of new players, such that there's like loads of games that are evenly matched in skill. Like that's the issue, because I used to do a bunch of, we used to do like in-houses, right? So basically like PvPers would just hang out and play. And it turns out that if you actually have people who have about the same skill level, basically every game of Conquest actually ends up being pretty close. As long as everyone's actually trying to win, right? It actually ends up pretty close. But Conquest is just dog shit when you have a couple of people who are not as experienced, right, as like the rest of the group. It just doesn't work. To be honest, like, and I think it is actually a game mode that's kind of like uniquely vulnerable to this, compared to something like a deathmatch, right? Because a deathmatch doesn't really have the, it doesn't really have like the whole macro play thing, like the rotation stuff and like the awareness checks in the same way that Conquest does. So yeah, like my solution for fixing Conquest is literally just either add 1 billion players into the game or like remove all of the players and start again.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, you'd have to have like rejig the matchmaking system then to ensure it doesn't just end up the same way, right? Because eventually you just run into the same problem where like all the new players just filter out and it's just the experienced people left over.
Exactly. That's not what you want. And I think honestly a lot of that, yeah, like kind of what SPQR Latin guy is saying here is also important. Yes, I think there's a lot of like unintuitive mechanics in Conquest that you would have to codify into the game. For example, a lot of people just do not understand how to survive in Guild Wars 2 PvP. Like, I wouldn't say it's the combat system directly, actually. It's more like the nuances of the intersection between the combat system and the game mode. Like, if you don't understand kiting in Guild Wars 2, you will uninstall within seconds of playing Guild Wars 2 PvP. Like, it is... I can't even imagine how bad that is, to be honest. Like, it is merciless, it is brutal, you'll be farmed over and over and over again. But the game doesn't really tell you to do that, or like that this concept even exists in the game. So I think that basically, yeah, like you would also want to like you would want to communicate some of these concepts to the player, like within the actual game itself as well, as much as possible.
Yeah, I think it's a good point that a lot of it probably revolves around the combat. Given, I mean, there's a reason League of Legends has like 4 buttons, and
yeah,
there's a reason games like Overwatch and Marvel Rivals and stuff pop off, is that your characters have like 2 or 3 abilities, and the rest of it is like left click the heads, and you will get the kills. So yeah, I think that, I mean, that is an interesting prospect for if Guild Wars 3 leans on the action direction. They go with less buttons.
Yeah.
I think there is just something inherently more, way easier to understand an action combat model where you just have to hit the target, really, and you've just got a few skills to manage. I think that's all you have to track in your head when you're facing someone else.
I think the scary thing about action combat, though, is actually movement. Because I actually don't think it's ability count in Guild Wars 2 that trips people up. It's movement. Where when I watch okay, if I was gonna do like VOD review with I'll say it differently. The #1 thing people struggle with, even good players, is movement. Like, there's a reason why people struggle with Greer. Greer CM in particular. Greer CM is basically like a massive WASD check, and dude, it just farms people. It feasts on people. It like eats people alive. Because even very experienced players, their movement is usually mediocre, to be honest. And it's the same in PvP. Like, if you're going to improve one skill, it's always your movement. Like, you know, whenever I do like roaming in PvP, it's actually funny how effective kiting is. Like, sometimes I will climb on an objective and the players will just look at me. They'll go like, huh? How do you do that? Right? And they just don't understand what to do. Like, they don't know what to do in that scenario. And that is like an analog for like literally the entire game, in my opinion. It's the same. It's also true in PvE. Most people's movement in PvE is extremely poor. Like, their positioning is bad and they're slow, basically. And that is what people struggle with. I think people, honestly, they can do a rotation. People can like press some buttons and, you know, do boons and pump a little bit. But when you have to move, that is where people struggle. And it turns out that Guild Wars 2 just happens to have like a very movement-oriented system. Like, how many MMOs is like jumping actually a mechanic? I feel like that's relatively uncommon, no?
Yeah.
And like in Guild Wars 2, jumping is not only a mechanic, it's one of the most important mechanics. Like, if you try and do PvP without jumping, the game is unplayable. Like, not like you're at a disadvantage, the game is unplayable. Like, for example, I've seen people say they want all no-port spots removed from the game because they find this mechanic to be like so unintuitive and so hard to deal with that they want all no-port spots removed from the game. And that is just like, yeah, it makes it pretty clear what part of the game people struggle with, right? Yeah. Yeah. It is what it is. Yeah. Break.
Alright, well, I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna have lunch, go to the gym.
Yeah. Yep.
Do all that fun stuff.
Yeah. What are you doing in the gym? What day is it? What are we doing?
It is full body day.
Oh.
I do like one upper body, one lower body, and then full body. So
oh my
it
God.
is upper body day, which
Holy
always
shit.
wrecks me.
Dude, yeah, we're going big then.
Last week I could not walk.
It was big leg day. Yeah.
It was big leg day. It was arse day. My ass was so sore. Oh my goodness. I could not sit down. It was rough. It was rough. But we do it anyway. do it.
Well,
anyway.
we love to see that. Well, yeah. Also, just wants to know if you've played the other Fractal CMs, like Nightmare, Shadows of Everty, Lonely Tower, etc. Suncourt Peak.
I actually, I don't think I have actually.
Yeah.
I don't think I have. I never really got super deep into fractals. Like I definitely did like T4 farms, but I think I was always a little intimidated by CMs because that was all before I got into raiding, and then I've never really had a huge incentive to do the CMs. But I do absolutely want to check it out at some point because I love the instance fights. I think I did Nightmare and maybe Shattered Observatory. But yeah, I do want to try them properly. I'm intending on going for Ad Infinitum because I was not a fan of how the Orax back piece looked. So I'm like, great, well, now I've got one option for my back piece and I'm not doing World vs. World. So at some point, I'm going to do them. Yeah. I still haven't done any of the hard strike CMs. I haven't actually. I haven't done like Harvest Temple or.
They're honestly
Temple Thebe, and
look. That's the good.
I know they're like.
What's the good thing about Power Creep?
Yeah,
the good thing about Power Creep, they're actually much more approachable now. Like HCCM is really not that bad. It's long, and the length of it means you have to kind of get through it a bit to you see all the mechanics and stuff. But yeah, honestly, like HCCM and Sarah CM even, they're very approachable now. Like with the current state of the balance. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I it's really dumb, but it's like the only reason I haven't pushed for this to complete this kind of content, even though I'm like a massive Guild Wars 2 fan, is literally just the rewards. They just don't interest me. If there was like a sick mount at the end of Harvest Temple CM, I'd be grinding that shit every single day till I got it. But I feel like ArenaNet have always kind of
they struggle with this.
Their reward structure.
I think the Everbloom.
That's the only reason I don't engage with that stuff. Yeah, Everbloom's like, it's okay. It's an infusion. It's okay, but it's like it's not quite enough for someone like me. I need a cool weapon skin or a like sick mount or something. You know what I mean? That's why I end up back at WoW at some points because I'm like, well, they've just nailed the reward structure. The hard fights give you the cool shit. That's all I want from an MMO, really. I'm very simple-minded in that way. I just need like cool, flashy reward at the end of the hard content, and I will grind it hard.
Yeah, no, I think rewards is something that ANET's always struggled with. I think that's regrettably a consequence of like the gem store, basically, and the way they handle rewards there. But I hope it's something they do look at actually in the big kind of raid strike update. In the first quarterly update, because I do agree. Like rewards have been like both replayable and kind of aspirational. So like the first time clear and stuff, like the skins you can get. It has been a weakness of this type of content for sure. Yeah. Because even I really liked the EOD CMs, but the rewards that they came with were just like nothing burgers. So I just don't do them anymore. Like I did them once, and I'm like, great, that's fun. One more thing before you go. Do you think it's a bad thing that you can buy the rewards on the TP a lot of the time, so they'll be sellable? Because I feel like that's really bad from your perspective, right?
Yeah. I think that's awful. Yeah, I really hate that. Especially like even just simple stuff like a patch comes out and we get a new weapon set and it's all tradable. You can just buy it off the trading post straight away, and there's no like incentive there to do the content. Like I really hate that. I think it's annoying because in MMOs I'm like a big fashion-minded player, but I'm like of the belief that your fashion kind of like is a reflection of
your actions, what
your
you've done,
accomplishments, and that sort of thing. And when you put it in a trading post or you put it in the gem store, it's just like nothing. It becomes meaningless, and I just don't care to do the content.
I definitely want to let you go, but honestly, we should definitely chat about that sometime because I completely agree with you. I think that one of the reasons why I feel like Guild Wars 2 rewards have always struggled to feel meaningful is because in a very literal way, they aren't. They're not attached to any action within the game directly. It's why when I think about memorable like reward journeys I've had in Guild Wars 2, it's actually Vision and Aurora, right? It's Chuka and Chompa, right? Because those are things that you cannot buy. You cannot buy that on the trading post.
Exactly.
Right?
It's why like the only legendaries I have are those ones, the Gen 2 ones, because they have a journey attached to them and they're untradeable. I don't care for the Aurene ones because I'm like, well, everyone can get them, and you just buy them, and I'm like, meh. And one of my favorite journeys was getting the Envoy armor because that was like a whole thing. I had to like get into raids. I had to find a group that was doing regular clears, and those were some of my favorite moments playing Guild Wars 2. Was unlocking that armor set.
Yeah.
I want more stuff like that.
I completely agree. It's a good conversation. Like meaningful rewards it's hard to do in a horizontal game in particular, right? Because I feel like vertical games have a cop out almost. They're like, well,
I
look,
agree.
The number goes up. Hell yeah, right? So yeah, if you see someone with the best in slot gear, like, oh shit, this guy's farming mythic. Oh my god, this guy's insane, right? Or early tier, they've got the mythic mount, like, holy shit, these guys killed the mythic end boss. Oh my god. Or holy shit, this guy swiped his card and bought a boost from Echo. Yeah. Oh man, that's so epic. Right. But yeah, it's pretty cool. That you have that kind of stuff, and like vertical probably makes it easy. Really hard to do in horizontal.
I honestly think I think it's really low-hanging fruit for Guild Wars 2. I think it would be so easy for them to add just one sick skin that comes from a CM. That's it. I
and
feel
it's
like
exclusive, right? It's fully exclusive. It's locked in.
And it's exclusive.
Yeah.
Exactly right. Like, okay, here's the thing. Every festival every year gets an entire new weapon set. Why? Why does the festival get an entire new weapon set?
You know why.
CM comes out.
That's where the money comes from. Do you see? Absolute bro. Dude, do you know a legitimate concern about the next expansion that I have, unironically, for the next expansion? It's dropping at the same time as Halloween. People aren't going to play the new shit. They're going to be in the Labyrinth, bro. They're going to be in the Labyrinth farming candy corn. They're going to go, why would I play the new expansion when I can play the Labyrinth?
But ArenaNet, I mean, they don't earn... I mean, if they put a new weapon set behind the Labyrinth, what does that do for, like... I don't know, maybe I'm not understanding, but, like, how does that benefit... Like, why would that be more benefit than putting a whole fancy weapon set behind, like, the new raid CM?
I think people swipe for them. I think them existing gets people to engage. I think people engage hard during the festival time. So people are logging in, people are looking at the cash shop, people are swiping, right? I think it's just... I think festivals in Guild Wars 2 are like giga engagement. Yeah, like mega engagement. Like, you will never see more unique copies of a map than the Labyrinth in current Guild Wars 2. You'll never see more than that. Like, when the Labyrinth is up, it's like, no joke, like 20, 30 maps full of people doing the Labyrinth.
Yeah.
Right? They're just going berserk. Like, they're going crazy. You're not going to get that for anything else in the entire game. That's just engagement.
So you think if they just like if they moved that weapon set to like the new raid encounter, it just wouldn't be anywhere near the same payoff as...
Nah, no way.
Right. Okay.
Not even close. I think you wouldn't get even like a minuscule amount of the same level of engagement as festivals get. I think the festivals are like really active. Also, dude, Boots was in the chat the entire time. Just hardcore ignored him the entire time. He hasn't been on T-Time for ages. He's fucking nothing to me. He's nobody. I don't think he's here anymore. Feels bad. He's not even going to hear me acknowledge him even now. We were too engrossed in the conversation.
Awesomeness said, yeah, Wing 8 does have unique armor per boss. I just think they look awful. I know that's a super subjective opinion, but I just don't think the rewards look cool. That's literally, it's that simple to me. I think that, like, even that Decima arm thing, it's just like so hard to work into any outfit because it's just so gaudy and over the top, and it's also, this is like such a minor gripe, but like a lot of the recent skins ArenaNet has been putting out, they're weirdly low resolution, and I'm not sure why. Like the Stalker armor and the rewards from the raid CM, I'm not sure why, but the rewards are like super low res compared to the other stuff in the game, and it kind of makes it difficult to fit with outfits. But that's such like a minor gripe. But yeah, I just don't think the rewards look cool. I think they just need to look cooler, and that's it. That's that simple. Even just, they don't have to do a whole weapon set, but just like one cool weapon skin thing, I'd be happy with. I know that's like super subjective and nebulous, but
yep,
I don't know. Like when I see WoW cook up these tier sets, I'm like, holy shit, they cooked. They look sick as hell, and that's all the motivation I need to do the raiding.
He logs
content.
in. He logs in for the tier sets, guys.
I do.
He logs in big for the tier sets. And the mounts, I guess, too.
And the mounts. Just, I'm telling you, ArenaNet, just like one mount skin in a raid, do it and see what happens. Man.
That imagine.
God.
Okay, hear me out. What if they dropped a mount skin per raid wing as part of the update? In update.
That'd be incredible. That would be the dream. I'm not gonna lie. That would be insane. Yeah. They need to do that. Now that you've put it forward, that's exactly what
They have to do it now because I've said it. They have to actually drop it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, there you go then.
Gosh. Yeah.
It'll be Dragon's End all over again. I mean, look, ArenaNet won't bend this time.
This is the only thing that annoys me about the Guild Wars 2 community in some aspects. Is just like how people don't like specific rewards being locked behind specific content. I thought putting the turtle behind, what was it? It was behind like Dragon's End and doing the Kaineng strike. I'm like, that's exactly what I want. And people were complaining, and I was like, no, now this sucks. I think it's smart. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe not the expansion feature of having like the mount specifically, but cosmetic rewards, like skins. Come on, man. Like, how can people complain about them not being like earnable?
It's confirmed, guys. Bloom approved of the siege turtle being locked behind an event with a 90% failure rate. Like, an event so challenging.
Did it really have a 9?
Yeah, that's what Grouch said. Yeah, Grouch said
actually, you know
90.
what? No. I stand by it. I stand by it.
Oh my god, based.
Fun. Loved it. Yeah. Some of my favorite moments of the expansion launch was like grueling through Dragon's End.
Yes!
And believe me, I am one of you people. I do not have like a dedicated guild that I do content with. I'm just like a regular Joe, but I like the challenge. I like the friction. Without it, it's just like meaningless, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, that was a good time. I will admit that. You know, there are some insane stories from that time. I had people offering me in DMs that they would pay me like $500 to let me be on their map, to basically do the event for them. Right? No joke.
Oh my god.
Like I have honestly never seen anything like this. So I would open a squad and I would have to like the way we handled this, right, was that I would go on Discord and I would say, okay, guys, I'm gonna open the squad in 3, 2, 1. And the squad would fill in a frame. Like, I would not even be able to see the number go up, right? On, like, the squad, like, number counter. It was 0. I click create squad. And then people were hammering the button, okay? Until, like, it filled in instantly. It was, like, some of the best shit in the entire game. Yeah, and also, NA in particular was like this. Like, people were saying, like, there's this amazing quote. Someone in chat, like, said, please, Teapot, please help NA. Like, they were begging for help. Like, they had no hope on the NA server.
Oh my god. I was on NA. I loved it. I loved the struggle.
Wait, who did you do Dragon's End with? You did it week 1, like unnerfed? Did you do it unnerfed?
Oh, I commanded it.
Yeah.
I just week 1 I was like doing the story and I saw the pop up that was like the achievement for doing the meta event first. I'm like, hell yeah, I'm gonna command it. I think we failed it, but that was fine. I don't know. I wasn't in any like group or anything like that. I just kept joining pugs until I got it, and that was just,
how many tries did you get it?
Oh man, I can't recall. Like maybe like 4 or 5, something like that.
Oh, that's really not that bad then.
Yeah.
I think on day 1, everyone wanted to unlock the turtle. I had report like some people were saying I have tried Dragon's End every time for the past 20 hours. I think one guy said that he attempted it 16 times. And it failed every single time. And he was there for full prep every time. So he was there for over 30 hours.
Holy shit. Okay, well, I sympathize with those people. I do. Yeah, maybe not that process for like an expansion feature, like a mount or whatever, but skins, cosmetics, I revel in that. I want to attempt the thing like 20 times to get that one skin.
Yeah,
yes,
I love.
please.
This is true, by the way. There was actually a relatively significant movement within the community to actively grief maps to force ArenaNet to nerf it. Like, people would make... there was a Reddit post saying this, like saying, protest, we will grief maps actively and AFK on them until ArenaNet are forced to nerf it. And people also made protest LFGs. So when we were making our LFGs, people would also make protest LFG, and it'd be like, join this map and AFK until ArenaNet nerf this. It was beautiful, to be honest.
Wow.
And the thing is, we joke about this, and obviously it is funny in retrospect in particular. But I feel like this is kind of the magic of games, right? Like that element of friction that you're actually overcoming something. It's kind of magic, to be honest. Like, and for all of the chaos and all of the insanity that was going down there, that was memorable. I will never forget that.
That
right?
is the MMO experience to me, is that struggle and camaraderie. That's why I had that long period where I was really enjoying like the classic MMOs and stuff. And why I enjoyed even Guild Wars 1. Guild Wars 1 is a hard game.
Yeah,
it is.
Great game.
And I really enjoyed that challenge. Yeah, I wish people kind of embraced that more with Guild Wars 2.
Yeah.
Because it has such a cool combat model that I think only really excels in content like that. And those are the only places where you actually properly learn to utilize the combat model and like learn the ins and outs of it, and look online for resources to figure out builds and how to properly play your class. Is that adversity and that challenge. Without it, it's just like people just steamroll through the content.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that is why raids need 3 difficulty modes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, we brought it down. Look, we go into this, we're gonna really stall you, and then you're gonna, you're gonna. Well, at least you'll be able to sit down, I guess.
I'm just gonna die.
But yeah. I mean, like for sure, like 2 difficulties is definitely not enough. I think Wing 8 really shows that, right? Because like Wing 8 normals, it's fucking grueling, right? And like CM, but they're also like Wing 8 normals. They're like too easy for average raiders, I feel like, but they're still too hard for normies, basically. And then the CMs, I think, are way above the I think, okay, so your average raider in Guild Wars 2, I think, is going to get absolutely pulverized by Wing 8 CMs. They are way too hard for, like, normal raiders, basically, in Guild Wars 2. Way too hard. But the normal is, I think, too easy as well. Yeah,
the disparity between the modes is just like way too whack, I play this game pretty regularly. I've done all the raid wings, but like those like Wing 8 challenge modes are ridiculous.
There
just needs to be a way smoother curve. It doesn't make any sense.
And you can't do it with 2 modes, can you?
With 2 modes. No. With 2 modes, you either have one that's like too easy and the other one too hard. Like, you're just never going to be able to capture everyone. But the thing is, they have 3 modes, sort of. I mean, they have like normal, challenge, and legendary. Yeah. But it's like,
but you only have legendary on one of them, to be honest. And honestly, legendary is just CM with more HP as well. That's the big thing.
Right. And that, to be honest, that's never made sense to me. I don't know why they do, like, why even do it at that point, Like, just, I don't know.
Yeah. It's a bit more than that, to be fair. You got the different type of ads that spawn on Ura. But yeah, like at the end of the day, like, legendary is not that different to the thing.
Yeah. Fingers crossed for this raid rework thing.
Yeah, they better cook it.
Update 1, make it a monster.
Monster. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see like what direction they go with that type of design. And honestly, I'm just hoping the fact that there's only 2 bosses allows them to like really cook them. To be honest, because I felt a little bit weird about Wing 8 CMs, to be honest, because Greer I think is pretty good, actually, but like Decima's okay in terms of the CM. I really don't like Ura CM. I think Ura CM is quite mediocre, actually, in terms of its design. It's not the one I would have picked to do an LCM But yeah, I'm hoping that they're able to kind of like really get some good designs with just 2 bosses for sure.
Yeah. I will despair.
Yeah.
If that first boss does not hit, I will despair. I will.
If it's Dagda, what is a Dagda situation?
Oh, gosh. No, thank you. No, thank you. Good lord.
Yeah. And I assume you'll be dropping a review, right, of the new expansion?
Yeah, absolutely. I will be pushing to do like a full review, like I did with Secrets of the Obscure and Janthir Wilds.
Are you going to do point 2 as well?
And
in WoW?
Oh, I probably won't. I might do like a write-up because we've got a website now. So I might do a write-up for the website. Yeah, I don't know if you caught that, but we've got like a full, basically game industry news website that doesn't have. Yeah.
You're non-slop. Yeah, 100%.
Try not to promote it, but it's literally just like literally a non-slop website where we don't have any AI-generated content, no ads, nothing. It's fully reader-funded. And so that's where I'll probably do stuff that doesn't really fit in a video.
Yeah.
So,
Skillslop.com.
Skillslop.com.
Yeah. But I tell you what, I will let you go unless you want to bring anything else in particular. Because otherwise we'll be here for all eternity.
Yeah, I will jump in probably at some point when the
absolutely. Yeah, 100%, man. Yeah, like I want to. I've been doing some. I did a tea time recently with the Stop Killing Games stuff.
I saw that. I actually watched all of that. Yep, that was
great. So I'm looking at back. We should definitely do like something as well in the future. We should catch up some more because I always really appreciate your opinions on this kind of stuff. You are not slop. You are certified by me as not slop. Congratulations.
Thank you. I feel like I talk out of my ass like most of the time, and I talk from like a casual perspective, but I appreciate people.
No. Look,
some degree.
Yeah, I got a bit of a glaze session here at the end, but I think you have a really, really solid understanding of like what makes these games good, and design concepts and principles and stuff, like why people play this, like why it's good, why it's bad, like what needs to be here, and because you obviously play a lot of games too, right? You have like a broad perspective, which I obviously find really useful because I lean more into. I just like sweat 1 or 2 games, right, at the same time. But I really appreciate your perspective because you have such a wider view on loads of different topics and loads of different games that you've kind of had a go at, right? And played.
Well, I appreciate your streams. They keep me company every time I go to the gym. I literally just have your stream in the background. So,
there it is.
Yeah. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on again, as usual.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll chat soon.
Yeah. And look, if they drop something at Gamescom, you better show up. By the way, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. If they're dropping Guild Wars 3 at Gamescom or PAX, we're going. No, surely.
If ArenaNet send me anything that they're announcing Guild Wars 3 somewhere, wherever it is,
even
I will
a
be there.
sip,
so...
just like a sip of something.
Yeah, just a sip, just a morsel. If they're like, we are announcing something, I'm there, 100%. Yeah. I'm also. Do you live like near London?
No, I don't. Well, I mean,
else,
not like super far. It will be like couple of hours, right, for me to get to London.
Okay.
So not like
I have family in what, Epsom? Surrey, something like that. And I stay with them every now and again when I go to like trips for work or whatever. So I don't know. Do you live like near there? I'd be keen to hang out.
Well, I mean, no. Well, I mean, I
have no idea. I have no idea about geography.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably not far from your perspective, right? It would just be a couple of hours, but not a trivial journey for sure, right? But yeah, no, I mean, look, if there's something in the UK, like I'm definitely down to hang out because there's a couple of the crew might be doing like a bit of a road trip next year, so I might go and hang out with them because they're going to be coming to the UK. I think they're doing a couple of European countries as well. Well, a bunch of them.
Nice.
And maybe like if Roy shows up, I might go hang out with Roy as well. And I think.
Yeah, nice. You're not going to the Guild Wars 2 fan fest thingy, are you?
No, I'm not. That's in.
Yeah.
Like that's the States,
Seattle,
right?
Yeah. I wish they'd do it like around Gamescom in the same place as Gamescom because I feel like a lot of Guild Wars 2.
I think they
players
usually do
end
something.
up against
I think they usually do something in
Right,
Cologne. Because that's one of the things that I've been to. A very long time ago, I did
Okay.
one of the meetups I've done was basically with like my crew. Back when I was a teeny tiny streamer, like I think I had, I want to say like 5,000 followers. I think little babby streamer back in the day. And there was kind of like a Guild Wars 2 meet and greet thing. Is what was there.
Right.
Like a bunch of people were invited. I met like Sin there. I met Angels there, right? Like, a bunch of the partners were and stuff like that. Yeah, Doroya was there as well, all that kind of stuff. So I think they.
You can't go now. You're just gonna get swarmed.
Yeah, I'm not sure
They're
if they're doing it
fans.
this year. Actually, yeah, I am very famous now. I'm really important.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about.
Yeah,
this year,
yeah, I haven't heard anything about that. But yeah, it might be happening because I think they do it pretty frequently, but I'm not sure. But yeah, we'll see. Oh yeah, Doroya. Yeah, like awesomeness likes that. But anyway, yeah, I will stop stalling. Enjoy your food and your workout. And yeah, like I said, definitely let's. It's always good to have you on. Really appreciate you. And look, I'm streaming at a reasonable time for you, which is even better.
You are. It's been fantastic. It's been beautiful. I've been able to wake up, have like coffee while you're still live. It's excellent. So.
Yeah.
Right,
Okay.
well,
Take
see you
care,
later.
man.
Have a
Yeah,
good
I
one.
will see you around. Take it easy. Yeah.
Yeah. You too. Cheers.
Oh man, dude, Bloom is so based. Oh my god. Yeah. Obviously, yeah. Like, I'm in the UK, so my, perception of travel distance is like very different to some of you guys, right? Like, especially if you're in a much bigger country than mine, like in the United States or Canada or something like that, and obviously like Australia as well, where Bloom's from. Like that's not a huge distance, but for me, guys, driving 3 hours is a big deal. Okay, like that's a long way. Dude, I'm fucking dead. Yeah. Doing this Jade armor with the Walker never touching the ground, dude. Honestly, that's not a bad test, actually. We have to come up with other, like, insane challenges for Fungus. Takes 12 hours to cross my state. Yeah, I think, honestly, it wouldn't even take 12 hours to cross the UK, actually. I'm in, like, the south of the UK, and I've driven to Scotland, actually, because I went there for swimming, and it actually didn't take that long. It wasn't 12 hours. Yeah. It wasn't 12 hours to get there. By that much? Oh, yeah, no, the UK is not very big. It's not very big at all. I feel like we got the scuffed version. This version is not the good version of this event. Would you ever move to NA? I actually really like it in the UK. So I'm not really in the market to move, but I'm sure the States is nice as well. I think there's honestly a lot of places that I would really enjoy living. I think there's really good places all over the world, in fact. But I'm not really in the market. It's not something I'm really thinking about. I do like it here quite a lot. We've got our problems, of course, but pretty good. It's over. I'm dead. I have some mastery points. What should I spend them? Is one of my favorite discussions. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed. It was pretty good. I have to record my slop, guys. I've just realized that. I can probably upload that Bloom time as well, but I also want to record some slop about the new elite specs. I'm jealous of is Norway. I mean, isn't that the happiest country in the world? That's pretty good. You ask me. That's based. They're set for life with the oil. I mean, look, that's pretty good. A lot of money to spend on stuff. You live pretty comfortably without a car in the UK. If you're in a city, yeah. Like where I'm at, it will be a bit of a pain in the ass, to be honest, because I live a little bit out in the country a bit. But in a city, yeah, you'll be absolutely fine. You don't need a car. To be honest, like, you know, you know, you could, you know, obviously it does have utility, but to be honest, yeah, if I lived, especially if you live in London, right? Like London has really good kind of like public transportation setup, but honestly, a lot of major UK cities like are very, very walkable, and have like public transport as well. And stuff's usually pretty close together. Like, you know, for example, you know, obviously I don't live in a city, so I don't have everything where I'm at, but to be honest, I can walk to basically everything that I need. But yeah, obviously, like when there's some things that don't exist in my little town. Wait, what's happening here? Are we winning? Dude, what is this? This event sucks. Awesomeness. Summon the good one where we actually fight it. Despawn this slop and give us the good one. Is everyone just leeching? Because don't we have to throw this at the thing? Why is nobody throwing? Use the dev commands, awesomeness. Fucking delete this event. Slop. Caught. Hit a button combination, triggered a dev command the other day. Wait, what was it? What did it do? It gave him 1 million gold. He literally got 1 bill gold. It recorded something for the next 15 seconds. Oh, like the log? It was like logging, basically? Like debug stuff? He literally permabanned someone, guys, by accident. Quick question, guys. Should I create high-quality content, or should I continue to serve you up slop daily? What do we think? Slop until the expansion. Hourly slop. They all want slop. The command created a .dat. Wait, what? That's interesting. I wonder what it did. What was it recording? Or what's in the DAT? Oh, wait, what? Oh. I guess I went there too soon. Dude, drops are so... Dude, drops are so unbelievably lucrative. It's actually insane. You know, when I'm not lazy, one thing that I actually would like to do is like be pretty transparent with like how I think streaming is way too opaque. It's like I like to demystify it. I actually did I was working on a spreadsheet at one point that pulled data from the Twitch API that actually displayed how much money I make from Twitch. I never finished it, but I was actually going to make it public. And basically have it on a Twitch command so that anyone can look at it, like just because I think it's kind of interesting. And also because, again, yeah, I think that streaming is weird. I don't think people understand how it works, really. I don't think people really understand how, yeah, just like how the industry works and like where the money is coming from. One day I'll get to that. I'll tell you now. During drops, I was making $1,000 a day from Twitch. That's like a little interesting little tidbit for you. But that is with streaming on average 15 hours a day. So the hourly rate, it's not completely ridiculous, but the number's pretty decent. Oh, shit. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what on earth is that? That's really interesting. Profile capture. Wait, what is that? You have to open it now. And you know what's interesting, guys? I'll tell you another secret. The Twitch revenue is dwarfed by the ArenaNet partner income. Actually, that's not entirely true, but the ArenaNet partner is more. An account snapshot. Yeah, what is it trying to do? I mean, it's hard to tell just from the name. Like, is it saving? Is it doing like some debug data, like recording some profiling on performance or something? Yeah, is it saving like a state or something for debug purposes? Dude, like, I'm not gonna lie, the referral link is gonna be so unbelievably juiced. Because not only did Awesomeness fix it, it's gonna hit again and again and again. The referral link is gonna hit when they reveal the elite specs. It's gonna hit when they do news videos. It's gonna hit when they launch the expansion. Bro, it's gonna be absolutely fucking disgusting, I'm gonna be honest with you. Especially when there'll be a week of drops on launch, and ArenaNet might cook us Twitch front page as well. It's gonna hit big. As your referral for Janthir? Yeah, you can for any version of Guild Wars 2, yeah. 5K. Oh, well, it more than that. Trust me. Yeah. No, like, look, guys, the ArenaNet partner program is fucking insane, to be honest. They're insanely based. I think, okay, I can give you an interesting guesstimate. So this will be all in, including everything. So Twitch, YouTube, and ArenaNet. I would expect to make over 10,000 in the launch week of the expansion. That's honestly conservative. USD or pounds? USD. I do deserve that. You're right. I do deserve it. Correct. How much you made for each referral purchase? I don't actually know if I'm allowed to say that. Technically not. I actually, the weird thing is, I actually think if I asked ArenaNet, they'd say, yeah, do it. I just haven't done that. I will at some point. But to be clear, I actually don't think ArenaNet would care. They're very chill about this. They're very chill about talking about anything, really. It's just that, technically speaking, they haven't given me permission to talk about it. How many copies for your code? Oh, yeah, you have, like, good analytics on it. Is that why you want sub-based games? Well, I mean, look, I don't have a referral link for WoW. I wish I did. But yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. Yeah. Is the cost of living reasonable? Do you use other income than girls who WoW are quiet? Cost of living is honestly not too bad in the UK. I don't live in a city. Like, how, you know, this will be a story that you guys are familiar with, right? But if you live in a city, very particularly London, it can get pretty pricey. But the place where I'm at has a relatively low cost of living. So it's honestly pretty chill. I am a painfully boring person, financially. And there is a reason why I basically do whatever the fuck I want on stream. Is because I've made some good decisions. I've made some very, very boring, very, very good decisions over the last couple of years. So I have quite a lot of flexibility with what I can do. I'm very fortunate to be in this position. But I think being boring with money is a good thing. Uh-huh. Okay, boy, let's see. Lint knows what I'm talking about. Corpa. Corpa. But yeah, no, dude, bro, Guild Wars 3, dude, Guild Wars 3 is gonna be insane. It is absolutely insane. Oh, look, awesomeness. We are going to be initiating the Cabal for Guild Wars 3. Okay, Cabal operations. It's a little bit too late for the Cabal in Guild Wars 2, but the Cabal operations are coming. You're proud from it? No, I mean, look, bro, it's definitely both. It's gonna be a massive payday, but I also do think the game is gonna be pretty good. Maybe I'm coping, but I'm an ArenaNet believer. I feel like I'm the dude. I feel like I have this reputation for like despising Guild Wars 2, but then the same people who like say I flame the game will turn around and say that ArenaNet is the worst company ever made because they named Bard Troubadour. Okay, honestly, I think I'm the biggest ArenaNet simp out there. I'm not even joking, bro. Okay. Like, these people claim that they think the game is good, then they'll freak out about something like that. Like, bro, these people are casuals. I'm in it for the long haul, bro, okay? I'm in big for ArenaNet. I'm all in on ArenaNet. These people are, like, fair weather as fuck, dude. Fuck them. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's funny. Ready to win big. Also, guys, I want to do the slop, but okay, guys, explain to me how this has happened. I'm going to make a confession. I am insanely hyped up about Dimensius the All-Devouring. And you've got to bear in mind, guys, this transition has happened. I think 2 months ago, I was saying Void is literal slop, and it is literally the last thing that makes any sense in the story. And now it's like log in, log in, log in, log in, log in, log in. What has happened to me? Now I'm ready to fight Dimensius the All-Devouring, okay? And the thing is, I can barely say his name with a straight face. His name is Dimensius. It barely makes any sense. But it's gonna be amazing. It's so epic. I think the thing that really triggered it was them dropping the music. The music is like god tier for this boss. You have listened? Of course I listened to it. It's insane. Yeah, the music, it did send me over the edge. I also do like the concept art as well. It's pretty good. It's Dimensius. There he is. Like, here's a couple of models of Dimensius. This is the end boss for the WoW raid. Look how huge he is. This is as big as Dalaran. That's like a city, guys. That's Stormwind. He's as big as a city. Some animations. Like, he's like summoning an orb. I mean, they cooked, man. They cooked with the music. They're hyping it up. They're hyping it up big. I honestly can't wait. I want to log in now. I don't know how WoW does this. How does WoW do this? Because I feel like... Okay, look. I feel like in WoW, guys, the story, like, barely makes sense. But it's still epic somehow. Yeah. He's bigger than Deathwing. It's the biggest boss they've ever added to the game. He's huge. Isn't that... Wait, how does he walk? Well, it's like these he's like an elemental. Well, he's not an elemental. He's like a void lord. But basically, he slides along on the ground on the like void legs. He doesn't really have legs. He has arms, but no legs. Yeah. Gonna fight his pinky or something? I mean, let me see if I can find what he looks like in the raid. So this is like his... Okay. Oh, dude, this fight is gonna be so insane. So this is what he looks like in the... This is his like little platform where you probably start to fight him. So yeah, he's gonna like smash you with his like giant hands. However, there is a phase where you have to do a dragon riding thing, so it's pretty likely that you're going to have to, like, chase him or something through the void, and you're going to fight him in different locations. So you won't be on this platform the entire time. It's, like, a very mobile fight. But, yeah. That'll be a first. It's like Tindral. Tindral has something similar. But, yeah. Platform fights like this are rough to enjoy. And it is a little bit weird when the boss is that big, because it usually takes something away from the tanking, but they're doing it with, like, tank knockbacks and stuff like that, and there's going to be ads. I mean, also, we have not seen if you do fight him directly as well. It's also possible that in some way he does, like, grow legs. They've done that before, guys. They've literally done this. Ragnaros grew legs in Cataclysm, okay? Look. He grew legs. Boom. Good resolution. Yeah. Cocker? Yeah. Showing a later phase to keep the start secret. I mean, it might be that, or it might be the inverse, is that he expands. He inflates, if you will, throughout the encounter, as he feasts on the entire world. You've given me legs too soon, executors. Indeed, yeah. I do. This raid is going to be insane. It's going to pop off, guys. I'm just telling you. This is login. This will... Dude, okay, wait, hold on. I just got a really interesting YouTube comment. That Scuff, they're going to be able to actually take... Yeah. I didn't like how condescending your co-commenter was. Weird energy. Wait, is it Helseth?
Take one game. I kind of want to say that as well.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards that. Like, given how well they played again.
It was Helseth. Yeah, I thought so. Oh, dude. I knew it was him, but I think voters don't get it, to be honest. I don't know. I actually like Helseth a lot. Definitely one of the streamers and content creators I respect the most that I have encountered. Very good. You know, it's a shame that he ended up making way more money in real life, so streaming was no longer attractive for him. Very unfortunate. Ken's dick-sided move, Dementor will do that with his void cock. I mean, that's definitely possible. I could imagine that happening. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's login, dude. Like 11.2 is the most login shit ever. It's like the most login imaginable. Yeah, I hope Helseth would come back for Guild Wars 3, actually. That would be incredibly hype. How do you feel about WoW having PR testing for Mythic Raid bosses? I think it's fine. At the end of the day, the bosses end up being like way more aggressively tuned later on. And the PTR is basically a compromise. The PTR is how they're able to release as much content. Because they basically want to, one, test the fights to see how people play them and see if they've missed anything out. And two, they need to like do all the QA and stuff. And like it's just very, very easy way of doing it is to have people test the raid. Because it's very like the thing with the PTR is that it lets you like apply thousands of brains to a problem, and if you've missed something, they'll find it. Especially like the sweaty sweats, like the the really sweaty guilds, is if you've had an oversight and your fight doesn't work, they will find it. They will find what's wrong with it. And that's good. They keep the last boss, to make sure that they don't like spoil everything. The last boss is never tested on any difficulty. It's only internal tested, which I think is honestly a solid compromise. It allows Blizzard to release a crazy amount of content. Context, guys. Blizzard are currently releasing 24 raid bosses with 4 difficulties per expansion. That's kind of a lot. And similarly with dungeons, not all of them are original. Many of them are returning from previous expansions with the Mythic Plus system, but they do release ultimately a lot of dungeon content as well. I think the PTR is actually a really important part of it. Can't kill the boss. Oh no, they can. We actually killed a lot of the Mythic bosses on PTR. Actually. How many maps they release? It's 1 map per patch. So how many is it going to be this time? They did 4 on launch, and then it's 1 per patch, basically. So it will be a total of 6 maps. Is essentially what they've released. Oh, no, they've done... I always forget about Siren Isle. Isn't anything new compelling to make him say it? Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's not... that's not unreasonable, to be honest. But yeah, no, he's playing multiverses right now. I was trying to work on a... I had a lot of problems in IRL, and he wanted to do a tournament with me in Multiversus, but I'm not gonna lie, my IRL was not in a good enough position to actually make that happen, unfortunately. So we ended up never doing it. But it's a real shame. I actually really enjoy working with Helseth. I was really excited to actually try that, but unfortunately it didn't really work out. Mothers is shut down. Is it actually? Is it dead? Wait, what the fuck? Is it actually? Officially closes. What the fuck? Dude, you hate to see that, huh? Oh, man. I was too slow. To be fair, there were a lot of problems with it. Like, as I understand it, like, it was very, very glitchy. I watched a tournament they tried to run. Helseth was involved in it. He played in it, actually. And they had just, like, horrible problems with desync. And the spectate stuff was really not working very well. So it looks like the game did have a lot of, like, really big architectural issues, which is very unfortunate. That's really unfortunate, because Helseth really liked that game. Ah, it sucks. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's tough. Oh yeah, exactly what Sakiki says here. To give them credit, yeah, like Blizzard do add, well, they've done 10 dungeons, haven't they? They did 8 on launch and then 2 with extra patches. So I guess a total of 10 dungeons, or 8 dungeons and 1 mega dungeon, which is like 2 dungeons back to back. The mega dungeons are also really cool. They're typically like a bit more raid-like in their mechanical design. They go a little bit harder on them. Like the regular dungeons are usually pretty, you know, a little bit on the chiller side. And then when they do the mega dungeon, they go a little bit further and make the mechanics a bit more in-depth. That was like very obvious in Dawn of the Infinites, for example. Bring back Little Big Planet. I'm doing Little Big. Wait, oh, that's fucking depressing. Dude, honestly, I would love to see them bring back Little Big Planet. Or do like a remaster. That would be so exciting. I actually really wish that Media Molecule, that's the studio that makes those games, they're really married to console. I wish they'd do PC. Because, I mean, PC is just based. Oh, dude, I love Little Big Planet. What an amazingly... What's the word for it? It's a pure game. Everything in that game is joy. That game is just full. It's the developers expressing joy and love, in my opinion. I love it. I love everything about that game. The devs made that because they wanted people to like it. It is a complete labor of love. It's so obvious in everything about Little Big Planet. It's a beautiful game. It's one of those games that when you think about it, you realize that it's actually one of the best games ever made. If I was going to do a list of best games ever made, Little Big Planet would be on it, without a shadow of a doubt. I completely agree, Trayvon King. You could... The PS3 is worth getting just for Little Big Planet. You can run it on emulator, though. I've tried to run it on emulator. It actually runs okay. The only problem is that it's locked at 30 FPS, and like the frame generation stuff is crap. Less content after launch. It's... Okay, so here's the deal with that, though, Magrest. Yes and no. They do less individual maps, but those maps are big. For example, the comment that Bloom made about Undermine having a lot of content, like for like someone who loves like collecting stuff and like doing quests, Undermine is huge. Like, and all the events they add, all like the little bonuses, like delves and stuff, is like very packed with stuff to do. They do like less frequent but very big updates. That's their approach. Yeah, it's very dense. But yeah, they don't do like as much map content. There's like a map every 6 months in WoW, basically. Sometimes they do stuff in a 0.7. So for example, they added like a weird random map they recycled from BFA with the Siren Isle in a point, like this is like WoW terminology, right? You have the expansion. We're on 11. So 11.1, the next number, right? It will be a 1 or a 2, is like major update. And then after that is partial update. So the way the cycle is like this. You do 11.1, 0.5, then a 0.7, then 0.2, then 10.2.5, then 10.2.7, right? And then eventually, you know, they'll go to the next one, right? That's the terminology there. It's quality of the past two, what Nate has mentioned technologies, and it really makes Guild Wars 2 dev tools a priority. They can the problems Guild Wars 2 has run into. Yeah, I would very much hope so as well. For sure. I think that like dev tools are really important for like maintaining the game, 100%. Darren just sent me a tweet. This is actually 1 billion% true, by the way. People will say they care about the playstyle of a spec and just lie to you straight to your face unintentionally. The number one thing people care about is their ability to play the game, get invited, is regardless of spec. True. Yeah, people do not care. People don't even really care about balance, actually. People want their spec to be the best, which I don't have a problem with. I just think people should just, like, openly say that. Like, you know, when people say they care about balance, they're not really telling the truth. That's not actually what they mean. They mean they want their spec to be the strongest. I love the multiplayer in Little Big Planet. I played it with my brother quite a lot. What was the original context here? Players have fought healer specs. Wow, this playstyle is fun and rewarding. Blizz makes no mechanical changes, but nerf specs by 10%. What the fuck is this? Neither fun nor rewarding now. True, dude. Oh my god, he's so based. Oh my god. Dude, J.B. He just drops the bomb there. Oh man, dude, the WoW content creation scene is so good. Everyone's so good there. It's actually really tough to compete. It's actually, do you know something really surreal, guys? Is I am uncommon in Guild Wars 2, but in WoW, dude, people like me are a dime a dozen. It's really hard to be competitive there, in the scene. You know, we're starting to get there now, right? You know, I'm very fortunate to be involved with some Race to Worlds First stuff that's going on, but it's very competitive. There are some extremely skilled, extremely knowledgeable, and extremely entertaining people. There's so many people who are so entertaining, like, and so talented in the WoW scene. It's very hard to compete, to be honest. But that's fun. That's fun, right? Like, it's an opportunity for personal growth, right, at the end of the day. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, when I chatted with Max, I basically said this. I said, when I was talking with Max, I said, if I could play on the Torrent Realm all the time, he specifically said, oh, you're a JB, right? Yeah. Yeah. 2 names, what, 3? Yeah, 2. GALESHOT and LUMINARY. Involved in Race to Worlds First? Well, you might be seeing me pop up casting for Method with the Race to Worlds First. Yes, very exciting. GALESHOT? How is that a smut name? Thinking money shot? I mean, I feel like it's not quite the same. Luminary equals Guardian? Yeah, that's my guess. Obvious Ranger? Yeah, it's pretty clearly Ranger for sure. All right. It's been 5 hours of stalling. Are you guys ready for YouTube SLOP? Because, look, I've actually had this here the entire time. I've had my... Dude, what the fuck is this? Dude, Kroof... What the fuck? Dude, Kroof has got some good tweets to us. That's a bit of a banger. Okay, well... Okay. Okay, but I've had my tabs open ready, okay? I've had my tabs ready to discuss what we're dealing with here the entire time. New Superman movie. I actually do want to go and see it. I'm a big fan of James Gunn's work. I really like The Suicide Squad. I think that's a fantastic superhero film. And I have to say, I absolutely loved Guardians of the Galaxy. Guardians of the Galaxy 3 is amazing. I think that film is so good. Yeah, no, I do want to go and see it, actually. And the trailer for Superman looked fantastic, actually. It looked really fun. Also, I also really like Nicholas Hoult as an actor in general. But also I think he's I think the casting feels really good there. Like Nathan Fillion in the mix as well, of course, actually. And yeah, like Nicholas Hoult as well as Lex Luthor is like really exciting. Yeah. You know what I like about James Gunn is that I don't know. It feels like modern superhero movies, they're all a bit cynical, right? Like they almost like don't like, they're made by people who don't like superheroes in a way. That's kind of what it feels like, you know what I mean? But when I see James Gunn's films, I feel like he loves superhero films, right? They're often pretty bittersweet, right? Like Guardians and Suicide Squad, they have this melancholy to them. Like they have, like, the characters are often a bit broken. They're troubled and so on. But they're still hopeful, right? You know, they have this optimism to them and this sincerity. Like, his films feel really sincere to me, right? Which I personally really enjoy as well. I don't mind the edgy, gritty stuff. Yeah, Watchmen. I actually really like the Watchmen TV as well, actually. Like, the Watchmen movie, I think, is actually a great film. And I actually really enjoyed the TV show too. Which was pretty cool. I think one kind of came out of the blue. I think it was on HBO, if I recall correctly. And there's room for the gritty stuff. There's room for the cynicism. I think that's fine. But I do really enjoy James Gunn's optimism and sincerity, 100%. It feels very refreshing. It feels like really refreshing to me. Yeah, no, I'm absolutely going to be seeing Superman. Yeah, like that. I think I'm really excited to see that film. Yeah. Really good. Oh, I'm really glad to hear that, actually. That makes me really excited, to be honest, for the, what is it? What would it be? Like the DC cinematic universe? Because now that James Gunn is in charge of it, that's exciting, to be honest. I honestly want to see, I do think we need someone else maybe at the head. Although, I'll tell you what, I am a little bit interested in Avengers Doomsday. I will admit that, guys. I will admit that they kind of got me. I love that we're bringing the X-Men in. I actually think Fantastic Four is looking hype as well. Oh, they might have got me with that, to be honest, man. I actually do admit that. It looks like superhero shit, right? Like it looks like, some proper superhero stuff. Yeah. They've got me a bit. They've got me a little bit with Fantastic Four and Doomsday. That hits. That also hits. That hit too? DC's getting a universe? Yeah. DC is getting a universe. Hype. I wonder if I can actually kill this Deadeye. Room 5. It's over. I actually need 1 kill for daily kills. This is the kill we need. Okay. Oh, they've gone to Axe Daredevil, huh? Okay. Some kind of condition build. Gotcha! Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, dude, yeah, I haven't... oh, not a happy chappy. Fair enough. Yeah, I haven't seen Thunderbolts yet, but I've heard good things about it. I'm a little bit behind on movies, actually. What am I going to play for Season 3? It's actually not certain yet, because basically I'm going to be like the filler. I play tank in my guild, so I'm basically like the raid buff, the filler. So it kind of depends what our comp's going to look like. It could well be bear right now as possible, because we're maybe not playing another druid in the group. But, you know, we might end up playing Resto Druid, so that might be not necessary, but could be bear. Because the other tank is very likely to be playing the Blood Death Knight, so I might be the bear. But we'll actually see what it ends up being. We're definitely going to have monks in the group because Mistweaver's looking really good, so probably not Brewmaster, unless we need it for a certain boss for whatever reason. Probably not Blood Death Knight, unless there is one where we need two for some reason. No vengeance for the Ultimate Wars. I will have it geared. Yeah, I will have it geared, but we'll see how it turns out. Yeah, and you know, it's possible that vengeance might be pretty good anyway. Although obviously in raid, it's usually a little bit of a stretch. It's usually not the best in raid, and we actually do have a Havoc player anyway, so don't need the raid buff or anything. But yeah, we'll see. I honestly don't. You know, I think all of the tanks for raid are honestly feeling pretty good right now. In M+, it's a little bit less even. I'd say like VDH and Prop Paladin are a decent bit ahead in M+ right now. Cinematic Universe with the boys? Well, I mean, the boys is basically over, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be... I think there's another season of Gen V, and then it's Boys Season 5, and I mean, that's it. It's over. Be pretty interesting, I think. The boys are done, not just an HBO. True. Funding concentration you're not playing? Yeah, just take your time. Try stuff out. You know, it might take you a little while to find something that really clicks with you. Just try a bunch of stuff. There's a lot of variety out there. When is the slop? I guess I've been keeping you guys up all night waiting for slop, huh? It's 5 a.m. Dude, this is not good. I need to get some sleep. Have you seen any Vigilante My Hero anime? I'm afraid I'm not a weeaboo. I've only seen one anime. I've seen One Punch Man. And that was only because of a sub goal, guys. I want to be clear, I'm not a weeaboo. I'm not a weeb. It was a sub goal to watch anime. You're missing out. agree with Lara. Oh yeah, I also just realized I'm not entirely telling the truth either. I actually did watch Frieren as well. That was because Lara was talking about it and we were talking about it, and she said she found it really interesting. So I watched that as well. So, like, I'm slowly being sucked in. One day. Well, look, honestly, look, we can do a deal. Okay, look, I'm currently trying to pressure Lara into playing point 2. You know, look, it's a Void patch. Lara likes the Void Elves as well. There's some Void Elves here, guys. It's the perfect time. Log in. Log in, guys. I'm not going to scroll too far down, actually, because, listen, as I'm sure many of you guys are aware, the WoW community are rampant Kumas. If I scroll down, it's almost certainly going to be not safe for work shit down here. Especially with Void Elves. Well, actually, any kind of elf. I'd have to unlock it. Yeah, I think I think Void Elf is actually one of the more involved allied race unlocks. I've unlocked High Mountain Tauren because it was meta for tanking on Druid, but I haven't actually unlocked any of the other allied races. My understanding is that Void Elf is one of the more involved ones. I think you have to do quite a lot of stuff in Suramar, right? I think you have to do quite a lot of that stuff. I'm not sure, though, actually. I don't know exactly. Oh, wait, no. No, Nightborn is the annoying one. No. Yeah, no, that one is annoying. Because Jess did that one. He said that one took a lot. I don't know about Void Elf. Maybe Void Elf isn't that bad, actually. Yeah. Making it to unlock restart. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's a bit odd, to be honest. I mean, technically, you could also swipe for a race change as well. So, you know, you could do that. Yeah. Ah, okay. They made Void Elf easier. Okay, no, I've been feeding Lara misinformation, which is actually based, by the way. But yeah, you have a piece of recycled siege equipment. It's worth 5 gold. You're rich. Shout out to Gloopel, by the way, aka Poophell. To be honest, you guys know when Guild Wars 2 really went downhill? I'll tell you. It's when Poophell got renamed. Like, I was probably going to give Janthir Wilds a 10 out of 10. But unfortunately, Poophell was renamed. And that is unfortunate. That reduced the rating of the expansion significantly. But honestly, they could give Poophell back in the next expansion. Therefore, kind of giving it like a preemptive bonus. Yeah. Unacceptable. Well, what's funny about it is that, like, how did it go unnoticed for so long? Like, I'm pretty sure Cat has had Poophell, like, since Core or something. It's not a new name. Like, why now? Like, why did... This was the moment, like, Ada, like, okay, it's gone too far. It's been, like, 10 years. It's been 8 years of Poophell. It's gotta go now. Quick reminder. Very quick reminder here, guys, by the way. Awesomeness's character was renamed. Oh, yeah. ArenaNet Dev renamed to Reformed. Not to Poophell, unfortunately, but to Reformed. Also, I love this story. Daily reminder. Roy got banned for buying gold for a GVG tournament prize pool from a Chinese gold buying website. He got banned for that. That one's so good. No, that's true. That actually is true. It was, to be fair, it was before he worked at ArenaNet, but it is true. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, you can't make Magrest. I don't even know why, actually. I don't think I know enough about, like, naughty words to actually comprehend why Magrest, it gets caught by the filter. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's tripped something, but again, I'm not enough of, like, an internet degeneracy expert to, like, understand, like, what's not good there. Yeah, ArenaNet hates Magrest. Magrest, anyways. Yeah, I mean, Ian was playing back in core, right? Wasn't he? He was in like a tryhard guild, no? In vanilla. The GR being the culprits. I mean, I guess maybe. They don't want. They're not going to give you any allowance there. Here's a quick question, guys. Is there any evidence of any player in PvP or World versus World reforming? Good question. It's a big question, guys. It's a very big question. I'll be doing the opposite of reforming. He'll be... Wait, what does that even mean? Be unforming. He'll be deforming. Can we make it to defend this? We might not make it, actually. Oh. Oh, it's a scrapper. Corruptor! Ow. Okay. That's a big CC. Oh, the NPCs are not helping him here. Dude, corrupting 25 might off someone with one ability is actually fucked up. That's crazy. Just think about that, guys. You have 25 might, and then you have weakness after that. That's insane. Yeah, it is actually, it's deplete when that happens. It's absolute despair. No feat-related skills? I mean, I guess that's true. Trig talking about Magrest all the time. It's I mean, look, he has only brought it up once. I hope one day he will bring up Magrest again. Oh, shit. What? Yeah, like, fighting here among the NPCs, it's not the way. It's a really interesting build though. Like this is so tanky. He takes like very low damage. What gear is this? Is this Selly? Yeah, I don't. What is this build? Oh, I guess he's got the he's got toughness utility and toughness food. Yeah, it's pretty big. It's kind of a big deal, huh? I'll leave now. You can have the camp. And it does Condi damage too. I think it's either Selly or Trailblazer. Because it doesn't even do a lot of power damage, and it has like really high toughness. I think because of the boons, it's probably Selly. Oh wait, no, you don't get boon duration anymore. Oh, maybe you just have a shit ton of boons there. Do you think it's called Midnight? Do you think we actually lose against them? I would actually love that if they did that. Maybe. Or, like, maybe he escapes at the end or something. Or, like, opens a giant portal and opens, like, the Void Lords in there. Wait, G anything is disallowed. That's really interesting. Wait, is there a reason for that? What's the reason for that? Oh, no, I'm assuming it's just, like, Game Awards, I guess. They do not want Game Awards. All right, I'm capping this camp, then it's YouTube slop time. Dude, it's 5 a.m. YouTube slop. God damn. Outnumbered? Slop o'clock. Correct. That I cannot wait for Trig, Roy, and CMC Elite Spec reveal. Oh my god, it's going to be good. I also want to know. I want to know what Roy's doing at ArenaNet, dude. Roy needs to leak what he's doing outside of placing nodes. CMC leashed. You can make a Trig version of this emote. I mean, do we think Trig is chained though? Newt said, dude, it's fucking over for me, bro. Oh my god. I have to recover and get my sleep sorted again. It was so good. But to be honest, yeah, the drops just wiped me out. I think I'll be okay by tomorrow though. I think I'll have recovered by then. Should be fine. But I mean, do we actually think that Trig is chained? I don't think Trig is chained. Like, Trig feels unchained to me. I think we need to be asking the question if Awesomeness is chained. Although I don't think he's chained, because he fixed the partner program referral link. Only an unchained dev could conceivably accomplish such an outcome. I mean, look, if you want to see evidence that Trig is unchained, look at Janthir B. Like, Janthir B making it into the game is crazy. That proves that he's completely unchained. I can't wait for Illidan to come back into the story as the avatar of Sargeras. And Illidan is a pretty base character. That, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't play Legion, but, you know, Illidan saying some edgy shit, that's a winner right there, you know? It's pretty good. B nerfed. I mean, it's nerfed, but it's still there. 300 gold AFKing the B with open when that pet was out. Oh, so everyone was like feasting off you? Yeah, that's big. All right, come on then, guys. It's slop. Let's do some slop. Let's do a little bit of slop. Late night slop. Looney Tuesday. It's not Tuesday, guys. It's not Looney Tuesday. It's actually crazy that Boyce doesn't have partner yet. That's actually crazy. He did apply too. I don't know why he didn't get partner. I will definitely see what can be done. I will try to help. Yeah. What does it mean, slop? Okay, wait. Slop Urban Dictionary. That's an interesting first definition. Okay. Slop, sludge, brain rot, or slop content refers to low-quality content that is clearly made to hop and market off new trends, and usually involves mishmashing of trends together. If it's video content, it's usually brainless and seems to be almost AI-generated because of how fucking stupid it can be. Games can also be classified as slop content and are usually marketed towards kids with highly saturated colors, microtransactions, and notable characters from other popular games. And there's a quote here to help you understand this. Timmy, I love consuming skibbity toilet slop content on YouTube Shorts. There you go. Who doesn't? Okay. It's time. Yeah, I honestly want to leave Kroof's tweet in here because it's so unbelievably funny. Like, what is this image? Sorry, guys. That is content. That is actual content right there. Drop the elite spec trailers too hype right now. This is a big meme. This is a powerful meme, guys. It's a very powerful meme. Incredible. Only 18 likes. That is shameful. That's absolutely shameful, guys. Wait, bro, what the fuck is this content, bro? Why would you even link this, Magros? You're actually exposed for linking some, like, brain rot shit. You're caught. GG. You are mega caught. Wait, chat Garrett's happening right now. All right. But never mind chat Garrett. Come on, let's do some slop. Let's get some slop done. Okay. Oh, can I zoom? Oh, Chrome has crashed. Nice. It's frozen. Okay, it recovered. Oh. We're good. When a skill, for example, says it applies 3 seconds to almost an X damage, is that damage for the 3 seconds or in each individual one? When you see a damage number, it's the total damage. However, okay, so if you've got a skill that is like this, right? you've got a physical damage component, like a power damage component, and a condition damage component. The damage that the Torment does is in the Torment part of the tooltip. The strike damage is the damage component of the tooltip. Ooh. All right, guys, buckle up for some more daily high-quality content. You know the Troubadour, Evoker, and Antiquary now. Who do you think gets GALESHOT and Luminary? That's right, guys. We've got the names of 2 more elite specializations and maybe a little bit of a hint on what those might look like for Visions of Eternity. Before we actually start talking about this, I actually have to highlight a member of the community for delivering this meme to us. It is Kroof on Twitter. That's Kroof in all caps _ with this tweet. Hey twin, drop the Elite Specs trailer's too hyped right now with this image from the new Superman film. Very funny. I got a good laugh out of this one, so definitely follow Kroof for more hard-hitting meme content over there on social media. Love to see that. But anyway, let's actually go with that. So, I think it's pretty obvious where we're going here, I think. And the first one I'm very confident about, it looks like the Ranger is going to be the GALESHOT. You know, it's the only one that kind of makes sense there with the bow kind of arrow there. And this is interesting because my initial take on this was Beastmaster. Right, this is going to be, you know, not just Pigeonmancer, right? That was, you know, my initial idea was like, oh yeah, Pigeonmancer is going to be there. But I was thinking they would lean into Beast. You're going to send in a variety of animal companions and fearsome creatures to do battle with you. But actually, it does look like we are going a little bit more towards Pigeonmancer. So kind of air-themed abilities, wind-themed abilities. Going to be a lot of mobility in there, that's for sure. And yeah, it looks like you're going to be summoning a lot of birds, maybe a lot of bird-themed attacks you're going to be sending out towards your opponent. You can kind of see the Ranger here charging up some kind of ability, like a blade of air slicing out forwards there. Going to be pretty interesting. And again, this is not a weapon. This is clearly going to be some kind of profession mechanic that they're using here as well, either empowering their basic attacks or indeed casting some kind of projectile or some kind of spell that's also imbued with the power of these birds in there. So really interesting to see how that one's going to go on there. So it looks like it is going to be, I imagine there's going to be like a heavy range component to this, given the bow imagery, and again, now GALESHOT, right? Like kind of this concept of projectile being involved there. So we're going like big range roleplay here, right? And if you think about it, that does kind of make sense, right? Because, of course, a lot of Guild Wars 2 builds do end up having a melee focus, right? We had Hammer for Ranger get added, Mace added as well. It's actually been a while since Ranger has actually had some ranged components. So I'm expecting a very heavy range focus here with this kind of avian, air, wind magic kind of theme attached to it. So pretty cool, I think. And I think not a bad name as well, you know. People are kind of like, Troubadour's too complicated. That's got too many letters. I prefer if it was Bard. But yeah, GALESHOT, that's a little bit more down to earth, I think. So that one's actually pretty cool there as well. And yeah, it is looking like there are going to be a lot of skills that are being added here, right? So it looks like the profession mechanic is going to be impactful. And that is like a key thing. You know, people in chat are talking about how every spec's going to have kits, and that might not be the case. But what I think might end up being the case is that there's a good amount of weight to the profession mechanics. This could end up being something like Druid again, where you have a form. This could be just like having a lot of extra buttons attached to your kit, or interacting with your beast skills in some way. So you've got like a lot of extra kit attached. Because bear in mind, they haven't got weapons with these, right? There's no elite spec weapons. So these profession mechanics need to be impactful. It's got to change up your class. It can't just be a set of new traits. The mechanic needs to be impactful on these to make sure that the elite specialization is a very rounded package that gives you this fundamentally new gameplay experience. Now, we're not going to be hearing about GALESHOT and Luminary for a little while, because of course next week the reveals are going to be for the Evoker, the Troubadour, and the Antiquary. So we'll have to wait a little while for this, but of course we are going to be getting blog posts as well, I think, that will be going over them a little bit ahead of time, so don't worry, it won't be too long. But I think, honestly, I feel like if you're a Ranger, you're pretty happy with that, I'd say. I think we're off to a good start, in my opinion. With that one, I think thematically that's pretty damn cool. And the other one, I do think this I think is the Luminary. It could be the Rev as well, but the imagery here is very big. And bear in mind, this image, by the way, is called Guardian.jpg. So this is the depiction of the Guardian Elite specialization, no question about that. The question is this the Luminary? That would make sense to me, given that, you know, we have this kind of brazier torch thing that appears to be following the character around. And that, honestly, I really like the name of that. Like, okay, you know, if you're disappointed with the naming conventions for elite specializations, this, I think, is definitely a bit of a return to form. I love that name. Sounds really exciting, you know? It's going to be a Guardian lighting the way, showing the unwashed masses, you know, the power of virtue or something. I don't know. I'm no good at role-playing, guys, I don't have to tell you. But I really like the aesthetic here as well. You know, it's kind of a slightly darker tone for Guardian here as well. You know, we have this almost like slightly menacing, like very angular thing following us around. So I think it is going to be a bit of edge to it. A bit of edge to Guardian, right? Taking it in a different direction with the roleplay. Mechanically, again, I really don't know what we're going to be going on. It's obviously going to have this lantern thing that will be mechanically involved. Again, I don't think this is a pet though, right? This looks a bit similar to the Evoker in that it may be something that you can interact with, again, more like a summoner, or like a mechanic, a bit like Ventari's tablet potentially, is something that you could end up having here, and this thing can project influence, right? You can, I don't know, maybe you could like swap positions with it or something cool like that. You know, maybe it's like League of Legends Thresh, you can like throw it out and you know, people can click on it somehow or interact with it and it will like pull them to you, some kind of fun stuff like that. So I think that's the kind of thing that could be in the mixer as well. Like you can probably send it out and make it burst into like blue flames or something like that and do some damage, do some burning, right? Do some support depending what you spec into it. I think the nature of this spec, again, I think it's going to end up pretty flexible, right? Because I feel like you can really easily imagine, you know, oh, if you take this trait or this ability, you know, the lantern will erupt in healing energies and apply boons. Another way it will be maybe a different color and it's applying like, you know, horrific poison and torment, right? And burning, right, to enemies around it, right? Or something like that. I think it'd be pretty interesting. But again, my guess on this is that all of these mechanics are going to be impactful because, again, this is a great sword, right? We're not getting a weapon. So this lantern, whatever it's going to be, you know, Magras in the chat, like, anyways, talking about how, yeah, it's going to be Guardian with an F4. No, I think they're going to make these pretty extensive. They're going to want these to be impactful. So I'd expect certainly replacements for all of the original F keys, maybe an extra one, and definitely very heavy trait integration, such that your choices are pretty meaningful with what this actually ends up doing to generate this like very distinctive play style for the Luminary. Now, again, I'm not completely sure that's Guardian. Again, they haven't explicitly said what these are. They're very much saying, who do you think gets GALESHOT? Who's going to get the Luminary? But I think it does make the most sense. It's weird that it would be a shield, because of course, you know, if Guardian realistically, I think is almost certainly getting this shield icon, but nothing else really kind of screams Luminary. The only reason I thought it might be the Rev is like maybe this is some kind of very heavily stylized, you know, version of that lantern, and it could be like this or something, or maybe even, again, this is the Revenant one or something like that. But I again, like, to me, this is Luminary, and this is, again, confirmed to be the Guardian because of the naming of this file. So I do think it's that, but maybe on the off chance it could be the Revenant. But yeah, in terms of like overall mechanics, I really, I think it will be very interesting to see what they do with this one. If it is going to end like Ventari, that's honestly pretty cool. Like, I think Ventari is actually a really cool mechanic that doesn't get a lot of love because the toolkit around heal rev has been fairly mediocre, so it hasn't really had its opportunity to shine, I think, in a lot of game modes, and it has a very bad reputation in PvP because typically when Ventari rev is good, the game is horrible because it usually generates, when any kind of heal rev or bunker rev is good, listen, okay, it's dark days, guys, okay? It's the exact kind of dark days we need the Luminary to light our way out of. So that'll be pretty fun, I think, to find that out. And yeah, they did actually only drop 2 as well. Pretty interesting they didn't do 3, isn't it? But they're pacing themselves, guys. They're doing a little bit of hype. They're hyping stuff up over time. Very exciting. And of course, we are going to be hearing about these over the next couple of weeks. And again, I think I'm going to be repeating myself a little bit here, but I'm very much looking forward to seeing the first stream, which is going to be next Friday. And that's because we're going to get an idea of the scope. Right now, we don't know. You're hearing me talk about how I'm guessing they're going to be pretty extensive and they're going to have quite a lot going on mechanically. It's not going to be Catalyst F5, no shot. But we don't know that for certain. We don't know how far they're going to be going with these. So when we see kind of like the mechanical complexity for what these look like in the streams, that's going to make things really exciting, because then we can really almost have a bit of a baseline to speculate on where we're going with the other ones, like, because we'll know what's possible, like what's on the table, if that makes any sense. So that will really get the speculation engine really firing when we've seen the initial set of these elite specializations. So definitely tune in for that. Of course, ArenaNet are going to be streaming that on their channel on Twitch and YouTube, so be ready for that. They haven't posted exactly when, but they usually post at 8 p.m. my time, 8 p.m. UK time on Fridays is when they stream, so it's probably going to be at that time. But yeah, that's going to be super exciting. Definitely tune in for that. But I think that will actually wrap things up for a little bit of daily slop content about the GALESHOT, which I think is going to the Ranger, and the LUMINARY, which I think is going to the Guardian. But if you think I'm wrong, please let me know. I'm really curious if any of you guys have any crazy harebrained theories about what's going on with these elite specializations and which ones these could be potentially going to. Do you have any ideas about what the mechanics are for the GALESHOT or for the LUMINARY? What would you like to see? Are you a Guardian player, Ranger player? What would you guys love to see? Are you hyped about the idea of a very ranged focused Ranger specialization? Are you excited about the idea of projecting the powers of the Guardian out onto the battlefield, being supported by this rather sinister looking torch floating around in the background? Hey, let me know. Absolutely, let me know. I'm really curious what everyone's thinking. Hopefully you guys are finding this exciting. I have to say, I'm having fun. It's good to have some content to make, right? It's good to have something to talk about nearly every day here in Guild Wars 2. We don't get that super often, so it's a lot of fun for me. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. And of course, yeah, I guess that's about it. Of course, I'll be streaming all of this. I'll be talking about it on stream basically daily, so you can show up and ask me questions and say something in YouTube. Okay, or don't. You can go on Twitch, you can go on YouTube, you can follow there, you can subscribe there, you can buy the game using my referral link, guys. Buy Visions of Eternity, Visions of the Luminary, Visions of GALESHOT, Visions of Bard. Okay, yeah, that's only a vision at this point, guys. Unlucky on that one, okay? Visions of the Script, digging up the treasure with the Antiquary, okay? It's good stuff, it really is. But anyway, leave your comments, like, follow, subscribe, watch all the other videos, come back and watch every single day. Stay tuned for content, guys. We're going to have some tea times coming up as well, and some discussions about what's going on with Guild Wars 2 and beyond, and the expansion with a bunch of really interesting people. So stay tuned for a lot more YouTube content, guys. We are back on it. We are back on the grind big time here. But for now, that's going to do it. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. Engage with social media. Buy the game using my referral link. And I'll see you next time. Take it easy. All right, that's it. There you go, guys. Do you enjoy that YouTube slop? Hold on, I'm going to tell Janthir there's a double serving of slop. Are you ending stream now? Yeah, I actually really should. I've streamed for a lot longer than I intended, to be honest. And yeah. I need to actually get some sleep, to be honest, and recover a little bit, because I'm honestly still super drained. After the drop streaming, it really caught me off guard. I was super tired for all of that. Guild Wars 3 will launch within 3 years before you go. I think there's a decent chance of that, yeah. But yeah, no, the drop stuff like really wore me out. I'm kind of on the recovery. Like, I'm feeling a lot. Yesterday, guys, I felt like death. It was horrible. I felt really ill during the stream. I need to stream for like 1 hour. But I'm feeling a lot better today. But not 100%. Ah, boys. Future ArenaNet partner, boys. Feels damn good. It's going to be a good time, guys. But yeah, no, it is good morning, but it's also good night for me. I'm out of here. I'm going to raid Emmy, I think. And then I'm back tomorrow, guys. Back tomorrow. Might be a more normal stream. Might also not be a more normal stream. We'll find out. But anyway, take it easy, guys. Thanks for watching. Social media, YouTube, blah, 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 blah. Shout out to YouTube. Shout out to Twitch. Subscribe. Referral link. Bish, bash, bosh. Love it. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow, guys. Yeah? Say hi to Emmy for me. I am out.